Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, where we are just minutes away from the start of day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. I think it's fair to say that Nottinghamshire have dominated the first of the 2 days, because in response to their declared total yesterday of 578 for 8, Hampshire, in the 32 overs available to them last night, reached 80 without loss. So they trail by just 498 runs. Yes, that's all. Just the 498. The follow-on figure, which is more important from a Hampshire point of view, is 429. Joe Weatherly will resume on 43 not out. Fletcher Middleton on 34 not out. Your commentary team today has swelled by a few people. A little later, Amelia Clark is still here with us from BBC Radio Solent. A little later you'll hear from some young budding commentators who are all sitting here in place, ready to go. We'll give them each a little go this morning, but it's the reliable pair, Kevin James from BBC Nottingham. It is Dave Bracegirdle. Dave, good morning.
Very good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Young budding commentator, thank you, I like that.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I think I'm slowly adapting to the role of clairvoyant here, because we had a glimpse into the future in the last session yesterday of what days 3 and 4 may be like, as Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly battered through that session without too much difficulty. 80 without loss. Understand from Kevin and other people that were here for the last match against Worcestershire that it just petered out, and it may well be that, as usual, we'll have to try and find lots of things to talk about in between the inactivity. But Notts will be preaching patience. They need 20 wickets, you'd imagine, to win this game. They've got a huge first innings score. They'll be hoping today to whittle their way through Hampshire once, and hopefully, I guess, stick them in again and try and do it again tomorrow. But 200 overs remain in the match, 104 today. I think they carry extra 8 overs from the first day. So 104 overs today, 96 overs tomorrow. So even I can do the math, as they say. 20 wickets in 200 overs. Simples.
Which is?
Well, it's it's 3 in the morning session today, 3 in the afternoon session, and 4 after tea, and the same again tomorrow. Simples.
It is simples. But the last game here against Worcestershire, where Hampshire were also well behind, they only lost 1 wicket on day 4, and this does feel a similar type of pitch. But you're right, Dave, Hampshire are very much under pressure, and they only have to have a little wobble to make that pressure even more telling. So what's in store for today? Well, it's easy for Hampshire and tomorrow. They just need to bat and bat and bat. But there is a certain Josh Tong that has suddenly come into the mix.
And mind games have already started. Kevin James interviewing Ben Brown last night. They don't like it, do they? They don't like it, the home side. I don't think anybody generally thinks it's an acceptable way to go about things once a match has started, to bring a replacement into the game. I'm sure Brett Hutton would have liked to have been available to play days 3 and 4, but he was the player that not stuck up to be replaced once Josh Tong had been released from England duties. So not to have a fresh bowler to come into their side is garnered a little bit of a reputation for knocking over the tail. I think they're going to need somebody to knock over the first 5, 6, 7 first before he might get a chance to go at the lower order, and that may take some doing. But yeah, an official ECB replacement. Ben Brown made his thoughts clear last night in an interview that he didn't like it. A lot of people don't like it, but Brett Hutton out of the game, Josh Tong in as an official substitute.
So the 2 umpires are out in the middle. The Nottinghamshire players at the far end of the ground make their way out onto the playing area, as do the 2 not out Hampshire batters. There's a few people around today. Maybe some of them are having a late breakfast and will come in a bit later. But yes, there's just a few. We're going to get the best of the weather, I think, today as well. I've seen more blue sky already this morning than I've seen on days 1 and 2. And for Hampshire and for Joe Weatherly and for all the batters, really, it's quite a big day. It's an important day where they need to fight back again, of course, but also Joe Weatherly playing his first championship game for 2 years, 43 not out, has a chance here to make a big score and push his case forward for inclusion in the next championship game, which for Hampshire is up at Worcestershire next week, and that is the final round of Kookaburra matches. I hear everybody saying thank goodness And it's quite interesting, actually. I talked to one or two people last night. I won't mention exact names, but there was a feeling that the championship has kind of been on hold for 4 rounds. Well, we play Kookaburras, and then once we get the 100 out of the way and get into the final month of championship cricket, then it'll all start up again, and a bit more interesting cricket up and down the country. So yeah, maybe a bit of a holding pattern here whilst we work through these 4 rounds of Kookaburra ball matches, and this is courses 3 of 4. Got an interesting email here, quite a long one, from John Hooper. Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk, as we wait for the start of day 3. Am I the only person who looked forward to a county championship game in midsummer after the Vitality blast, only to feel utterly disappointed and dejected after watching 2 days of turgid cricket? I suffer watching cricket in unseasonable weather in April and sometimes May. And on worn, tired-out pitches in September. Early finishes due to bad light as well. That's right, that's always a problem in September. I've now watched the negativity of 2 teams playing with the awful Kookaburra ball and a lifeless wicket, and neither team seeming to be too bothered about winning the game or entertaining the spectators. I don't think it's that, John. I think it's just the fact that the Kookaburra are going soft so quickly makes it very difficult, A, for the batters to smack the ball hard, basically, because it's... You can imagine a tennis ball hitting the bat, well, it goes about as far. Obviously, it's not quite as soft as that, but that is a bit of a problem. And of course, the bowlers can't find enough pace off the pitch to get it past the edge. And that is the problem. And that's what the crux of the argument is. Well, it looks like we've got Mohammed Abbas to get us underway. From the commentary end, the hotel end here at the Utilita Bowl, and forward is Joe Weatherly. And there is no run. Well, Mohammed Abbas was in his usual miserly self yesterday with 8 overs, none for 15. Didn't give a lot away, as he didn't hit for 4 years. Even when he's not taking a wicket, doesn't go for too many runs. And then somewhere along the line he bursts into life and picks up 2 or 3 wickets. But of course it'll be a little bit more difficult for him, because he also, of course, has the Kookaburra ball in his hand, which is into its 33rd over. And it already looked as though it had gone soft for quite a few of the last few overs of day 2. Again, that's a forward defensive, and there's no run. Just back to the email. And John Hooper writes a bit more. He said, Hampshire had to bat first to have any chance of winning, but were obviously fearful of facing Mohammed Abbas on the first morning. Well, I'm not surprised he got 5 wickets in that game up at Trent Bridge, but that was a bit more of a juicy wicket, and of course that was a Duke's ball. They could not bowl a disciplined line of length, bowled 2 shorts and leg side deliveries. Well, it's a young attack, remember, by and large. That's outside the off stump and left alone, resulting in many sixes being hit and a few drop catches. When a team reaches full 50 batting first, they're unlikely to lose the game, but to continue to bat until after tea on the second day so that a player could complete a personal milestone was a step too far. Surely they should be more positive in pressing for a win if they want to win the county championship. So today I'm going to give the cricket a miss, says John, and go to my allotment this morning to harvest blackberries, pick French beans and dig new potatoes. This afternoon volunteer, as usual, in the Oxfam bookshop in Winchester. Other charity bookshops available, probably in Winchester as well. Thank you, John, for that one. As Abbas comes in, Dave Bracegirdle is back. As Abbas is in with 3 slips and bowls. That's just edged along the ground, safely through third man. That's going for 4, 84 without loss.
Mind those brambles, John, mind those brambles. I picked some blackberries the other day, and they catch you, don't they?
Do they?
Yeah, on those brambles.
You're not supposed to dive into the bush as you're picking them. You're supposed to sort of stand back.
They're very untrained blackberry brambles, aren't they? They leap out at you and scratch your legs and your arms. First runs of the morning for Weatherly. But, yeah, don't give up on the cricket completely, John. Keep us on in the background and keep having a look periodically.
I think we can all understand why Nottinghamshire kept going. There's no point in them batting again, basically. Forward is Weatherly. Accurate delivery from Abbas. There was absolutely no point when Nottinghamshire got into a situation where they hadn't lost that many wickets and got players going well, batting well. There is no point in coming back for a second bite. No, just keep going in the first innings.
I think they did it absolutely spot on. They got to 450 maximum batting points in the whatever it was, 104th, 105th over, something like that. They can't do any more. That's That's also a little bit of a grouse of mine, why you can't go on and get extra batting points, but we'll leave that for now.
This is in, that's left alone outside the off-stump, end of the over. So Hampshire have added 4 runs this morning. Weatherly is on 47, and Hampshire are behind by just 494 now.
Just to touch on that, what I meant, I don't believe you can go on and bat forever and ever and ever and get, you know, keep racking up points, but I do think if you get it inside the 110 overs, you get to 500, why shouldn't you get a 6th batting point, etc. It's the same for every team. It just makes attacking cricket a little more exciting. But yep, there we are, 84 without loss. Couple of things on yesterday. Excellent statisticians. I think most people know Michael and John Gould. It's been passed to me. They did some research last night, passed to me by Richard Stevenson, that Lyndon James, 203 not out in the Hampshire first innings, batting at 7, the highest ever score in first class cricket by a Nottinghamshire number 7. And that, you know, just think about that a second, folks. The highest ever score in 200 years is Josh Tong into the game for the first time. Released from England duty, he'll be chomping at the bit to have a bowl in his first delivery. He's dropped on the leg side and there's no run. He made 203 not out. One of many things probably I didn't pick up on yesterday. He passed 3,000 first class runs during his innings, and it is only the second 203. Coincidentally, the other one was also 203 not out, made by a Nottinghamshire player, and the other one was made on the exact same day in 1987 by Mick Newell, his director of cricket, who's here on the ground to watch it. Whoa. Tong is in, bowls this wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. 578 for 8 declared knots. It's their highest score of the season. It's the first time they've racked up 5 batting points. Already Josh Tong's getting the attention of not necessarily the umpire David Milnes, but more than on striker Joe Weatherly. He was making a point there of just stamping down where Tong's footmarks were landing. Just, you know, look here, umpire, without probably saying those words. Tong again from the Bransgrove Pavilion end, bowls, and this is eased up to mid-on, and there's no run. He's come back, Josh Tong, with not necessarily a new nickname, but something that's been attributed to him. This little tag of is going for rabbit pie, because I've only seen a little bit of him, but he got a reputation in those games early season of knocking over the tail, and he did it for India in the 2 test matches he played. He knocked over the tail, rabbiting in cricket terms, as the next ball's pushed into the offside. So he's now got the tag. You've perhaps seen 1 or 2 articles referring to it where they say he's going looking for a bit of rabbit pie.
Yeah, 4 for 86 in the first innings in that first test at Leeds. One of his best figures in the 2 tests that he played.
Brett Hutton, of course, won't feature in the game anymore, but he made his mark. 71, shattered, Dave, shattered. He told me last night when I said there was 100 on for the taking, mate. Next ball on its way and pushed to backward point. Well, shattered or not, after completing that 71, he went on to bowl 12 overs, none for 35. So that's Brett Hutton done and dusted in this particular game.
He had a busy afternoon, didn't he, really, yesterday?
Yeah.
With bat and ball?
Yeah. But he didn't get on the field on day 1, and day 1, day 3 and day 4. So, in a sense, it'll be a memorable match for him, but he's only played, in relative terms, a very small part of it. There's Tong in again, bowling, and again, a lot of respect here from Fletcher Middleton, who's on 34, turns this to mid-wicket, and Josh Tong begins with a maiden. It'll be Mo Abbas at this end. We've had a quiz question lined up for a couple of days here. Should have fire it out there, because we had a good response yesterday when we popped a quiz question. Mo Abbas bowling here. Of course, he's had 4 years with Hampshire, and just coincidentally, when I was just doing a little bit of a look into his record with Hampshire, etc., etc., here at this ground, at the Utility Bowl, solely here, he's taken 99 first-class wickets. First-class wickets. Quiz question then. He may or may not get his 100th wicket today, but who was his first? Who was his first-class wicket, red ball wicket here on this ground at the Utilita Bowl? A little bit of a quiz question for you. Start of the day. He's on 99 first-class wickets on this ground. Who was his very first victim?
So on X, it's
at Brace Cricket.
Thank you very much, Dave. I'm just going to get you to quick change. Freya Watkinson is going to come in alongside me as Abbas starts a new over outside the off stump. It's nipped back a fraction, hence why there was a few oohs out there. On the emails, it's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. His first wicket here on this ground, Dave. Yes? Right, okay, there we go. Right, Freya Watkinson, the first of our young budding commentators, is here, although she has done a game last week with us when Hampshire played the Blaze.
Yes.
And here we are, similar type side, affiliated to Nottinghamshire. And yeah, how are you? Good to have you back. Did you enjoy last week?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Did you?
I'm happy to be back.
Good, right. So, as Abbas comes in, we'll just chat a little bit about you, just to introduce you to what potentially is a different audience, as that's pushed out on the onside by Weatherly. Score remains on 84 without loss. So, first of all, club-wise, you play for
Portsmouth.
Portsmouth, that's right. And Hampshire-wise?
Playing under 15s and under 16 girls squad.
That's right. And I remember when we were doing live commentary against the Blaze last week, you were playing the following day against Surrey, but you didn't know where it was.
No.
Where was that ground?
It was like LSE Sports ground or something.
Right. Here's Sebastian, runs away from us, Weatherly leaves alone. Roughly where was that?
Somewhere in Surrey.
Right. Okay, so that's narrowed it down to a county. Was it in London, just outside London?
Just outside.
Just outside London,
yeah.
Right, okay, so it was sort of in the leafy part of Surrey.
Yeah.
Okay, right. And how did the game go?
Wouldn't know, we didn't play it.
Oh, did you not play?
No, rained off.
Oh gosh, oh right, oh gosh.
Got in the car and so we're like, sorry, nah.
Really? So you got there? Did you actually get there?
Pretty much halfway.
You got halfway and then you got a phone call to say, oh right, Abbas bowls, again it's outside off stump and left alone. Well, that was a bit of disappointing. Have you played a game since?
No.
Right, and when's your next one?
My next Hampshire one is Monday. I'm playing against Kent.
And where's that?
Hillsey in Portsmouth.
Oh right, so you know where that is, obviously.
Yeah, I know that.
Right, okay. Right, that's good. Right. So 84 without loss. Hampshire are behind by 494. And Weatherly to face Mo Abbas once more. 3 slips and a gully in. And Weatherly edges along the ground. It's palmed away in the slip area. Weatherly will pick up a single, moves on to 48, 85 without loss. So when you were doing commentary with us last week against the Blaze, what did you sort of learn? I know you did a couple of stints. The first stint, was okay, and the second stint was a lot better. What did you take away from that?
Just say what you see and just don't overcomplicate it.
Right. So does that now make you confident enough that if I said commentate on the next over, you'd be happy?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, right, we're going to do that. Right.
Okay.
So that's what we're going to do. So you're going to get England man Josh Tong
Ooh.
at the next over, because he's, as you've heard earlier, he's the replacement player, which is an unusual rule. That's shorter. It's turned away in the air, bounces a couple of times out to square leg. Fletcher Middleton couldn't quite get over the top of the bounce there, but in the end the fielder was a little deep. It's 85 without loss. Let me quickly read this email then, because that refers to that situation. Keith Allen, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. It says, do Hampshire have to agree to it? Ben Brown is clearly not happy. That's right, I spoke to him last night, the Hampshire captain, and you'll see that interview on the Hampshire Cricket website. It says it's also on the at Solent Sport Twitter feed, or X feed it is now, of course. To keep some balance, should Hampshire not be permitted to choose the player he replaces? Well, that's not the rule. What is laughable is that if Hutton had got injured and was unable to continue in the game, and Tong was playing in the Test match, that scenario didn't exist. That's an interesting one. All yours, Freya.
So we have Tong coming on to bowl at the pavilion end, with Weathersley on strike, who is currently on 48. Tong coming in past the umpire. Ooh, bounces over the top. They run, yeah, snuck a single in there, moving the score on to 86 for none.
Yeah, so bye. I think that's hit wicket-keeper Varena's tips of his fingers, and that'll be painful.
Yeah.
That'll be painful, because you're not a wicket-keeper, though.
No.
No, you're a bowler. I remember you're a bowler and batter, aren't you? All-rounder.
Yeah, all-rounder.
Yeah. It looks like that's caused him a bitter discomfort. But that was a sharp bouncer on a very slow pitch from Tom.
We now have Middleton on strike as Tom comes in for a second ball. Past the umpire. Ooh, a lot fuller that one. Just a dot there.
Yeah, beating the outside edge. Well, he's quite pacey. I think he's already making things happen here. Just let me carry on with that email as well from Keith Allen. He also makes a point. Will the 71 run scored by Brett Hutton now be deducted from the not score? Well, of course it won't. There is no way that Josh Tong should have scored 71. That's right. But that's just the rule. This would reduce the follow-on to 357. Well, that makes it a bit easier. And potentially make a difference to the end result.
Tong for his third ball. Bowls. Again, pitch is quite short, that one. But it's edged to square leg, where another dot takes place.
Keith goes on, not that I want Surrey to win the championship, but in fairness, how do they feel about it? Not so arguably getting a big advantage. Would not still be doing this if they were not needing to make or to take 20 wickets in 2 days? Well, it was nominated before the start of the game. That's the thing, even before the toss was announced. Just the way things have turned out in the first 2 days.
Tong for his fourth ball, past the umpire. Ooh, fuller on that one. Middleton hits it to cover where they take a single to get Weathersley on strike. Middleton now sitting on 34 runs, where the score moves on to 86 for no loss.
Weatherly without the S, by the way.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
I know he's been missing for a couple of years.
I mean, it's good over by Tong, only gone for 1 run so far.
It is, isn't it? Hits the deck, doesn't he?
Yeah. Fifth ball, past the umpire. Edged past the slips, running down. Is it going to go? Yes, it does. 4 runs for Weathersley there.
And that's his 50.
Yeah.
103 balls with 6 fours. That's a popular half-century. Local boy, Winchester. As we said, hasn't played since July 2023, almost to the day. 2 years since he last played in the championship. Back for his first game and a half-century to his name.
Not a bad way to come back.
Certainly.
Tong comes on, last ball of the over. Coming in, past the umpire. Very full, that one. Are they going to run? No, they don't. Another dot ball to finish. Score is now 91 for no loss after 36 overs.
Yeah, just the 487 behind. Remember, the following target is 429. That's huge numbers, aren't they?
Yeah.
Huge numbers.
Very impressive score.
Now, I know there's 4 of you here today, and we're going to squeeze everybody on before the lunch break. We will also squeeze Dave Prescott and Amelia Clark in between them as well. But I know that you guys have all been involved with this Rwanda project, haven't you? That the Hampshire Cricket Board have been sort of involved in. Just tell us, because have you all been out there to Rwanda? That's amazing. Is that not just to play cricket but do other stuff as well, or has that included cricket?
We have played some cricket out there, but the main focus of the last tour we did was to get more sustainable stuff out there, so like help their coaches develop their coaching skills so they can like coach their players better.
Oh, okay.
And then do some umpiring with the kids so they can do it.
Okay. Abbas starts a new over, runs away from us, bowls to Fletcher Middleton. Middleton drives, takes the bottom hand off the bat, a little uppish. As the ball bounces to Hamid, the captain of Nottinghamshire, just held in the turf, I think, a little bit there as Fletcher Middleton just pats the surface where the ball bounced. So, how many times have you been out there? Just the once?
I've been out there twice.
You've been out there twice?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. And the last time you were out there was?
this February.
Last February, okay. How long were you out there for?
10 days.
Wow. Okay. Were you all together, or was it? Was there a few of you all together?
All together.
You were all together. Oh, obviously, otherwise you wouldn't be able to play cricket.
Yeah.
That's flicked away by Middleton down to fine leg, and he moves on to 36. Just the 2 runs for him so far this morning. Hampshire 92 without loss. I mean, started the morning at 80 without loss. How many games did you play out there?
I think we played 3.
Okay. Everybody's laughing at you. It may be 3, it may not be.
I think it was 3 or 2.
It was 2, right. Maybe you sneaked off and played another game somewhere else and they weren't involved. So you played a couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Here's a bass. Forward is Weatherly. That goes to Hamid. The results of those games?
Well, we were mixed up with their players.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
And you played on grass or?
No, we played on Astro because that's the only pitch they had.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And did they have some good players?
Yeah, they have some really good players.
Were
I'll
they?
give them that. Yeah.
Because one of them came over here?
Yeah, one of them came over to be the overseas for Ojim and Greywell.
Yeah.
She had a blinding season with them.
Has she gone back now, or is she still there?
She had to go back.
Okay. Forward is Weatherly, another forward defensive.
She had international duty, so she couldn't stay.
I think, did she get 100 or something in one game?
Yeah, I think she got
200?
200, yeah.
Oh my word. Well, I was hoping that's what the sign was. Anyway, yes, but 92 without loss. So, apart from the cricket, what else were you doing over there?
Well, we were just getting to know all of them, seeing that, well, for some of us who had been out before, catching up with them, seeing how they're doing. We went into schools, helped out.
That's Bowles. Forward is Weatherly, another forward defensive from him.
We went to one of their charities to help them out for the day. So we did all sorts, really.
Yeah. And you were saying sort of, lot this was it sustainability you were saying? Or,
yeah.
So what did that involve?
So like we built them nets so they could like train better,
Okay.
and then improve their skills. So like stuff we could do that would like last and help them grow as like cricket and as a community.
Right. The Bass, last ball of his 11th over, number for 21 as he comes in again and bowls, and he brings another forward defensive out of well, a diving stop there from Mo Abbas. Brought some great laughter and chuckles from his teammates. As, that is a dot ball. So 11 overs, 5 maidens, none for 21 for Mo Abbas. Hampshire on 92 without loss, having added 12 this morning without loss in the 23 minutes of play that we've had. And Hampshire are behind by 486. Freya Watkinson with us. Several young people here who want to learn the art of commentary this morning and this afternoon, and it's your over once more.
Yes. We're back at the pavilion end with Tongue bowling his 3rd over. Currently only gone for 5 runs off his last 2. We're hoping to keep that good bowling up. We have Middleton on strike as Tongue comes in for his first ball. Past the umpire. Very full. Middleton plays a front foot defensive shot. Another dot.
Have you watched any of the test matches at all? England, India?
Not really.
You haven't really?
No.
Right, so you won't have seen Josh Tongue bowl before?
No.
No. Right. Played in the first 2 tests and was omitted in this last one. That's why he's allowed to play halfway through this one. It's a bizarre rule.
Tongue comes in for his second ball. Middleton's still on strike. Ooh. Bit of a bouncer there.
Well, we saw Hampshire bowl a few yesterday, but this is a little quicker.
Yeah.
It's a pacey delivery on this track, which is, with this ball, not the quickest. He's certainly finding something. Short leg in, I'm not surprised.
Third ball for Tong as he comes in, past the umpire. Again, a little bit short, but he doesn't give any runs away, so it's obviously working for him.
He's trying to get it up sort of in the rib cage, isn't
Yeah.
he? Trying to get Middleton to just fend it away either to short leg or edge through to the slips, getting him on the back foot.
Mm. Score still sits at 92 for no loss. Tong comes in for his fourth ball of the over. Middleton hits that 2 point as another dot happens.
And a second wicket in the test match.
Ooh,
Oh, it's not second wicket, sorry, fifth wicket in the test match. First one this morning, what am I saying, was 4 overnight.
you got the wicket?
Jadeja, Jofra Archer.
Oh, fair play to him.
Yeah, Jadeja caught by Brook off Archer for 20. India 266 for 5.
Tong coming in for his fifth ball, past the umpire. Yeah, Middleton edges that into the covers where they sneak a single to get Weathersley on strike.
Without the S. Weatherly.
Weatherly, yeah.
Weatherly, 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 Weatherly. It's like a chant. Weatherly, Weatherly, Weatherly.
Middleton now on 37 runs. Again, very good over from Tong, only given away 1 run so far. We'll be hoping to finish on a dot. Finish it strong as he comes in for his last ball of the over. It's edged into mid-wicket where no run is taken. That concludes the over. The score moves on to 93 for no loss.
Email here from Ollie Arnold, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, delighted for Joe getting a score today. Such a lovely chap and a real servant to Hampshire. I'm also so impressed with how great he is with the young members and guests, where he spends lots of time signing autographs and asking them about their own games. I shall be listening this morning until I get the nod that Dorse is bowling in the test. I don't think he's quite on yet. Dawson's not bowling yet, is he? No, sorry, Amelia's watching it in the background there. Come on, Hampshire, says Ollie. Back for 2 days. That's right, that's a simple equation for Hampshire. And the other equation, of course, for Nottinghamshire is they just pick up the 20 wickets.
Yeah.
Which is it's not going to be easy. They will have to be patient. A mixture of very accurate bowling and, in Tong's case, of course, try and blast the batters out, though not easy on this pitch. As Abbas starts a new over, bowls to Middleton, short. Middleton just drops the hands as the ball goes past through to keeper Verena. So it can be interesting chatting to you guys this morning about Rwanda. I think that's an interesting project in terms of they obviously have a team, don't they? Do they have young? Obviously, like Hampshire here, you've got young age groups as well as the main team who are playing today up at Guildford, aren't they?
Yeah.
Do Rwanda have that as well? Do they have age groups going down?
Sort of. It's different, but like they do have younger teams, but obviously it's not structured as here.
Sure. Abbas is in, short again, pulled away by Middleton, goes down to fine leg. He moves on to 38, Hampshire on to 94 with that loss. Is that part of the reason you guys are out there, is to help them, you know, with that sort of structure as well, or have enough players that they can actually start to have more teams? That's the whole idea, is it?
Yeah.
Is there a plan for another trip?
At the minute, I don't think so.
No.
It would need to be discussed, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So in the 2 that you've done, did they follow consecutive years? So you said you were out in February. So was the previous one you did the previous winter as well?
No, it was the year before that.
Oh, right. So 2-year gap.
Yeah.
Okay. Had you noticed that things had changed?
Yeah.
In the 2 years?
The place had definitely developed.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And Mass is in. There's 4 slips now. Oh, that's left alone. That's a good leave. Close-ish to the off stump, but with the ball not really moving too much. You're leaving the ball on line initially. And not really expecting the ball to hoop or seam too much. It's not really that kind of situation. This email has come in from Michael. Hampshire at bbc.co.uk. When can county players bowl 104 overs and England only 73? That's Test cricket for you. Here's Abbas. Short. It's pulled away by Weatherly. It's in the air. It could be caught down at fine leg, and he's gone. And Abbas has got him with a short ball. Weatherly went for the pole shot, got the top edge, and the one lone man down at fine leg didn't have to move too far. And Weatherly, having just reached 50, has been caught by Farhan Ahmed down at the far end of the ground for 52, 111 balls with 6 fours, and that is the first wicket this morning. And for Abbas, that is his 100th wicket on this ground, Dave Bracegirdle. Well, he's gone for the sucker punch there, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean,
Good bowling for... Go on.
100 wickets here is very impressive.
It certainly is, just on one ground.
Yeah.
I mean, most people don't get 100 wickets anywhere, everywhere they play. But that's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah.
You don't really expect a short ball from Mo Abbas.
No.
He started doing it, so probably the second half of the time he was here. He didn't bowl many bounces here when he was with Hampshire. And the guys were encouraging to do that, so he started to bowl a few more. But of course, when they come, they are a surprising delivery. And poor Joe Weatherly probably thought he had that bouncer covered, but just got the top edge. Very quickly then, this email from Michael. We're waiting for Nick Gubbins to make his way to the middle. About England only bowled 73 with 20 overs of spin yesterday. Of course, there's DRS to think about and concussion checks and what have you. It says, with the cost of international tickets, the fans are being treated poorly. I know there's been sort of articles about this slow over rates in Test cricket. Again, fans are going to be treated poorly if the county championship is reduced to 12 matches, which I think will cause more bowler injuries, and they won't be bowling much, which I think is part of the reason why there are so many injured bowlers around. What do you think? Well, it's not a done deal that there'll be 12 championship matches next year. As we've been saying, there is a vote coming up in the next couple of weeks as to what will happen in 2026. I don't think it's a clear-cut thing. I think the counties were all saying, and the players were saying, well, yeah, let's cut them down. But actually, when the push comes to the shove, it sounds like that I think 1 or 2 counties that are governed by their members might actually change tack, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. So Nick Gubbins is the new batter, the left-hander. We'll finish this over off together, and then we'll bring Dave Bracegirdle and Amelia Clark in.
Okay.
And there's going to be 3 slips, no short leg. 4 slips, I tell a lie. Backward a point as well, and Hamid has got himself in on the drive at extra cover. There comes Abbas to Gubbins, pushes forward. So 94 for 1 Hampshire. They've added 14 this morning for the loss of that 1 wicket. And they are behind in the game by 484. Stephen Clark has also emailed. Delighted to see you've got a lot of young new people up there to keep you under control. But that's very true. He says they'll have their work cut out. As Abbas is in over the wicket to Gubbins this time. It's a length ball. It's played out to Hamid, and that's the end of the over. That's the end of us for a minute. Thank you, Freya.
That's all right.
And we're going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Nottingham, and Amelia Clark will come in alongside him. Morning again, Dave.
Good morning, Kevin. Not every day you're in the company of people who've been to Rwanda. Fascinated to hear Freya's tale, and no doubt there'll be more insights into the cricketing background of the young group that's come up this morning to join us. Very good morning also to Amelia, slotting in alongside. Looked at your face, or contrasting facial expressions, I think, at the fall of that wicket between the Hampshire-based Amelia Clark and the Nottinghamshire-based Dave Bracegirdle. It's a nice moment for young Farhan Ahmed. He was all on his lonesome out in the deep, almost in a different postcode to everybody else, and the ball was hit straight down his throat. Nice catch, and Mo Abbas getting his 100th wicket on this ground. And I've spoken to Mo, and I've really come across a cricketer who's so up with all his stats. He will know that that is his 796th first-class wicket as well. I'm sure he will. He told me he's got 49 5-wicket hauls,
Wow.
and he has. There's Josh Tong from the far end, and he bowls to Middleton, who's tickled this fine of Verena. No chance for the keeper, but a boundary, and that will take Hampshire up to 98 for 1. But I bet he didn't know that was his 100th first-class wicket on this ground. I'll bet he didn't know that one. So Notts get the breakthrough. A day of patience. They're going to be a long way in front, you'd imagine, all day here. So they just need to maintain their line and length, field well, back up the bowlers, not put any opportunities down, and if they can just chip away, who knows? Home side have got it all to do. They've got to bat certainly all through today, and probably all day tomorrow as well, as this one's eased into the offside and fielded by Hamid. What have you got for us, Amelia?
We've got a couple of emails at Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I think Ian East is a little bit tongue-in-cheek. He says, this Mo Abbas looks like a good bowler. Might have a bit of future in the game. Well, we
Hey, hands off, Ian, hands off.
He says we didn't need him anyway. Well, Ian, there might be a few that disagree with you there, but I see your point. And then we've got Stephen Clark, who's actually posed his own quiz question, which I'll phrase after this.
Lovely. Tong, oh, a sharp delivery, bobbed underneath by Middleton, who's on 42. Goes through to the keeper. What have we got then?
He says, hi Kevin, the team. In the spirit of youth that you are promoting today, who was the youngest cricketer ever to play for Hampshire? I'll send the answer separately. So he's already got the answer, but please feel free to email us at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll pose that one to Kevin as well, see if he knows.
Yeah, so at Brace Cricket, I'll happily, if you find that easier, or if you want to get on the email address, Amelia.
hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
Tong in again, and this drop down at the feet of Ben Slater, who's in at short leg today. We saw Jack Haynes with the helmet on yesterday. He does it for the spinners. Slater more often than not in there at short leg for the quicks. 98 for 1. Cricket, male and female, up and down the country. Test match, county championship divisions 1 and 2, and the Metro Bank 50 over women's competition. All the matches have started on time this morning, except one, as Josh Tong is in, and this is driven nicely by Middleton down the ground. Hamid, there's a surprise. He's lost his floppy sun out for the first time today, and they will turn and come back. Yeah, there is indeed. Yeah. That's a good spot. The other chaser's Joe Clark, and like a pair of frisbees, Asif Hamid's sun hat was going in one direction and Clark's in the other. That's the applause for the Hampshire century coming up, 100, coming up in the 40th over. So it was all about, I think, just getting through that session last night, not worry too much about the runs, just get through the session, wickets intact, and that's what Weatherly and Middleton did, but they've been parted this morning. Yeah, the one match that hasn't started is in the women's competition. The Blaze are playing Warwickshire. Of course, they play the Bears in their 20 over reincarnation at the Oval on finals day on Sunday, but they should be playing Warwickshire women at Lincoln today. Match start delayed due to rain, as Gubbins faces Tong for the first time. Wide of the off stump, it goes through to the keeper. Hampshire women are playing Surrey at Guildford. They are 94 for 2. Southby and Perry are out, but Mayaboucher's 40 not out. Hampshire 94 for 2 after 16, and they were sent on their way with well wishes from Amelia Clark yesterday.
Indeed, yeah, I spoke to their head coach, Paul Pritchard, and yeah, he was looking forward to having Mayaboucher back, who's been in the England series against India. Yeah, I think they're looking forward to some 50 over cricket again. Got Mo Abbas coming back from the hotel end. Just waiting for a couple of last fielders to find their position. And he's going to come in, right arm over the wicket. Middleton on strike, bowls good length. Just tapped forward, no run.
And a reminder, there was a quiz question as well, if you want to get involved. You know, it's not one, I guess, that people know off the top of their head, so you might have to have a little look or have a guess. The wicket this morning of Joe Weatherly was Mo Abbas's 100th first-class wicket on this ground. Who was his first? Who was his first?
Mo Abbas just standing at the top of his mark, just making sure everyone's ready. He's got 3 slips in place. Middleton's still on strike. He's not quite happy about something. Looks like he's just going to bring sort of a very short, silly mid-on in for Middleton.
Yeah, Joe Clark's gone in there, so Nozzle's got 3 slips, a short leg. That very short mid-on Joe Clark. Hamid, the captain's catching short extra cover as well.
Abbas in now. Shorter, oh, this is nicely clipped away down to backward square leg, and they'll just get the 1 for it. So we have had a few more emails at hampshirecricket.co.uk. Ian Pearce has said the youngest cricketer he thinks was Brad Taylor. We obviously don't have the answer because Stephen Clark hasn't sent us the answer yet. He said he would, so bear with us. That could be correct. But also Tom Moore has said Brad Taylor as well. So I think we're moving towards that maybe being the right answer, but we'll wait for Stephen Clark to send in the correct answer.
I'm fairly sure it was Brad Taylor who used to have the responsibility. I've been with Kev with Hampshire on pre-season tours to Barbados, and he had the responsibility one year on tour of looking after this giant teddy bear.
It's a short delivery, and it's been slashed away down to deep third man.
No,
by Gubbins.
No names, no pack drill, but at one ground somewhere, he just happened to take his eye off it for a second, going to get a glass of water or something. And again, no names, no names. It may well have been against Nottinghamshire. It may well have been a couple of Nottinghamshire scallywags that hid that teddy bear. And poor old Brad was a little bit distraught, and then a ransom note for several crates of beer came in from one dressing room to another. It's a little bit funny. I think that was Brad Taylor back in, I don't know.
So Abbas coming over the wicket now, and this is driven nicely down the ground, very nicely past mid-off, and yeah, that should go. Another hat goes flying away.
Don't know why they do it.
No.
Don't know why they do it. Clark, and that's the 50 for Fletcher Middleton. Nicely done. Been at the crease for 2.5 hours. 129 balls, 6 fours. Reaches his half century with a lovely drive down the ground for 4. Yeah, his floppy sun hats, they just
fly off as soon as you start running.
More trouble than they're worth, to be honest. Wear your cap, wear your county cap, and wedge it down over your ears.
We've got another email from C. Hutchins. He's actually answered both quiz questions. He's done very well, and he sent that. And if you do have any others, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll give you his answers after this. As Abbas comes in, right arm over the wicket. Middleton just taps that away nicely.
Well, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where's... Okay, right, you have got the Mo Abbas answer correct. We won't give it for a second, Chris, as you're the first to have a go at that, so it would spoil it for everybody else. But you have got that one right. We will reveal who you think is the youngest player.
Yes, but Chris is also going for Brad Taylor, so that's 3 Brad Taylors, so I think that's looking like the right answer there.
A pride of Brad's.
Indeed, as Abbas comes in once more, Middleton still on strike on his 50 over the wicket, and again just tapped away to the offside. Good forward block there. Going to bring Gubbins up on strike. End of the over. That's 107 for 1. Middleton is on 50. Gubbins on 1.
Yeah, Notts really have just got to play the patience game today, and they, in all probability, realise if they are going to win this match, they're going to have to bowl Hampshire out today, enforce the follow-on and bowl them out again tomorrow. I'll be hoping that somewhere along the line Hampshire have a really bad session and some wickets go tumbling in clusters. They've picked one up so far this morning inside the first hour. Yes, Josh Tong, who's bowled since the start today and wide of Nick Gubbins. It goes through to the wicket-keeper, Kyle Varane. He's got Liam Patterson wide at first slip, and then nattering away, good friends, Freddie McCann at second slip, Jack Ames at third. Having a right old natter about something there, and somebody said, can we have a ball back, please, while you're talking? And Haynes suddenly remembers he was holding it and lobs it down to the far end. Here comes Tong to Gubbins, former Middlesex man, very, very fine player. And he leaves this alone, it goes through to Verena. Sun's out, sky is blue, the aeroplanes are doing their business, coming in and out of the airport away to our right. We've got a little bit of a breeze. I think it was the first day I said I can't actually see the county flags. They were hanging so limply, but you can see them both today. The blue and white Hampshire one above their dressing room, the green and white Notts one above theirs at the far end as Tong round the wicket bowls. Gubbins on the front foot, steers it to point, and there's no run. It's a nice day to be at the cricket. No, it's always a nice day to be at the cricket, but today's a nice day to be at the cricket, and I think if you have come along today, you would probably be expecting a full day of cricket, a full duel between bat and ball, and that's what we're going to get. The home supporters will be looking forward eagerly to seeing some big scores, big runs from their favourites. The Notts folk that are down here for the week, no doubt. They'll just applaud every little breakthrough when it comes. Tong, the bouncer, and Gubbins bobs underneath. Had a little glass of refreshment each last night, didn't we? We had a team debrief downstairs, and it's nice to one or two people come up and say hello. We had a little bit of a natter. We were there when Josh Tong arrived. He'd been hither and thither since being released from the test squad. There he is now, into bowl. Former Worcestershire man. Gubbins playing very, very softly into the offside, just drops it out there before Lyndon James can pounce on the ball. They've taken a single, and Gubbins gets down to the other end, doubling his score from 1 to 2. 108 for 1. Do you need some more fingers? You look as if you're counting there.
Yeah, I still count on my fingers. Well, in the test, it's 290 for 5 for England. No other wickets have fallen yet this morning.
Yeah, but Pants retired hurt, hasn't he?
He did. Yeah, they got another one this morning though. Archer got one.
Yeah, but I don't know if Pants going to come back or not. So might be that effectively they're 5 down, but they might be 6 down.
I think they've said the sub wicket keeper is able to play because it's a separate injury.
Right. Here's Tong. Lots of put Lyndon James in at leg slip, but that creates another gap into the offside, and 2 more to Fletcher Middleton. Goes to 52. 110 for 1. Kev and his band of wannabe commentators are lined up to join us. More from Amelia and myself in the fullness of time, but we did manage during our little 15 minutes together to get the first wicket of the day there. Mo Abbas getting his 100th wicket on the ground. Joe Weatherly out, having just reached his half century. Welcome back, KJ.
Thank you very much, Dave. 15 minutes is never enough of you, but we'll have to bear with it for a little while. We've got Viola Elvey in amongst the guests that we have up here, our second guest of the morning. Let's just switch you on there. Viola, hi.
Hello.
Right, so first time on the mic. We'll come to that in a moment. As Abbas bowls, and it's driven through extra cover, not particularly well timed by Gubbins. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but he's found a gap just to the right of Haseeb Hamid, and he moves on to 3, and it's 111 for 1. Right, so we've already had Freya Watkinson. Right, which club are you attached to?
I play for Hursley Park.
Hursley Park, right, which is near Winchester?
Yeah.
Right, how long have you been playing there?
It's actually my 2nd season, because I was at Portsmouth with Freya just before.
Right. Any particular reason why you left Portsmouth? Was it to get away from Freya, or was it?
No, I just think a lot of people that I played with at Hursley, I played county with, so I really liked them as people.
Oh, has he edged it behind? He has. Oh my word! It's the 2nd wicket of the morning, and it's Fletcher Middleton this time. He's gone for 52, and Abbas has picked up the 2nd wicket of Hampshire here on day 3. They are 111 for 2 now. Just watching the replay if you're on the picture feed, and there's a little deft tickle and a well taken by Verena behind the stumps, low down, and Middleton has to go. Wow. Well, you've just come on commentary, and there's a wicket. So both openers have gone now, both falling to the former Hampshire bowler Mo Abbas. What do you think? It just held its line a fraction, didn't it?
Looked like it wasn't just about carried though enough for the keeper to get the edge.
Good bowling, relentless line and length as always from Mo Abbas, and Carl Verena taking a very, very good catch. So Hampshire 2 down. Joe Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton. The 2 openers have gone, and Tilak Varma. Now, have you seen this guy bat? Do you know about this guy?
Oh, I follow him on Instagram.
See you?
Yeah. So I saw a couple of his net sessions, yeah. Good bat.
He certainly is. He's around for 4 games for Hampshire, and this is the 3rd of 4. And he's already made a good impression on the south coast. His first game for Hampshire was at Essex, where he made 100 in Hampshire's only innings. And in the game here against Worcestershire, which ended up being a draw, he hit 56 and 47. So he's a very, well, I know he plays a lot of IPL as well, doesn't he? Mumbai Indians. So he does have the dashing stroke play to his game, but he also has a very tight defensive game as well, which we've seen, which I've seen quite a bit of already in 4-day cricket. So you would hope that he is the man for this situation. You would hope he's an immovable object for quite a while, hopefully deep into day 4. But Abbas with 2 for 29 at the top of his mark. 4 slips for Varma. I presume he went back to India for the couple of weeks that there was T20 tournament. I don't think he was around. Bit of a changes in field as well. There's a man on the drive on the leg side. That's short mid-wicket. So here we go then. Abbas comes in and bowls to the left-hander Varma. He's around the wicket. Varma leaves that alone. Goes through to the wicket. So you play for Hursley Park.
Yeah.
Do you bat bowl? You're an all-rounder?
I open the batting for the under. We have 2 teams in the under-16 league.
Yep.
And I open the batting, but I'm a wicket keeper.
Oh right. So you appreciate that catch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Low down. They're not easy.
Yeah. No, that was tough, but good take.
Right. Top score this year?
53 not out.
Against?
Totten and Ealing, I think it was.
Yeah. For those up north, that's a suburb of Southampton. Good club, actually. Forward is Varma. Nice tight forward defensive from him. Plenty of catches behind the stumps as well this year?
Not many opportunities, to be honest, but taken a few.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is nice, though, because I've had a couple of inside edges, actually.
Yeah.
So I'll take that, yeah.
Well, you've had to sort of change direction as the balls come through.
Yeah.
Oh, very impressive. So 111 for 2 here, Hampshire, having started the day on 80 without loss. As Abbas is in, round the wicket again to Varma, and Varma is forward. Goes out to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. And Viola, you'll be another one of those that's been to Rwanda?
Yep.
1 or 2 trips for you?
This is my first trip.
Last February?
Yeah.
Okay. What stood out for you in that trip?
I think it was just, I didn't quite understand that what we get here. I'm extremely privileged, but even going out there, they're still extremely talented, and it's just amazing to see that everyone can play.
Abbas in, forward is Varma, he's got his first runs, nice drive through extra cover, just a little push drive off the front foot, and the ball will just about make it over the rope. It does, it just makes it over there, and Varma is off the mark at the end of that Abbas over. Abbas has completed 14 overs, 2 for 33, and Hampshire are a 115 for 2. So obviously you played some cricket, as we heard from Freya earlier. Off the field as well, I mean, I guess that makes the trip. It's not just the cricket, but it's what's happening off the field as well.
Yeah, I think that's what made it for me. I did enjoy obviously playing the matches, but overall, it was just the experience in the community. Like on the Friday when we first landed, we had a proper big community day out there and just spent time with the school. And it was wonderful to just like meet all the children, all the people, and they're all lovely people.
What sort of accommodation were you in?
Not as what we expected, but I think we all knew it wasn't going to be as best as like it could be. Sure. Yeah.
But it was okay.
Yeah, it was all right. I was fine. I enjoyed it. I think the water switched off though.
Oh dear.
Once, yeah, for two days.
Right, Tonks continuing from the pavilion end. It's outside off stump and just keeps a little low through to Verena, but Gubbins is leaving that one alone. So we established there was 2 games, even though Freya thought there was 3.
2 games.
Did you win both? Oh, they were a mixture. Oh, so which side were you on? You were on the mixture side.
Yeah, we were both. So both teams were mixed with some players from Hampshire and then others of the Rwanda players.
Yeah.
First day, my team won. Second, we lost because the player Giselle, who scored 100 for Odium this year, she's beaten us.
Here's Tongs in. Forward is Gubbins through the vacant mid-off area. Chase for Fielders. It won't quite go to the rope. No, it's just pulled back at the far end of the ground. Gubbins picks up 3 and moves on to 6, 118 for 2. Would you very much like to go back out there?
Yeah, I think if I get the opportunity to again, I'd definitely go.
So Hampshire are behind by 460 now. Remember that follow-on target, that is 429, which of course is a long, long way in the distance. Right, okay. Now I've just been pulled up on something here by Stephen Bryce, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who says, Totton and Ealing is not a suburb of Southampton. I knew something like this was coming. It is a town within New Forest district. Thank you very much, Stephen. Duly noted. Right, there is a fielder going out a deep square leg. That's what happens when you're on commentary, you see. Unless you get everything perfectly right, there is always somebody out there that's quite happy to put you right, which I'm happy with. So there is now a deep square leg out there for Varma. There's Tongs in. Varma gets a length ball, plays it out on the onside. Quick single. Hamid will throw at the stumps. Dive by Gubbins. I think he's hit him on the shoulder. That's nice, actually. Both fielders, close-in fielders, just going up to make sure that Gubbins is okay. I think Hamid had to throw it. I don't think there was any problem there, but Gubbins was diving between the thrower and the stumps. Hamid is just checking everything's okay. Or maybe it's hit him on the helmet. Are we going to have a break here for a concussion? I think that's why the fielders went up there, just to check. Might have to have a look at that other replay. Initially I thought it was the shoulder, but perhaps. Here we go, we're going to have a look. No, oh, we're just looking at the Joe Weatherly replay. The replay on the picture feed had a few problems yesterday, where we thought we were going to get a replay of the ball before, but it actually showed a period of play about 4 hours previous. And I think we're just getting a similar situation here, so we might not get a replay. It looked painful anyway, didn't it?
Yeah.
So we are going to get a stoppage in play. So your next game for Hursley?
I'm not actually. I've got National Cup against Exeter on the 27th, which will be good because the under-13s team that I played with last year, we actually won the National Cup. It was a brilliant experience.
National what round?
The T20 Vitality Cup.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So we played at Lord's, but on the nursery pitch, it's still brilliant.
Now we are just having a break in play while Nick Gubbins is.
Did it hit him
assessed.
on
It must
the
have
helmet?
done. Yeah, I don't think the physio would have come on otherwise. I'm surprised. I mean, he dived in. He looks dirty.
Yeah.
It's the front of his. Well, we're seeing on the picture feed. We're seeing the back of his shirt at the moment. But as and when he turns round, you'll see a very different shirt to the front. Mal, the physio, is there, just having a chat with Gubbins. So I know a lot of you that are here are sort of, playing cricket is all part of your learning experience, isn't
Yeah.
it, really? And you're all here, I guess, because also you want to learn a little bit more about the media side of it as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you see that side of it as being quite important as well?
Yeah. One of my coaches for the EPP here, I don't know his last name, but he's an analyst, and I've asked him a few questions, and I think that's something I'd be quite interested in. Don't see commentating because I find talking quite tough, but
You wouldn't think so.
but yeah, I think like sports analysts would be something I'd be interested in for sure.
Okay. Alongside playing, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, now the women's domestic scene now has gone county-based. So obviously now there's a senior Hampshire team, and they're playing today, of course, as all the others are in Tier 1 are playing around. They're playing at Guildford at the moment. Do you see one day breaking into that side? Would you like to break into that side?
I think it's something I'd aspire to get to that level. Well, I'm in the Hampshire squad and then the Southern Vipers EPP squad that I got picked up this year.
Oh, right.
And yeah, I think that's something I'd like to get to.
Right, we're back underway as Tong comes into Gubbins, who leaves that one alone. Tong is over the wickets. Good pace. From what we've seen the first 2 days, I know the Sonny Bakers and Eddie Jack's got the ball through at times, but Tong is getting it through consistently here. He's into his 6th over, none for 20. Certainly let the batters know that he's around. Plenty of short stuff and just short of a length, banging it into this slowish pitch. 119 for 2. We're on for another over here, Vio, so I'm going to get you to commentate on the next over. All right, to finish off, as that's driven up to mid-on by Gubbins, and there's no run. So we were talking before we came on air, all right? So when you're doing commentary, it's always like, say what you see.
Say what you see.
Stay with the play. So you've got to remember that, the minute the ball's hitting the bat, people are going to want to know what's going on. It's all right if you're watching the live picture feed because you can't know, but for people that are, maybe on BBC Online and the smart speaker and that sort of thing, they can't see. So you just got to keep up with the play and keep describing what's going on. But we'll do that next over with you as Tong comes in again. Short ball and Gubbins hits the deck. Double quick time. He's had to get low as well. My word, it's exciting watching Josh Tong here.
I'm not sure if they give bounces. I'm sure they used to be no balls, but now they signalled wides. If they're above the head,
yeah, that's right. But I mean, to be fair, that didn't get up that high, did it? I mean, Gubbins had to get very low,
down,
didn't he? End of the over, 119 for 2. Tilak has 5, Tilak Varma, and Gubbins has 3. Just to repeat, the 2 openers are gone this morning, both reaching 50s, then both getting out pretty soon after. Weatherly making 52, and Fletcher Middleton making 52 as well. And Viola Elvey is going to take up commentary for this over.
Can't actually see who's coming on, is it?
Oh, Bass is just doing his shoelace up, I think.
Got Tilak Varma on strike, and Abbas coming on to bowl for his... What over is this now?
This will be his 15th.
15th over, yeah.
He's putting in a good shift already, is Mo. 15 overs out of the 44 that's been bowled.
Good leave there. I'll never take a leave. I'm very bad at that. I'm always worried they're going to hit my stumps. Always try and block it out if I can.
Do you?
Yeah.
Are you not somebody that likes to leave the ball outside off stump? You a Ben Duckett?
Yep.
Are you?
Always try and get bat on it. And then that's why I'll get caught behind.
What have the coaches said to you about that then?
They weren't very happy, let's just say. So you blocked that one out. Not a lead there.
Yeah, another length ball from Abbas. It's almost silly to say Abbas is a length ball because that's what he does.
Yeah.
That's what he's all about. And it has already brought him a couple of wickets this morning, although it was a short ball that got rid of Weatherly. Caught down at fine leg.
To be fair, he's bowled a few though. It's good to see. I love watching people bowl short balls, and especially bouncers. It's like it's come into the game quite a lot, especially in the women's as well. It's playing a big role. and I think it's very fun to watch. Let's just say.
It is, yeah. I mean, I've done quite a few women's games this year, and probably seen more short balls bowled this year than ever.
Yeah. Another leave there.
There was a game here, Hampshire Surrey, when all the England players were playing.
Yeah.
On both sides, and I think I saw more bouncers bowled in that game than quite a few games put together. Yeah, there's a lot of bowlers around now that can pitch it short, aren't there?
Yeah, I think we have one bowler at my club that is actually able to. I think it's impressive that they're able to like control it from at this age and be able to implement it into the game. I think it's really impressive, and I just love seeing it being played.
Hamid is having a chat with a bass. He's at the top of his mark. I wonder what they were saying. It's all over. That's all right. No, I say nobody's expecting anything brilliant. You know, this is a learning process, so don't worry. Just say what you say.
He's left-handed.
Yeah.
It was put down to point, was it?
Yeah, played it out to point. Yeah, legs ball. What's happening? Let's have a quick look at the test match. What's happening on the test? 308 for 5, India. Has Dawson bowled this morning? No, he hasn't bowled yet, apparently.
Another bouncer. Ducked out. I'm not sure how high that was, but
it's fairly high.
Yeah.
It's called. The umpires called it one for the over. And Mo's not shy of bowling bouncers anymore. Gosh.
One ball left of the over. Is he bowling round? What actually see?
Yeah, he's still round. Yeah. Oh no, he's coming over now.
He's coming over.
Yeah, he's changing.
Have another quick chat.
Yeah, he's taking his time here, Mo.
Another leave by Varma. And that will be the end of the over.
119 for 2. And the Bassers bowled 15 overs, 2 for 33. Right, we're going to have a double change here. Well done. Viola Ovi, second of our 4 young budding commentators here. We'll hear from the other 2 shortly, but we're going to hear from the experienced duo, Dave Bracegirdle and Amelia Clark.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Viola. Normally bang on about over rates, and it's Nottinghamshire who are dawdling their way this morning. 13 overs we've had in 70 minutes. I know we've had 2 wickets. We've had that little stoppage for Nick Gubbins getting some treatment. There's some replacement players on the field now. There's chats going on. There's all sorts of things. It's going to be a long old day, but it's going to feel like an even longer one if we carry on at 13 overs or 12 overs in that first hour. But we are going to get spin, so this should increase the tempo a little bit. Do you want to rattle through this over of slow left arm spin with Liam Patterson-White, Amelia?
Indeed. Yes, so we're going to have a little change in the bowling up at the pavilion end. Liam Patterson-White's going to come in. We've got Gubbins on strike, the left-hander, so Patterson-White's going to come from over the wicket. And he bowls, and this is pushed leg side, square of the wicket, no run.
Yeah, of course, not swap over their short leggers from the quick bowlers when Ben Slater does it to the spinners. Different technique. Jack Haynes is in there.
And that's in and well left. Carries through to the keeper. Maybe put some spin on just to start getting through these overs a little quicker. Got Gubbins on 6. He's faced 17 deliveries. As Patterson-White comes in again. Oh, an attempt at a sweep round the corner, and that is nice. That's gone for 4. Very nice shot there from Gubbins, timed well.
Yeah, carry over from the T20, that shot. Nice reverse sweep away for 4. In the women's competition, the 2 matches affecting, I guess, the majority of our listeners and viewers. Still no play at Lincoln between the Blaze and Warwickshire. Rain in the East Midlands, according to my good lady this morning, and they've not started at Lincoln. But Hampshire women at Guildford, they're 124 for 3 after 24 overs away against Surrey.
That's Patton White in again over the wicket, and this is just pushed into the offside. Test match, India 309 for 5. Division 1 of the county championship. At Hove, Sussex in their second innings 45 for 2. They're a long way behind, 255 in fact, behind Essex, who badly in need of a win towards the nether regions of Division 1 there. Patton White, one slip in place, and again, this time, again just blocked nicely by Tilak Varma. In the battle between the Bears and the Pears at Edgbaston, the Pears on top at the moment. Worcestershire, the visitors, 80 for 1 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 229. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire still batting 492 for 6 against Surrey. Patton White once more, again front defensive there from Tilak, nicely pushed back. And as I click on that card to see who's at the crease, who's getting runs at 492 for 6, Matthew Revis is 99 not out. Wow. For the Yorkies. So Surrey being held at bay. Here 124 for 2. The end of the over. Division 2, Leicestershire 73 for 4 at Derby, leading the home side by 282 in their second innings. Kent 144 for 2 in their second dig. There's more people out there, and we've got a member of the medical fraternity just having a little natter, I think, to Nick Gubbins, make sure he's okay, but a drink being brought on for Mo Abbas as well. Gloucestershire 234 for 2 against Lancashire at Cheltenham. Lancashire made 557. Northampton 180 for 5 at Merchant Taylors, replying to Middlesex's 625 for 8 declared. I think well, now what's going on? Joe Clark has taken the ball, I think, over to umpire David Milnes. Mo Abbas says, "Where's the ball? You can't have the ball yet." This really is. Yeah, Mo Abbas is not happy that he's not got the ball. He's stood with this sort of one leg crossed over the other, arms folded. He's not looking like a happy bunny at all. Generally, unless they think there's something wrong with the ball, the bowlers just want to get on with it. They don't want other people just holding up the progression of the ball from the last over to get it back into his hands. Here's Abbas coming over the wicket to bowl to Nick Gubbins. A little push into the offside to Asiba Mead, and there's no run. 4 slips, a very staggered slip formation. Got Ben Slater then at point, pretty much covering most of the offside to himself, although the skipper Hamid is at mid-off, so they're the 6 on the offside. And we've got a long leg for Han Ahmed, who took a good catch this morning to dismiss Joe Weatherly from the bowling of Mohammad Abbas. But Joe Clark in on the leg side, saving 1, and Josh Tong at mid-on. Abbas has bowled since the start, into his 16th over, both wickets to fall at a personal cost of 33. Just lost the sunshine for the first time as Abbas bowls. Again, Gubbins gets a stride in and blocks it on the leg side. Gubbins 11 from 22 balls faced. Tilak Varma 5 from 13. Well, a positive from the Hampshire side of things, when Hampshire were bowling, at this point, so what is Hampshire on? 124 for 2, so Nottinghamshire actually lost their second wicket for only 31 runs, so they're actually ahead by quite some way at the moment in terms of when they lost their wickets. Overall, Notts 454 ahead. Another delivery banged in short by Abbas, goes through to Verena. Asked a question earlier on in the day. Mo Abbas has now got over 100 first-class wickets on this ground. Who was his first? I've not had a correct answer yet. Andrew Parker says, "Dave, wasn't Max Holden the start of a hat-trick?" And I didn't know anything about that, and maybe speak to Kevin when he comes
on comms when I get the chance to have a natter to him. And I did have a look. In his first game here for Hampshire, Abbas started off. Oh, there's a little bit of a clue I've given there. This goes through to the keeper. But in his first county championship game here for Hampshire, he began with a hat-trick against Middlesex, and his first one was Max Holden, but that wasn't his first-class wicket on this ground. So there we are. Don't know if you've got any more emails or anybody offering something. 124 for 2. We did have, was it Chris, one correspondent, getting the correct answer a little earlier.
No more answers to the quiz questions just yet. Don't forget, you can always send us your answers, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
Next ball on its way, and eased backward point, and there's no run. And we did have a subsidiary or another question, didn't we, about the youngest Hampshire player of all time? Did we get the official answer sent in by our correspondent?
We did actually, yes. So, according to a little thing called Google, the youngest cricketer ever to play for Hampshire is Charles Robertson Young, who debuted at the age of 15 and 131 days in 1867. He played against Kent at the Baton Bowl, where cricket was sort of first founded, in Gravesend. He also was the youngest cricketer in England for 145 years until Barney Gibson broke his record in 2011. There's a little bit more to come after Abbas comes in and bowls this one, and this is a little bit of a shout from the slip corners, but batted away nicely.
I think Barney Gibson was a Yorkshire wicketkeeper.
A few people obviously been saying about Brad Taylor. Well, Brad Taylor apparently was 17 and 154 days in his 40-over debut against Lancashire. Steve did sort of end this by saying, Dave Allen may know better than Google, the club's honorary archivist. But yeah, so there's your answer, folks.
I know that's Hampshire, but of course for Notts, Farhan Ahmed was only 16 last year when he made his Nottinghamshire debut.
Is this your over on
No, you can have a little bit of LPW.
I stopped the end of yours, the last one. Patterson White just bowls and that's carried through to the keeper.
Oh, Abbas, I just wonder if he's come to the end of his spell. 16 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 33. Bowled since the start this morning, but he's only had, I think he's only had 27.
Front foot defensive there by Tilak.
8 overs this morning Abbas has had.
Got a few emails coming in. I'll try and have a little quick read through. As this again is just defended off the back foot. Oh yeah, there's a few more Abbas wicket guesses coming in.
Go on, read them out then, whether they're the right answer or not.
So one says the Mo Abbas wicket. Was it Dom Sibley for Pakistan v England in 2020?
No, but you're close. That was his second.
Right. As Patterson White comes in again, and this is an attempt at a reverse sweep that misses the keeper, and it goes all the way down to the boundary, and it has gone for 4. There was 2 chasing fielders, but they weren't able to get there. So that was from Ian Pearce. Mark has said he believes his first wicket was Ben Duckett. No, unlucky Mark. Let me see what else we've got. Vernon Needham says Abbas' first wicket at the Rose Bowl was, I'm struggling with that name, Esikanzi?
Steve Eskenazi, no.
That's exactly how I said that.
No. Your closest correspondent, well, we did have one correct answer earlier.
Right. Stephen Clark has actually emailed and says that Brad Taylor was 16, not 17, so even closer to that age for anyone who guessed it, but not quite right. As Patterson White comes in again, and this is Tilak decides just to defend this nicely. We've had another one. David Parker says, was it Zach Crawley in the second test? Ah, well done, David Parker, you've got that right.
No, it was...
No?
Yes, it was Zach Crawley. I don't know if it was the second test. They played 2 here.
Right. Well, you've got the answer no matter what.
Yeah, Zach Crawley. He got him LBW, and then he got Sibley soon afterwards in the or behind closed doors in the COVID summer of 2020, before he played for Hampshire. Hadn't played here during his time with Leicestershire, so Mo Abbas's first matches, or his first 2 matches here, were those 2 test matches played behind closed doors, Pakistan versus England, and his first wicket was Zach Crawley, who then in the second test got was it 250, 260, something like that. Extraordinary stuff. We're going to have Farhan Ahmed to replace Mo Abbas at this end, or it seems like it. Abbas is still hanging around chatting to the umpire, but Farhan is already setting his field, so we're going to get some twirly-whirly stuff at both ends. Meanwhile, at Scarborough, Yorkshire have declared on 517 for 6 against Surrey. Matthew Revis did reach his 100. He was 110 not out at the time of the declaration. So I'm sure all Notts supporters hoping that Surrey's reply runs onto stony Scarborough ground before too long. Here's Farhan Ahmed then from our end of the ground, the hotel end. Be bowling initially to Nick Gubbins, who's on 11. Tilak Varma's on 9. Play will go on until 10 past 1 in this session, and we'll take lunch 10 past 1 till 5 to 2. Or 10 to 2, I beg your pardon, 40 minutes. Here's Ahmed. Round the wicket, the first ball gets a little bit of response there. That one did show signs of biting and a little bit of turn. Through to Verena.
Got another email from John, who, due to for various reasons, was not going to watch today and go to his allotment. He says he's managed to pick 1 kilo of blackberries but didn't get scratched, runner beans and 1 kilo of ripe tomatoes. So a brilliant haul.
Good work, John. Really good work. You can imagine John's allotment, can't you? Next ball's pushed into the covers, there's no run. It'll be all neat and tidy. There's never been a weed grown on John's allotment. All the fruit and veg will be flourishing now. Clearly all ready for picking. Next ball's worked up to Abbas at mid-off, no run. 128 for 2. Green-fingered John. It's a decent morning's work, wasn't it? It only seems like an hour or so since he went off to his allotment.
Indeed.
128 for 2. As Farhan Ahmed floats one up there. Gubbins respectfully blocks it, having a really good look at the 17-year-old here. There's a slip, there's a leg slip. The only 2 close to the wicket catches. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and a couple more out in the deep. This has worked up to Lyndon James at mid-on, very much the Nottinghamshire hero of yesterday, certainly one of the heroes of that excellent looking batting card. But Lyndon James making 203 not out, and thanks to our correspondence earlier, the highest ever score by a Nottinghamshire number 7. There's Farhan Ahmed round the wicket again to Nick Gubbins. This one's drilled through the offside. Nice shot from Gubbins. Patiently waited for that delivery through the course of this over from Farhan Ahmed, and he gets one that he can just lever away through the offside ring and away to the fence. 132 for 2. Nick Gubbins has 15. I think we're both...
we are indeed, yeah. Can have a change again.
We're both going to get the hook again from Kevin. 132 for 2. Kevin is back alongside. We have had a number of correspondents, Kevin. The quiz question. Mo Abbas's first wicket here was in a test match in the summer of 2020 behind closed doors. Pakistan against England. His first wicket was indeed Zach Crawley, and there's been a number of correct answers. Thank you to everybody that's taken part.
Brilliant, well done, Dave. Yeah, good question, that one. He always comes up with a good question, does our Dave. Right, here's Patterson White then with his left arm spinners over the wicket, driven by Tilak Varma up through the vacant deep mid-off area, and that is going for 4. So he moves on to 13. 136 for 2 are Hampshire, and the third of our 4 budding young commentators joins me alongside me, and it's Cecilia Birdsall. How are you? Oh, that's turn you on. There we go. Yes. You're good?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we're going to find out a little bit more about you as we go through this over. As Patterson White is over the wicket again, Varma pushes forward, goes out to backward a point, and there's no run. Right, so which club are you attached to?
Sparsholt.
Sparsholt, right, which is up sort of around the Winchester area, doesn't it? That sort of way. Oh, yeah. Big agricultural college there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's right, yes. That's about all I know about Sparsholt. But apart from the cricket club, of course, which you play at. Here's Liam Patterson White again. Varma drives, finds extra cover, and there's no run. So what is your forte? You're a batter, bowler, all-rounder?
Bowler.
Bowler.
Yeah.
Just a bowler?
Yeah.
Seam bowler, spinner?
Seam.
Seam bowler.
Yeah.
Right arm, I take?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Patterson White bowls, forward is Varma. And what sort of pace? Quick? Medium?
Mid.
Yeah, medium pace. Okay. Best figures this year?
I got a fifer for my school in a cup match.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Varma's forward. Which school's that?
Kez.
Oh, King Edward.
Yeah.
In Southampton.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, I know that. That's Shirley, which is a suburb in Southampton. Well, it's not Shirley, is it? Well, it's on the edges of Shirley, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's not far from where I live as well, so I should know. Patterson White from the pavilion end, 136 for 2. He's into his 9th over here. Last ball of his 9th over. None for 21 as Varma drives. It's fielded by his left hand from Patterson White. End of the over, 136 for 2. Hampshire trail by 442. So a fifer.
Yeah.
Right, and that was a cup match.
Yeah.
Was that a Southampton? Was it Southampton schools or is it a wider area Hampshire Cup game or
It was just a county cup match.
county cup
For
match?
schools.
What's that? There's nothing I've dropped anyway. Oh right. So you won that one.
Yeah.
Are you still in that cup or is it all finished or are you out of it?
No, we lost in the final, I think.
Oh, the final. You think?
I don't really remember.
Between you, some of you don't know where you're playing. Others don't know how many games you played when you went to Rwanda, and now you can't remember playing in a final or not. Wow. So you lost whatever it was you thought was a final. You lost.
Yeah.
Right. Who was that against?
St Swithins.
St Swithins. Right. They're near Winchester. I know that. You know
Yeah.
that school. Okay. Right. Farhan Ahmed with his off spin from our commentary end. He's around the wicket. Gubbins drives and it goes up to mid-off where it's fielded by Lyndon James, the double centurion of the first innings. Do you watch a lot of county cricket?
A bit, not a lot.
Not a lot. When you come up to the ground here, is that when you watch it, or in what other capacity do you watch?
It's more when we're just sitting at home and there's just find something on the TV.
Oh, I see. So it's when it's on the picture feed.
Yeah.
Right. That's pushed out behind square, and there is no one. What's your favourite Hampshire male player? Or have you got one?
I don't really know. I mean, you kind of have to go Joe Weatherly because he did go to my school.
Oh, right. Same school as Joe Weatherly. Oh,
yeah.
Right. So were you applauding him when he got his half century this morning?
Yeah.
Good. Right, okay. Shame he was out pretty soon afterwards. That was Fletcher Middleton. Down the wicket comes Gubbins, hits it high in the air over mid-off, and it bounces and just goes over the rope. Lovely shot, Nick Gubbins. Moves on to 19, and Hampshire on to 140 for 2 in their first innings. Favourite Hampshire women's player in the top team? Do you have one?
No.
Do you watch them much?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you play for Hampshire under
15.
Under 15s, right? Okay. 140 for 2. Gubbins ready to face Ahmed, who has this peculiar start to his run-up, where he sort of rocks from side to side, left to right foot, then comes in and bowls. Gubbins just pushes at that one. It goes out to backward a point, and there is no run. Ahmed's into his 4th over, none for 14. Currently, we've got about half an hour to go until lunch. We've had an hour and a half's play. Hampshire have added 60 to their overnight total, but have lost Joe Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton in the first 50 minutes of play. Ahmed in again, flights that one. Gubbins drives up to Lyndon James, who's gone a little deeper at mid-off, and he moves on to 20. Does Nick Gubbins. So you're another one that's been to Rwanda as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you play both games in there over there as well? You did.
Yeah.
At least we've established there was 2 games now. It's taken a little while, but we did. Did you do anything in those runs or wickets in either of those games?
I think I got a few wickets in the second match.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ahmed bowls. Again, that's flighted. Varma uses his feet well, drives back past the bowler, and that's 4 runs. Varma moves on to 17. Lovely shot. But this guy's a good player. They're both good players out there, but this guy is a very, very good player. He's playing the 3rd of his 4 games contracted to Hampshire. He's on 17, 145 for 2. Is it your ambition as well to play for the Hampshire women's senior team?
Yeah.
It is. Would you like to a career in cricket?
Yeah, I'd
You
hope
would?
so.
Yeah. Do you see, I mean, it's quite interesting. Often the debate is, you know, young people like yourself, you know, looking at, you know, the domestic scene now. Do you see that if you become good enough, and hopefully you do you see a sort of a future where you can earn some good money out of it?
Yeah, I think they've structured the pathway much better over the years, and so it's very easy to imagine yourself and go through the pathway.
Really?
Yeah.
Even so, when it was the regional era, and of course the Vipers covered this area as Patterson White bowls, Gubbins is on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. Was it a little bit more difficult to follow when it was the Southern Vipers?
A little bit, because it's obviously a mixture of areas. Well, here you can, it's quite,
Just Hampshire?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's much easier to follow. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, Gubbins slips. He was going for a single. Fortunately, he slipped very close to the crease rather than halfway down. Goes out towards extra cover. He's just looking at his feet there. Might need to check those studs at lunch, just to check that they're long enough. Might get a replay of this on the picture feed here as Gubbins pushes forward. And, oh, yeah, a little slip. But, as I say, it was literally at the start of his proposed run rather than 4 or 5 paces further down, which would have been a little awkward. Gubbins is on the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers, moves on to a 146 for 2 to Hampshire, and Gubbins on to 21. So I've asked obviously your 2 previous colleagues about Rwanda, and that's an unusual place obviously to go to.
Yeah.
Probably not most people's thoughts of. What was your, before you, have you done 1 trip or 2?
1.
Just the 1, so that was last February. That's pushed by Varma up to mid-off. What was your sort of first thoughts when you were told, did you want to go to Rwanda? What were you thinking?
Basically never heard of it.
Really?
I mean, there's like a partnership.
Forward is Varma.
Like a partnership between Hampshire and like the Rwanda girls set up.
Yeah.
And so I've heard of it, but I didn't really know where it was.
Right.
And so
How long's the flight?
8 hours.
Oh, it's not too bad.
Yeah. I think the way back was like 10.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Patterson White's over the wicket to Varma, plays it into the ground and on the left side. End of the over. Patterson White's bowled 10 overs now, none for 22. There's not a lot out there for him, really. Not a lot of turn. I think we saw 1 from Ahmed turn a little bit earlier to Gubbins, but other than that, there is very little out there for the spinners at the moment. 146 for 2. Cecilia Birdsall, 3 of 4 young people here, so we've got 1 more to squeeze in before lunch. And so you've been watching the game this morning,
Yeah.
haven't you? Is it about the most county cricket you've seen in one go?
Probably.
It is. So the more you sort of learn about cricket and that, do you sort of, because I know part of what the Hampshire Cricket Board are doing here is that they're giving you experiences, aren't they, of not just the game but around the game, like obviously going to Rwanda, which is a major thing. But you guys are obviously doing other little bits as well. We'll come to that. As Ahmed comes in around the wicket, bowls, forward is Gubbins, goes out into the covers. What other things are you sort of learning around that?
Well, there's lots of like coaching and umpiring and scoring based mainly for like girls, like so like under 13, under 11s. I'm just trying to get more people to play. Yeah.
What other aspect outside of the game are you enjoying most? As we watch Ahmed come in and bowl, and Gubbins plays forward once more.
Pardon?
The scoring side, do you enjoy the scoring side? Have you
Yeah,
learnt that
I
yet?
probably enjoy like the umpiring and the coaching the most, because that's when you really like get to know like the players and like.
Okay.
Yeah.
The umpiring, because that can be quite tricky and quite difficult, can't it? Are you an outer or a not outer as an umpire?
Not out.
Are you more of a not outer?
Yeah.
Yes.
I probably shouldn't be as a bowler, but.
Yes, well, there's a few people like that, but yeah, once they're bowling, they think everything's out, and then they become an umpire, and they say, well, no, it can't be out, can't possibly be out. Ahmed has a slip. He has a man on the drive on the offside. It's about the only attacking fielders for now, as he's around the wicket, and Gubbins again gets a length ball, and again he gets a good stride in, and stays on 21. Are there plans for another one around it? Oh, it's about every 2 years though, aren't they? So I guess.
Yeah.
But there was plans, do you know, for another one? Do you think?
I imagine there will
Keep
be,
going, yeah.
but we don't really know yet.
Would you go on that if you were asked?
Yeah.
Okay. Ahmed bowls again. Gubbins pushes that into the gap, square on the offside. Just pushing out with the bat there a little bit, which got 1 or 2 oohs out there, but it was a safe enough shot. 147 for 2. Hampshire trail by 431. So I'm going to do another over, and then I'm going to do commentary of over after that.
Okay.
Okay. So I know you've been listening to your colleagues, and we've been talking about 1 or 2 little tips. So hopefully by now, 1 or 2 of you are sort of understanding it a little bit. All right. So have a little think in a moment, as Ahmed comes in and bowls, and Farmer's on the back foot, plays that very late into the ground, and that is the end of the over. So 147 for 2 here on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match. Email here from Russell Wolf. I don't think it's been read out. Hampshire Cricket at Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That's right. I may have missed it earlier on commentary, and you may be repeating yourself, but would you mind clarifying why Brett Hutton was playing the first 2 days and replaced Josh Tom? Well, that's right. It was announced before the toss, Dave, wasn't it? This situation was happening. That's right, which I think you have to do. He also says he's looking forward to the Somerset game next week. I take it that's at Trent Bridge. Otherwise, don't pack your bags for longer than about a day and a bit, as that's played out on the leg side. And there is no run. Russell's in Doncaster. Gubbins is facing 2 left-handers out there currently for Hampshire. Gubbins is on the back foot, steers that quite fine on the offside. That'll be a single. 148 for 2. Gubbins moves on to 23. These 2 came together when just looking for the score for a moment. Fletcher Middleton's wicket and score at 111. If you want to write that down. 111 for 2 it was. 148 for 2 it is now, which by my maths is 37. These 2 have put on. Change of the field here as well. We're in the 54th over of the Hampshire first innings. Field changes backward a point, as well as an extra cover mid-off and also a deep point. As Patterson White's over the wicket to Varma. He's pushing forward. 17 from 31 Tilak Varma. One thing we've learnt with Tilak from his 3 games so far is that he's very patient, just waits for the right ball to hit. But other than that, he's very happy defending. Patterson White, and there he's come down the wicket and he's hit a lofted drive wide of mid-off, opened the face of the bat as he came down. That's a beautiful looking shot. It is 4 runs, and that is the Hampshire 150. And it's come at a loss of 2 wickets this morning, both openers out just after they'd reached 50. And that 150 has come in the 54th over. There's a lot of batting for Hampshire to do here, isn't it? Not just today, but tomorrow as well. Don't think we're going to see too many of the Hampshire bowlers again in this game. We shouldn't do either. If they do, then well, he'll have to pass the follow-on for a start, which is a long way off yet. That's driven up to deep mid-on by Varma. Total moves on to 153 for 2. Quick look at the Test match, where India are 315 for 6. Dawson yet to bowl this morning. Oh, there's a big shout for all, and he's gone. There's the wicket, 3rd wicket of the morning. And it's Nick Gubbins who stands there, can't quite believe it. I just looked away there for a moment. I presume that's an LBW. He didn't play a shot. Thank you, Dave, who was more on the ball than I was. He's gone. We'll watch the replay here. If you're watching the live picture feed, Patterson White over the wicket. bowls. And, oh yeah, Gubbins has got the bat high up in the air, and he might be slightly outside off stump, but as you know, as an umpire, Cecilia, it doesn't matter. If you're not playing a shot, you run the risk of being out OBW. That just fractionally turned as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Would you have given that out as an umpire?
I think so.
We're just watching that again. It's not a great angle, this one, but you'll see that Gubbins does not play a shot. Thinks it's going past him into the gloves of Verena, but it's just come back. Yeah, it's just come back a little bit. So Gubbins has gone for 23. The third wicket of the morning. Just watching that again. Yeah, there it is. He's well outside off stump, but that ball has turned. And Gubbins, you can see, has stood there. He can't quite believe it. Well, obviously it has to do quite a bit. It has done a bit. And as I say, what you're doing by not playing a shot is you're making the umpire make a decision, aren't you? That's the problem. You're saying to the umpire, well, you're going to have to adjudicate this one. Whereas if you're looking to play a shot and it hits you on the pad, then there's no issue. You're going to be all right. But whether the ball's hitting the stumps or not, I guess, is the only doubt. But yeah, not playing a shot, as I say, brings the decision in play. So that's the end of the over, and Cecilia is going to commentate on this last over. Remember, just talk, say what you see. Just use every means. You've got the scoreboard there, you've got the picture feed here, you've got the play out there. Just talk. It's that easy.
Yeah.
It's all right. Say nobody's expecting too much. This is your first time, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Right. So what's happening out there now?
So Ahmed's re-bowling. He's got one slip, and yeah.
So you can describe the field, if that helps.
It's got a short, got like a catch and cover.
Yeah.
Short and wicket. He's gonna coming into bowl.
Whoa.
Wow.
So what's he done there?
Till it comes down the ground, and he's hit it for 6.
That's a great shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great use of the feet, straight as you like. Hit down towards us. Just watching that again on the replay. This is definitely worth watching. The wicket environment. Oh yes, look at that. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah.
Through the line of the ball. So the total is
153 for 3.
Yeah, sorry, the picture feed wasn't quite caught up. That's right. That's it. Keep going.
Yeah. So Ahmed's coming back to bowl. Past the umpire. Till it leaves that one. Past off stump.
That may just have turned a fraction.
Mm.
Or certainly straightened, I think. Probably straightened more than anything. Keep going.
So, no changes in the field. Comes back to bowl. Defends it. Straight back to cover. Don't know if that one turned a bit.
Yeah, it might have straightened at the most, but...
Yeah. Going to continue going around the wicket to the left-hander. Past the umpire. Into look, drives it. But it's fielded well. For no run.
That's all right. Just the one scoring shot off the over. The maximum off the first ball.
Coming into bowl. Defends it. Straight back to the bowler. No run there.
One more ball left.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a double change.
the last ball of the over. He's gonna. He defends it again. A little bit behind square. And that's 159 for 3 after 55 overs for Hampshire.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cecilia. Right, double change. Mr. Dave Bracegirdle is back, and Amelia Clark to take you up to near the top of the hour. And then we'll have our last of our budding commentators.
Thank you, Kevin. So Notts have a first bowling bonus point for picking up 3 wickets. Liam Patterson-White getting Nick Gubbins there, LBW, not playing a shot. Welcome back, Amelia.
Thank you. Welcome back to you too.
Well, thank you very much. Do you want to kick off this time?
No, you please. You kick off.
Please, sure. I think you only got about an over in last time.
No, go on, you go.
Here's LPW then. Liam Patterson-White slipping a short leg. Balls to the right-handed Tom Preston at 5, and he's off the mark, just deflecting it away behind square on the leg side. Josh Tong will field. So 1 or 2 people this morning. You know what chance have they got, Dave? Oh, just be patient. 3 wickets in the first session, 3 in the second, 4 after tea, and do the same again tomorrow. Well,
they're on the course.
Well, they've got the 3 in this session. They've got the 3 in this session. That's that's assuming that Hampshire don't get up and spoil the party and avoid the follow-on, as this is deflected by Varmer. Just a little dink, tried to just to paddle it away behind square for a boundary, but only got a single, didn't get it properly. But he hit that one properly in the last over, that big 6.
You'll be glad to know that the blaze has started.
Yeah, just seen.
Yeah, 16 for no loss, and Hampshire against Surrey are 174 for 4. They've still got 20 overs left to play. Patterson-White
bowling to Tom Prest, nudges it up to mid-on. So Preston at 5, Ben Brown, Felix Organ, James Fuller to come next, and then Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker. We'll be hoping they're not required today. Patterson-White round the wicket. Bowls all down the leg side. Might be a tickle on this, or might be buys. We'll have to have a look. It was speared down the leg side, and yeah, buys. So Verena, who's travelled here and there and back again, and here and there and back again between his last Notts game and this one, just let 1 or 2 get away from him in this innings, but can't be easy keeping on there. That was speared down the leg side and has gone for 4 buys, and it's 165 for 3. Took a good catch this morning, Verena, to get rid of Fletcher Middleton, the second of Mo Abbas's wickets this morning. Joe Weatherly was caught at long leg by Farhan Ahmed, who judged it nicely. 2 wickets for Abbas, 1 for Patterson-White, who bowls now to the right-handed Prest. Pushes it out as far as the Notts skipper, Asiba Mead.
A couple of people on the emails very much not happy about the last Gubbins dismissal, and whether it was in line or not.
This is defended. Let me guess where they're from. Go on then. End of the over.
They are. They're Hampshire fans, but yeah, I think it was more kind of, but maybe the decision from the umpire. Does it definitely? Because obviously here we don't have any way of reviewing, so you have to go with the umpire's decisions, and maybe a few people not quite happy with that decision.
It's the umpire's judgment, and
absolutely.
If you don't play a shot, you are then asking him to make a judgment. Notts appealed, and he decided that there was a little bit of turn there. The batter wasn't playing a shot, and in David Milne's opinion, it would have clipped the stumps. If you play a shot outside the line, you're safe.
And there you go.
A lesson to all young cricketers.
So we've got Ahmed coming from the hotel end. Going to come in and right arm around the wicket. Nicely driven down the ground by Tilak. Down to the long on. Just the 1 for them.
That said, you can understand why some people would say, well, clearly there has to be a little bit of doubt, but there wasn't any doubt in the umpire's mind. That's the point. He's the sole adjudicator, and he decided, having stood there, watched Liam Patterson-White bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl, he clearly had a feel for what the bowler was doing, how much the ball was turning, and felt it was going to disturb the furniture.
So now to Prest. Ahmed's going to come over the wicket. Just steadying himself, grounding himself before he starts. Good length, and this is just played leg side. No run. Field will reset, take a couple of steps back, make sure they're in their correct position. We've had 56 overs so far, and we've got at least another 79 to go today. As Ahmed comes in, this is flighted a little bit fuller, and that's driven really nicely through the offside and into the covers, and that will go for 4. Very nicely done.
Yeah, lovely shot from Tom Prest. His first boundary takes him on to 5. Not got no protection out on the offside for Farhan Ahmed. So once he's had penetrated that ring between point and extra cover, it was always going to go for 4. But it was as Amelia described, it's a lovely stroke by young Prest.
In a test match, it's 321 for 6 to India. Pant is back in after an injury yesterday, but it does look like it's just started raining there, so it might not be going on much longer as Ahmed comes in, and this time instead just plays straight to mid-wicket.
Be doing what he did in the last game, where they were just playing as a batter.
Yes. Well, yeah, a lot of rain, a lot of people leaving the test match now or going to find cover. Suddenly the heavens have opened there. As Ahmed comes in here, no rain here though. As this again just very nicely played again to mid-wicket. Trying to find a little bit of a gap is Prest, but not finding it yet. Hampshire 170 for 3.
4 bowlers used this morning by Notts. Josh Tong, Mo Abbas had the first hour between them. Tong bowling rockets on his release from the England Test squad. Abbas picking up the 2 wickets, and since then we've had the 2 spinners in tandem, Patterson White and Farhan Ahmed is bowling now.
As in he comes again past the umpire, still over the wicket, and pressed on a nice front defensive there. End of the over, just the 5 off it, and 170 for 3 are Hampshire. They chase, or they have a deficit of 408, is that? I can't.
It is,
yeah.
it is, yeah. So they're going to be behind, you'd imagine, all of the day. Need a substantial partnership to get them between lunch and tea, really, just to steer them back to calmer waters. If Hampshire are 5 or 6 down by tea, I think Notts will be quietly the happier of the 2 sides. There's Liam Patterson White to bowl. Remember, lunch is at 1:10 still making up lost overs from day 1. He bowls now, and the slog sweep from Tilak Varma propels the ball out towards the boundary on the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. Ball is flicked back by Slater, and a little bit of a replay there. Hasib Hamid hurls the ball in from deep, and they get 3. Good running, good fielding. 173 for 3.
Yeah, it was very nice weather this morning. We said it was the nicest of all 3 mornings, but it does feel like the clouds have come in a little bit. They're not dark, they don't look too threatening, but they've just taken away that sunshine.
Yeah, the local weather this morning didn't strike fear in the hearts of any cricket lovers, I don't think, or John Down on his allotment. Looks like a nice day weather-wise, or at least a dry day. Next ball's cut to backward point to Joe Clark. And there's no run.
Hasn't scared off any of the crowd in today. Nice bit of a crowd, still quite quiet for our usual sort of amount, but a nice few people in.
White bowls pushed back to him by Prest, the right-hander. Freddie McCann from slip just wanders across and has a word in the ear of Jack Haynes. Jack Haynes at leg slip. Next ball, they're appealing from behind the wicket. Patterson White not interested this time. As Prest lunged forward, I think the bowler would have had a clear sight of an inside edge onto the pad there. It remains 173 for 3. Quarter of an hour or so left in this session. Can Notts get another one? Can they get greedy? This one's pulled away on the leg side, up in the air, and Notts will get a wicket. And Patterson White has dropped one in short, and Tom Prest can't believe what he's done. He's taken on that pull, and it's gone straight up in the air to mid-on. And Notts are ahead of the game here, you fancy. They would have bitten your hand off for 3 wickets at the start of the session. They've got 4, still with 15 minutes to go. And Prest has gifted his wicket away there, really. He's going to take some dragging off the Utilita Bowl ground here. He's dragging his bat away. That was a very, very soft wicket to give Liam Patterson White. Calvin Harrison, who played a little bit for Hampshire in that COVID season in the T20, on as a subfielder, and he's taken the catch. Pressed out for 5. Second wicket for Liam Patterson White.
At that interval, we're going to have a little change in commentary.
Thanks, Amelia. The great man is back again. He's barely had a chance to pop his slippers on and get his feet up this morning. He's a busy man. Welcome back, Kevin James.
Thank you very much, Dave. I have to get you off because every time you're on there's a wicket, so we've got to get you off. Right, the fourth of our young budding commentators, Lottie Blackwell, is here. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
How have you made this morning's play? What have you made of it so far?
I mean, they're doing quite well with 4 wickets in just the morning session. But yeah, it's been quite interesting to watch.
It certainly has. A little bit of a harder watch for a Hampshire fan than it has been for a Nottinghamshire fan. I think Nottinghamshire would be massively pleased with the fact that they have picked up 4 wickets in just the session. Hampshire 80 without loss, now 173 for 4, trail by 405. Right, Lottie, so we've heard from 3 of your colleagues. Which club are you at?
Well, I was meant to be changing clubs this season from Odium and Growell to Alton. However, I haven't really had a chance to play.
Oh, right. Are you injured?
Yes, I've got a stress fracture in my lumbar 5, so I've been off since April.
Right. Oh, my word. Now, okay, I understand a stretch fracture. Number 5, what's that?
It's like where your back curves, it's just above the curve in the back.
Oh, no. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
So I guess all winter you've been looking forward to a whole season, and
yeah, right at the start, hadn't really played any, hadn't played any matches at all. So.
Right, Ben Brown, the captain, is the new batter out there in the middle. It's going to be Liam Patterson White to continue from the pavilion end. He's picked up a couple of wickets this morning. As forward is Brown. It's got everybody excited out there in the middle, and quite rightly, they're ahead of the game, that's for sure. End of the over, 173 for 4. We are going to do a slightly extended lunch break because we're making up overs from the time lost for rain, so we'll be going through to 1:10 So I take it from your injury you're a bowler?
Yeah, pace bowler.
Pace bowler,
yeah.
Yes. What sort of pace? Are you a bit quicker than Cecilia?
Yeah, I got gun tested just before I got injured, and I think I was bowling around 54.
Okay.
So.
Right.
Yeah.
And how long have you been playing?
Under 7s.
Oh, wow,
so
gosh, quite a while.
8 years.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And the pace has obviously got quicker each year.
Yeah,
a
little bit quicker as I've got stronger and older.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
it's always good to see an increase.
Right, Farhan Ahmed then to continue, starting his 8th over. None for 31 as he bowls to Varma. Varma is forward defending. It's been a nice mix from Tilak Varma, isn't there, of defence and some lovely shots straight in the air.
Yeah.
What an exciting player he is. And I asked a couple of them before, do you follow much men's domestic cricket?
Not really men's.
Just the women?
Yeah. We normally, like, if we have it on, we have it on in the background. But
okay.
The thing is, it's quite hard to find.
Yeah.
So it's not, yeah, we don't have it that much.
Hard to find as in what the picture feeds?
Yeah, and like, yeah, stuff like that.
Right.
And to get it on like the television and stuff.
Okay.
So.
Do you watch the England women?
Yes, I do.
Right, okay.
So.
Ahmed's in again. Around the wicket to the left-handed Varma, who's on the back foot, cuts that away to backward a point, but is fielded by Patterson White. No, it's not Patterson White there. In fact, there might be a sub-fielder on, I think, but anyway. It is Patterson White, sorry. Score remains on 173 for 4. Who's your favourite England player?
I'm going to be really generalised and go Kate Cross.
Okay, because she's a pace bowler.
Yeah.
Not Lauren Bell?
Not
no, Lauren Bell?
She's really nice, but we both bought in swing, but yeah.
Let's play back to the bowler. Really? I thought you were going to come straight out with it. Lauren Bell, my favourite.
No. She is really sweet though.
Yeah.
Met her a few times.
Yeah.
So.
But Kate Cross is the one. Okay. She's had an injury as well, hasn't she? She's been struggling a bit for a while. Just coming back, hasn't she, in the last couple of months or so. Ahmed bowls, flighted. Ahmed whacks that through extra cover. Again, good use of the feet. It's gone along the ground this time.
Gone for a 4.
It's gone for 4, yeah, beautiful shot. It's tended to go aerial at times. This time he's decided to hit it along the ground. Watching the replay here. Again, look at the use of the feet there and quick bat speed through the ball. And he moves on to 37 from just 47 deliveries. When are you sort of due to come back playing? Is there a date?
Well, meant to. So you have to have a lot of MRIs. So meant to have an MRI on the 16th of August, but I'm not sure I'll be allowed to back playing quickly after that.
Right.
So
it could almost be a whole season out. Almost, I suppose.
I think it probably will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. As you come back stronger, that's what it's all about. As Farmer plays that quietly on the leg side. End of the over. 177 for 4. And Hampshire are behind by 401. Remember, the follow-on target is 429. Hampshire a long way away from that. So, we've got spinners at both ends, so we're getting through a few overs, that's for sure. Hampshire beginning the day on 80 without loss. Have lost Joe Weatherly, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gummins and Tom Prest. So you've been to Rwanda as well?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, in February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you enjoy most about it?
Just getting to meet different people, because they're really different from how we are. They're way more enthusiastic, hardworking and energetic. So it was really nice to meet people with just a whole different work ethic and stuff.
Patterson White in. Brown drives up towards mid-on. No run there. Yet to get off the mark. Just a couple of balls he's faced. So were you fit then? Were you able to play?
Yeah, but the heat got me a bit.
You got what?
The heat's got me a little bit.
Oh really?
So
okay. Yeah, not the place to bowl pace bowling, I should think, to play back to the bowler.
And up a bit of a hill as well.
Oh, you were bowling uphill?
Well, it was a bit of a hill, not really.
Right.
So,
Here's Patterson White again, round the wicket. Brown plays it on the onside, he'll get a run there, he's off the mark. Hampshire move on to 178 for 4 with just 7 minutes to go until this extended morning session comes to a halt for lunch. So exactly 400 now between the two sides after Nottinghamshire declared yesterday on 578 for 8 just after tea on day 2. It's coming over the wicket then to Varma. It's got a short leg in, it's got a slip as well, quicker ball. Varma plays that into the ground on the leg side. So some of the projects we've heard about that you guys were involved with in Rwanda, what was the project that you probably enjoyed most?
I really enjoyed working with the younger children.
Oh, it's up in the air, it's up in the air. It's just gone past Hamid running back towards mid-wicket. Just bounces just in front of it. So, yes.
So, yeah, working with the children was really nice just because they were so sweet and lovely and way, way different to us.
Yeah.
So,
179 for 4. The bonus point situation is that Nottinghamshire have 6 currently and Hampshire have 2. As Patterson White comes around the wicket and bowls to Brown, hits that into the ground, fielded That's short leg by Jack Haynes, and that's the end of the over. So we've got 6 minutes to go, so we'll probably get 2 overs in.
Yep.
So as I've done with previously with your colleagues, I'll do the next over and you can do the final over up to lunch.
Okay.
Commentary, all right? So as we've been talking about, it's just keeping things flowing, just say what you see, use the picture feed if you want to, use the scoreboard if you want to, use what's happening out there in the middle as well. So I'll do this over. Ahmed, I've got a feeling we're not going to get more than, we'll say we get 2, we may get
3.
Depends on how long Ahmed takes on this one, whether it's more than 1. We'll have to wait and see. It's up to Nottinghamshire, really, how they see it. If they want to squeeze another one in. It's going to be bowling to Varma here. Short extra cover. There's a ring of cover fielders and there's a deep point as well. But both the mid-on and mid-off are about halfway back. So the shot is on over the top for Varma if he wants it. Ahmed just takes his time. That little shuffle from right to left foot as he begins his run up, which is very unusual. Farmer plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, there's 5 minutes to go until lunch. I think we'll get another over in, so you will get your chance. You will get your chance to have a commentary for that over. The women are also playing today. The 50 over competition is back after the T20 competition. Both Hampshire and the Blaze are involved today. The Blaze are 36 without loss against Warwickshire. That's in the 8th over. Varma plays forward, wants a single as it goes out to backward a point, but sent back by Ben Brown. And Hampshire, who are taking on Surrey. That game's a little further advanced. They are, in fact, that game between the Blaze and Warwickshire has just been cut, or has been cut. It's not a 50 overs a side game. That is about 38 or 39 overs, I think, of a quick calculation. Hampshire are 224 for 5 at Guildford after 37 overs. Freya Kemp is 53 not out there. Maya Boucher, back from England duties, has made 51 earlier, as that's played out on the offside. Good to see Maya Boucher back at the top of the order for Hampshire. 51 of 52 balls she made. Freya Kemp 53 not out from 41, 224 for 5 after 37 are Hampshire, who are currently top of that 50 over group. And the final of that competition, you may or may not know, is here in late-ish September. Forward is Varma, plays it up to mid-on, and will pick up a single. Hampshire move on to 180 for 4. 2 balls left, and you're on, Lottie. On for commentary up to the lunch break. Now, change of field here for the new batter, Brown, who's faced just the 5 deliveries. There's going to be 3 men around the bat. There is going to be a slip. There is a leg slip which has just gone in, and there is a short leg as well. And Ahmed is going to stay around the wicket to Brown, and very quickly in the test, which certainly is coming up to lunch. India 3-2-1 for 6. So they've lost 2 wickets this morning. As Ahmed bowls, Brown plays that into the ground to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And Dawson still hasn't bowled this morning. Liam Dawson. Ahmed just taking his time. Yeah, 2 minutes to go until lunch. 1 ball left, we will get another over. Just taking his time, Ahmed. Shuffling even more from side to side as he comes in, runs away from us, and Brown plays that into the ground, plays it back to the bowler, and that is the end of Ahmed's over. 9 overs, none for 36. Lottie, all yours.
Okay.
Hampshire trailing by 398 with 6 first innings wickets remaining.
Looks like Patterson White is going to come back on from the pavilion end.
Done well this morning. He picked up Gubbins and Prest. Last 2 wickets that have fallen. Mo Abbas the first 2.
And that is left outside off for the start of the Over.
That's all right. This is Patterson White's 15th over, 2 for 35 he has currently. Looking to pitch the ball into some rough outside Varmus off stump.
And that is defended to cover.
Score remains on 180 for 4.
2 dots to start the over. What bowler likes. Ah. Guided for another dot.
We're on the dot, 10 past 1. It is lunchtime.
Yeah. That is swept nicely into the leg side for a 4.
It's a great shot.
It's taking Talek to 43.
That is a great shot. Just fetched from
Well
just
played.
outside off stump.
Got it in a good gap as well.
He did, didn't he? Through square. Lovely arc of the bat, isn't it? Full on stretch, beautiful. That's the way to play a sweep shot square on the off leg side.
Ooh, bit of uncertainty on the call there, but ended up just not taking the run. Last ball of the over, and probably the last ball before lunch. Patterson White runs in, and well kept out by Talek.
Quicker ball to end that session. So 2 hours and 10 minutes come to an end. Hampshire, I think, will be happy that they can regroup, have a bit of time to think about things in the dressing room. Good session for Nottinghamshire, that one, Lottie. 184 for 4 then, Hampshire. Trail by 394 in the game. Tilak Varma is 43 not out. Ben Brown is 1 not out, which means that 4 wickets fell this morning. Nottinghamshire will certainly be happy with that. The first of those, Joe Weatherly, pulled Mohammed Abbas down to fine leg for 52. Fletcher Middleton edging Abbas through to the keeper, also for 52. Nick Gubbins, LBW, not playing a shot to Liam Patterson White. And Tom Prest got underneath a pull shot, also off Patterson White, and was caught at mid-wicket for 5. 184 for 4 then, and we'll take a quick break. And we'll be back for the afternoon session in just under 40 minutes' time. 80 without loss. They added 104, but they did lose 4 wickets. Joe Weatherly made a half century. Fletcher Middleton made a half century. Both were out soon after to the former Hampshire seam bowler Mo Abbas. Nick Gubbins went for 23, not playing a shot to Liam Patterson-White, LBW, and Tom Prescott underneath a shortish delivery from Patterson-White and skied it straight up in the air to mid-wicket. And he went for 5. Tilak Varma is 43 not out. Ben Brown is 1 not out. If Nottinghamshire keep taking 4 wickets in innings, I very quickly calculated off the top of my head they'll win this by tea time tomorrow. Amelia Clark is still here. Batting commentators are here for one more time this afternoon. It's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Nottingham, Dave Bracegirdle. Dave, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's had a satisfactory lunch.
Mine was.
Popped down to my room and watched a fellow win £10,000 on Impossible. How about that? Which of these 3 teams for £10,000 did England beat in the 2018 World Cup?
Did you know the answer?
Let's say yes, shall we?
That means, what does that mean, yes or no?
I got Panama and I can't remember who the other one was, and I'd have said Denmark, but the other team was Sweden that they beat on penalties. And
you were half there.
Yeah. Anyway, we are going to get Josh Tong back into the game. He bowled a spell this morning of 6 overs none for 20 at the start of the day. It actually took an hour. We only had 12 overs sent down by Notts between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Josh Tong just loosening up, getting himself ready for his second assault. Little surprise because that second new ball 18 overs away, so don't think this will be too long a spell from JT. He comes in and we're underway with, crikey, that's a little bit of a post-lunch swish at the ball. That's descriptive for you, isn't it? It was fairly full, it was fairly wide, but he had a right old waft at that one, didn't he?
Did a little bit.
Like Harry Potter with his wand. Not that I've ever seen or read Harry Potter, but like Paul Daniels with his wand. There we go. 180. 4 for 4. 2 wickets for Mo Abbas in the first hour of the day. 2 wickets for Liam Patterson-White between midday and lunch. Josh Tong bowls elegantly stroked into the offside, but straight to Lyndon James by Brown. Liam Patterson-White, congratulations. I had a prompt from Dan to say, I think that's 200, Dave. I think that's 200. So I had to have a look, and it is 200 career wickets for Liam Patterson-White. 22 in the T20, 41 in List A, and 137 in first-class cricket. So he's got there fairly speedily. Congratulations to Liam, and he'll be hoping to get a few more during this game as Tong bowls short of a length, pushed again into the offside to Lyndon James.
He generates a bit of pace, Mr. Tong, doesn't he?
Does.
The quickest bowler on show, I think, so far.
Yeah.
Good arm, strong shoulder.
You know, obviously at Worcestershire he was one of those that you perhaps saw once or twice a season. Didn't play much against Notts. I mean, he's had a lot of injury issues. Signed for Notts and then missed all of the 2024 campaign, so didn't even get to meet him last year. He bowls again and Brown turns it to leg. Said on media day, or ahead of media day, you know, I'd like to interview you know, A, B and C was Josh Tong, and he came and sought me. Hello, Dave, I'm Josh. Understand we're down for a chat today. Shall we do it? And it was lovely. Got to know each other over a 20-minute chat, and he's a lovely, seemingly, he's a lovely fella to have around the group. A lot of friends, of course. 4 ex-Worcestershire players in the squad, all in the foyer last night. This is down the leg side, paddled away by Brown off something. Might be a leg bye. It is going to be a leg bye. 185 for 4.
Used to be Leicestershire you raided, now it's Worcestershire.
Hey. Nobody has gone down to New Road and, you know, sort of herded them into the back of what they used to call it, the Black Maria, and made them go to Trent Bridge. But yeah, Joe Clark first of all, and then it was a buy one get one free as McNeil went and signed Pennington and Tong on the same day, and he went back a week or 2 later and got Jack Ames as well. So we're going to get Tilak Varma, who's looked amongst the most accomplished players on show in this match, certainly today. Played one or two eye-catching shots this morning, but defensively very sound, very solid, good technique, and pushes this to backward point. Fielded by Farhan Ahmed, who took a good catch this morning, and that's the end of the opening over of the afternoon session. A maiden to Josh Tong. There was the leg by, of course, but his figure's now 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 20.
I don't know if Amelia came to this email. I don't think she did. Paul Sadler emailed just before lunch. No, she didn't. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Quick question for Mr. Bracegirdle. He's in earshot. Please, Dave, as a lifelong Notts fan, I've always wanted a portrait of Trent Bridge in my living room. My daughter Gracie, who starts a university course in fine art, wants to draw Trent Bridge on a large canvas, and I've penciled in a Metrobank 50 over game to take her down to just wondering if I needed permission from the club to do a portrait. Don't want to get into trouble, says Paul. Does he get in touch with somebody at the club? I suppose he did, wouldn't he?
If you forward that email to me, I'll forward it on to
Oh, that's very kind.
one or two people. Sorry, that was from Paul, was it?
Paul Sadler, yeah.
Right.
I will do that.
Of course, it's it's a great time, obviously, the school holidays, so they
Certainly is. Patterson White then with his left arm spinner bowls and brings Brown forward.
in a sense, but in another sense, it's not great because of all the scaffolding and everything up at the pavilion end, all the canopies. It's a little bit of a building site look about it at the moment.
But a good artist would have raised that, I'm sure. AI, just put that into AI. That's pushed out on the onside. Quick single for Brown. Takes the total onto 186 for 4.
Hey, aye.
AI. That'll do all the erasing for you,
Do you do all that?
Well, we've had some BBC courses on that, actually. I can't say how many were the wiser, but yeah, I'm sort of trying to get my head around it. You? Are you a whiz kid on that?
Oh, yeah.
No, I thought so.
Yeah. Anything technical, I'm your go-to. Have you just sent that email?
Yes, I've sent it on
Thank
to you.
you.
I think you've got it.
Yes.
That's good news. Thanks, Dave. Right, Patterson White will be over the wicket to Varma. He's continuing from the pavilion end. Is Patterson White comes in again and bowls. Varma drives. He said it passed the short extra cover, but there is a deepish mid-off who comes around, and Varma moves on to 44. 187 for 4. Farmer's been amazingly consistent for Hampshire in his third game here. Already 100 to his name. Brown is forward, just works that into the gap on the leg side, and the total moves on to 188 for 4. Hampshire behind by 390. That is all. And the following target, just to repeat, is 429. Hampshire can't afford to have another session where they lose 4 wickets here.
So who's part of the recent India A side in this country?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think he did. I knew this earlier. Lovely sweep shot in front of square on the leg side, along the ground. Chase for Hamid. I think he might just get there in time. Slides into that and pulls that one back. And Varma takes 3. And that takes him on to 47. I say that, I did have that all written down when he played his first game against Essex 2 championship games ago. Certainly played in the IPL for the Mumbai Indians. 91 for 4 then. Field changing for the right-hander Brown. As in comes Patterson White. Brown works that foolish delivery on the leg side and moves on to 4. Scoring shots off every ball bar the first delivery of that over. So 64 overs have gone, which means 16 overs until the second new ball. So not too far away. And Hampshire 192 for 4. Michael Poor also emailed just before lunch, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Looking at the scorecards yesterday from this round of fixtures, Leicestershire's 398 was made without a batter making a double-figure score. I presume he means treble. 3 centurions and extras contributing 16. Is this a record? And what is Hampshire's highest without a batter recording double digits? Not sure I quite understand that one. Me and my friend Johnny would love to know. I'm not sure I could work that out anyway, Michael, if I'm honest. If Dave Allen was here, he might be able to make an attempt at that one, but the rest of us are not quite into stats quite as much as Dave. But I need to understand double digits, because double digits, of course, can mean anything from 11 onwards. I would have thought for 398 that would certainly be the case. So it might be a typo in there. Here's Tong, bowls, full, driven out into the covers by Brown. And there is no run. What it has done is prompted me to take a quick look at the test match, where India are 337 for 8. Oh, there's been a couple of wickets there. Stokes has picked up some 2-in-1 over. Ben Stokes, thank you very much, Amelia. Bumrah is out there in the middle now. Pant is back out, resuming his innings after that injury yesterday. Here's Tong, runs away from us and bowls, left alone outside of the off stump. Dawson still hasn't bowled today. Stokes has 5 for 63 from 20 overs. So India 343 for 8, and the women's 50 over competition has returned today with both the Blaze and Hampshire in action. The Blaze's game against Warwickshire has been cut by a few overs. They're into the 24th over. It's down to about 40 overs a side, I think, that one. Here's Tong again. Bounces a little bit on Brown, who's in behind that one. The Blaze are 125 for 1 in the 24th against Warwickshire. Marie Kelly made 66 there. And leaders Hampshire, who are at Guildford today against Surrey, who are surprisingly in mid-table. And they've batted out. They're all out, actually, right at the end of their 50 overs were Hampshire. 278 with half centuries from Maya Boucher and Freya Kemp as Tong comes in and bowls. Length ball. Brown is forward with a textbook forward defensive shot. Abby Norgrove made 40 there, and Nancy Harmon returning to the side. Finished 32 not out. 3 wickets for Phoebe Franklin. And a couple for Alice Davidson-Richards on her return from the England setup as well. Right, 192 for 4. Brown facing Tong, who's into his 8th over. He's not taken a wicket as yet. Not for the want of trying. And he's going to put somebody out at deep backward square leg.
Slater.
Who's away in the distance. Away to our right. In comes Tong, short. Very short. Quick. On here, that's quick. On this, it's always called a no ball by the umpire.
If you're Ben Brown, you're thinking, do I really want that delivery again? You are, aren't you? It's 2 to the total.
Yeah, you don't want any extra deliveries, that's for sure, when the
just,
ball's up around your nose.
You just want Tong to blow himself out here, but if you can get that with a ball that's sort of 65 overs old,
it's incredible.
Wait till he gets the new one in his hand in an hour.
Looking forward to that one as Tong comes in again. Bowls to Brown. That's a full delivery. Brown is well forward, almost down on one knee as he pushes that out into the covers. Well, Brett Hutton was worked hard last night, and I suppose Tong, because he's had a few days off, is going to be equally worked hard for the next couple of days. Hampshire trail by 386 on the first innings. Are below this morning, losing 4 wickets. Don't want to be losing wickets at that rate if they want to try and save this game. Nottinghamshire would have been very happy at the lunch break. Tong in again, right arm over, 3 slips weight and bowls down the leg side. It sort of kicks off a length, that one. Just finds that bit extra, does Tong. Well taken by Verena behind the stumps. The slips thought that was the end of the over.
Yeah, clearly he didn't, but I thought he nicked that. Yeah, they missed the signal. They were too busy gassing, having a bit of a natter amongst themselves. They missed the call of the no ball for the extremely short one. Like at Trent Bridge, there's no excuse. I was going to say for the umpires don't know here, and it's just gone off the board. I was going to say dot dot y dot dot dot, and they were all added. Oh, I was trying to add them all up, and now they have decided it is the end of the over. Only 6, gents. Only 6.
It's like a sixth sense, the players, wasn't it? It's like they automatically knew that was the end of the over without even probably realising it.
Well, the sun's come back, but that was all down to the umpires in the first place for calling a no ball. for that short one. 193 for 4. Hampshire trail by 385. They're going to be behind in the game for as long as it lasts, you'd imagine.
Yes, we're getting through a few overs today, Dave.
We needed to, and it got 12 in the first hour. So Notts had to just speed things up a little bit. Here is LPW. Liam Patterson-White bowls to Varma, who's 3 runs away from a half-century. Do you want to guide him to the milestone, Kev?
Do I want to what, sorry?
Guide him to his milestone. He's 1 blow away from a 50.
Oh, I've already guided him to 2. In his 3 innings to date.
I was trying to jinx him, actually. He's on strike now. Goes deep into his crease, pushes it back to the spinner. Who's into his 17th over here, Liam. He, like Farhan Ahmed, is already used this season to bowling long spells. Comes in once more over the wicket, past umpire Milnes, and bowls delivery that's left alone by Varma, goes through to Verena. Nick Gubbins left one alone to his cost. Just after midday was given out LBW. Just the 4 bowlers bowled so far. We've not seen Lyndon James today, and just noticed Freddie McCann whirling his arms around at slip as the next ball's pushed into the covers, and there's no run. 193 for 4. We had a little bit of Lyndon James last night, and obviously we had a good chunk of Brett Hutton, 12 overs from him, so 6 different bowlers employed so far by Notts. This one goes through to wicket-keeper Verena. Pushed through a little quicker, a little flatter from the spinner. A couple of Galls doing pirouettes. Joined by a 3rd in front of us. Patterson-White again. Pleasantly warm despite the overcast conditions, and Patterson-White will field off his own bowling at the end of the over. Maiden to LBW, P-White as it says on the board, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 46.
I looked at my weather app earlier this morning, and it suggested no rain at all. If my app's anything to go by, if we are going to get anything, it might be in the next hour, but I don't know. I'm looking over there. There may be a trickle. I don't think it'd be. I don't know, actually. The more I look, I suppose it looks a little threatening, but into the distance away to our right looks all right.
My weather app.
What's yours
Write
saying?
a letter to the Met Office, and 3 days later they'll write back to me and tell me what's going off. I don't tend to either look at them or believe them a great deal. No. If I catch the morning breakfast on the telly, I'll have a little look and get the general picture on what we might get.
Josh Tong getting ready. Still got the man out in the deep on the leg side, deep square leg. There's Bass gets pushed a little wider at mid-on. Tong's in, right arm over. Bowls to Brown, length ball. Brown gets it hit high on the bat, keeps it down, runs through the vacant gully area. And will it run all the way to the rope? Yes, just. Much to the delight of the few and the spectators around that vicinity.
Quite rightly, you said their length ball. That was the last thing I was expecting. Once he'd moved Mo Abbas from mid-on, nice and straight, almost round to, well, he is round at mid-wicket, isn't he? So there's nothing at mid-on or mid-off. So anything that is pitched up is potentially drivable for Ben Brown, but he's found another way to reach the ropes.
Is that Freddie McCann running down there?
Yeah.
It looked like he just went to flick it back, and as he did so, it hit his knee. And that took it over the rope. 197 for 4. The deficit now is just 381. As Tong comes in and bowls. Length ball. Brown works it away on the leg side. He does hit the bat hard, does Tong. Gone down to fine leg. Brown moves on to 9. 198 for 4. Here at the Utilita Bowl. We're on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on the live picture feed. The Hampshire Cricket website. Let's go back to Trentbridge on their website as well, and we're also on your smart speaker, or most of your smart speakers. Just say ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire, and we're also around the ground. on in-ground commentary. Kevin James, Dave Bracegirdle with you as Tong switches to round the wicket for the left hand of Varma. Bowls, Varma's forward. Plays that back to the bowler, who tries to play a little bit of football. Not quite the skills that Dave Bracegirdle used to have.
Oh, eh?
You used to be a footballer. You used to you were a bit of a footballer in your time, weren't you?
What? If only. If only the scouts had been there that day.
98 for 4.
Choice, it would have been cricket.
Was
every day of the week.
Yeah. Well, you are an international in cricket, as we know. It's a bouncer. Flies through to Verena.
Don't like to mention it, but Italy are through to the World Cup.
Yes.
Did you hear?
Well, you did mention it, actually. And you're still waiting for that invitation. Another wicket.
I've got to
Panther's gone in the Test match. Thank you, Amelia.
I've got to relearn the words to the Italian national anthem before I.
Oh, have you?
Before I get called up again.
You've got to pledge allegiance. So India 9 down in the Test. As Tong's in, almost wide of off stump, but again it's good carry. It's on its way up from a length through to Verena. That's outrageous on this wicket. Pant was bowled by Jofra Archer for 54. 349 for 9. Archer now has 2. And Dawson has not appeared at all today with the ball in hand.
The second new ball here is going to be interesting, I fancy.
Cool, that with I tell you what, that one would have gone over Verena's head with the new ball. Isn't it amazing how some bowlers can just find that sort of bounce that kicks off a wicket? There it is again as Varma's forward. Just have that knack of just hitting the deck, and it seems to come off quicker than it actually got put into the deck. Very few bowlers have that skill. Hadley was one, of course, in the yesteryear. 67 overs gone, 198 for 4.
Yeah, I'll be perfectly honest, and I should know better, but I wouldn't have been at all surprised had he looked a little rusty this morning. And you know, he's had obviously lots of net sessions with England and all the rest of it, but as everyone will say, you can't actually beat game time being out there in the middle. You know, the cut and thrust of the battle. I wouldn't have been surprised had he been a little rusty, as he's not had a match for 3 or 4 weeks. But he was right on it this morning. Started with a pacey maiden, an accurate pacey maiden, and he's really continued those standards all day. It's Patterson White round the wicket, a sweep from Ben Brown. Nobody down there at long leg except the ball now as it makes its way over the ropes and clatters into the advertising hoarding. Nicely executed from Ben Brown.
Yes, unlike Varma, who's been hitting his sweep shot with some venom. That was nicely played. 200 up for Hampshire as well.
First ball of the over, it's always a good opportunity to score runs, I fancy, if it's just slightly offline. Winning start to the over for Ben Brown. Patterson White bowls and the Hampshire skipper just nudges it back to the spinner. 202 for 4. Here on top of the roof. At the bottom end of the country. In simplistic terms, we've got the was it M27 behind us?
Yep.
It's pushed out to a mead in the covers, and beyond that there's some wet stuff.
It's the top end of the country for most of us.
Everything's north from here. 202 for 4. This ball is pushed into the offside for a single. Tell you what is a long way north from here, and that's Durham, and you've got to go there.
I have, Dave, and I'm looking forward to it. Yes. From the moment that draw was out of the hat.
Well, they don't do the draw, do they?
Pump my fist in the air, saying, "Yippee! It's Durham away."
He shouldn't have finished. Where did he finish? 3rd or 4th?
3rd.
So Durham was 2nd in the North Group. Patterson White in to bowl, nicely defended by Varma. He was on 47. What was he on at lunch?
Varma was on.
Let's have a little look. 43. So he has added 4 since lunch. I was going to say it's been a little stodgy since the interval. He was scoring freely up until the lunch break. And again, he's happy to defend Is he digging in for a long
He
one?
does do this. Yeah, he will just sort of button down the hatches for a while. There's a double change actually, Dave. Yes, thank you very much. We'd all love a bit more of you. We'll have to wait just a little while longer to have you back. But the double change is Amelia Clark will be the next voice you hear, and she will be with, for the second time today, one of our budding young commentators, Freya Watkinson.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, we're on Hampshire 203 for 4. We've got Tillack in the middle and Brown. They're both on the same score. No, they're not. They're on Tillack's on 47 and Brown's on 14. For some reason, they're the screen and the partnership is 13. This one. Going in the test, there's just been another wicket. The Richard Pant wicket was absolutely brilliant by Archer. Just took the off stump clean out, and even did a cartwheel back. Just showing Freya that. So yeah, they are 354 for 3, and that's going to go for 4 very nicely done by Brown out into the offside. So hello, Freya.
Hello.
Good lunch.
Yeah, not bad. You?
Good. Yeah, good. Thank you. Very good. So what are you thinking of Hampshire so far in this innings? All right.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, they've got a big score to chase, haven't they?
Yeah, they're in a bit of survival mode at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they've got 371 still to chase down on 207. Nottinghamshire declared on 578 after Lyndon James got a new career high of 200. So Josh Tongue actually coming from the hotel end. He's bowled and that's well defended. And they'll go for 1 out square of the wicket. So how long have you been playing?
Since I was like 6.
Oh wow! Oh gosh! And if you don't mind, how old are you now?
15.
Wow. Okay, cool. So 9 years.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Gosh. Since you were 6. Wow. Didn't know they made bats that small.
Yeah.
So we've got a Tillack on strike now. So Tongue's going to come around the wicket. Just waiting for that ball to be fed back to him. He's got 3 slips in place. Tillack taps his bat on the floor and wait. His Tongue is in. And bowls and well defended front foot by Tillack there, still on 47. Yeah, it's a cloudy day here. It was really nice this morning, but not a lot going on really now. As Kevin said, it's threatening rain, but we always know it's coming from just over the Shane Warne stand. If we see it on the first day, you could literally see it rolling in, so hopefully that doesn't happen on the same. It was like, oh, here we go, you can practically count it down.
Yeah.
Josh Tongue is having a bit of trouble with his shoes today. He keeps having to retie the laces. 208 are Hampshire for 4. Tongue turns. They've had 5 off this over so far, just the 1 dot. He's in. And bowls. Again, well defended in front foot by Tillack. He's sort of settled in, don't you think? He's not going anywhere. He looks quite comfortable out there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be one of the more solid batsmen here today for Hampshire.
Absolutely. Ben Brown also out there, the captain. Standing like a teapot at the non-striker's end. Tongue taking his time. Not rushing. We are about level on the over rate, so he can take a little bit more time, and he's in and bowls, and this is well left by Tillack, and it carries through to the hands of Obama at the end. So they remain 208 for 4. And Tongue still waiting for the ball to come back. So they'll shine. Tillack waits. And he's in. Crowd. Oh, that was well defended again on the front foot. 4 dots to end the over. None for 31 for Tongue. Concise over, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, not bad. Only went for 5.
Well, we're going to give you another shot that you're commentating for this next over. I think we're going to have Patson White come in again on the pavilion end. So, yeah, take it away.
Yeah. Who have we got on strike? We have Brown on strike. And White coming in from the pavilion end, who's bowled 18 overs so far and gone for 2 for 51.
Yeah, that's not bad to be fair.
No. Seemed to only have one slip for him this time.
Decided that they need a few more out and about.
Yeah. Brown's on strike, who is on 19 currently. As White comes in to bowl. Oh, that's a lovely sweep. Is that gonna go? Yeah, that's a nice 4 there by Brown. Takes him on to 23 runs.
Oh, it looks like India might be all out. They're just doing a little review at the test. Oh, yeah, definitely ball and glove there. Carry through on Bumrah. Joe had a little smirk. So it looks like India have, I think they're all bowled out. Yep, for 358. Not bad at all. I think that's chaseable.
That's pretty good.
Indeed.
White comes in for a second ball. Brown still on strike. Ooh, well defended by Brown there. Giving nothing away.
Yes, England didn't use Hampshire's Liam Dawson to bowl this morning. He did get one wicket yesterday when he was bowling, but a lot of the seamers in.
That's a lovely shot there by Brown. Just gonna go for the 1 though. Seemed to have found the fielder.
It was a good bit of fielding that. It looked as if it might scurry away for 4, but yeah, just picked out the fielder just a little slightly.
Coming round now for the left-hander as Tilak takes strike, who is on 47 runs. Ooh, that's well defended, that.
Yeah, it shows how watchful he's being. He's 47 off 80, so
Yeah.
about 50. Well, this is strike rate. It's about 58.7 for this inning so far.
Yeah. White comes in for his 5th ball for the over. Again, blocked out by Tilak.
There's a very loud plane going overhead. I think
Yeah.
it sounds like a Spitfire. It's, I can't see it. I think it must be behind us.
White will be looking to finish strong as he comes in for his last ball. It's a lovely shot by Tilak there. Looks like they're going to jog through for a single. Yeah.
Indeed, yeah, just 6 off of that one. Goes to 214 for 4. 70 overs had. 66 left in the day. We've got a little bit more to do on the, well, we had well, pretty much since we lost the 3 hours on the first day, we've had overs just continuing to needing to be done throughout the day. So 214 for 4. Brown on 24 off 33 and Tilak 48 off 82. They still chase an almighty score put down by Nottinghamshire. Got a change of bowling from the hotel end. It's Lyndon James, the guy who got the 200 in his Nottinghamshire innings. Career high. So he's having a good time. See if he can continue that with his bowling. Just practicing his run up. I think it's the first time he's come from this end. Hasn't got a wicket yet today. He's only bowled 4 overs. He'll be looking to change that very quickly. I think Dave, who's up here in our camera gantry, will be beaming with glee if he is able to. Yeah, the current partnership on 41, so starting to create a nice little duo out there of Ben and Tilak. Still waiting for James to get started. He's just warming up, taking his time. Tilak also. Ooh. We did have 2 slips in, but one's been removed as more of a gully, and we're going to go. James is going to come from the hotel end. He's coming around the wicket, and he's pulled out just because Ben Brown seemed to sweep something away with his bat just as he was approaching the crease. So it's a dead ball, and he'll start again. He does have about half a mile to walk back to the top of his mark, so it's a slower over, this one. You had a nice quick over with all those spinners.
Yeah, short run-ups help.
James turns and comes in again. Ben Brown keeps his bat. Well, he doesn't keep it very still, but he's managed to come in, and that's well left alone. And it didn't carry very well. You can just see those kookaburras are just softening a little bit. I mean, at the start of this innings, they would have been carrying much better through to the keeper, but just dying a little bit at the feet of Weimar. So James walks all the way back again. Telak still on strike. Bat aloft. He seems to be inspecting the back of it. Turns and faces the orange soles of his shoes flashing as he runs away from it. And that was well defended by Telak on the front foot. Pushed out to the leg side. So do you live nearby?
I live down Portsmouth.
In Portsmouth? Oh, where in Portsmouth?
Southsea.
Nice.
So right by the beach.
We like a bit of Southsea, absolutely. It's lovely in the summer. I imagine not so much in the winter when it's freezing.
No, not very fun in the winter.
Or any day when it's really windy or really rainy.
Yeah.
James in again. Bowls and again defended. Telak's very much decided he's going to be the defender out there, isn't he?
Yeah, taking his time.
Yeah, but I suppose you can do in this sort of
Format,
situation.
yeah.
Yep. We've got, well, they're not quite even halfway yet to Nottinghamshire total. They obviously do have to get get past the follow-on. The follow-on is 400 and what's the follow-on, Kev? I've forgotten. And that's defended nicely. He's not listening. Thank you. 429. I thought it was 430, so I was close. Yeah, the follow-on being 430. So still awaiting. 429. I heard you say it and still said it wrong. James so far doing very well. Is there dots off all of this, all 4 balls so far this over? A few cheers from around the fielding ground, and he comes in again. Bowls and well left by Telak. He looked as if he might play something and then decided against it at the last minute.
James will be looking to join the dots up on this one with 1 ball left of the over.
Yeah, indeed he will. Can he get another maiden? I'm sure he would very much appreciate that if it can't be a wicket.
Yeah.
Stands by the white spot on the floor, halfway back towards the boundary, and in he comes. Bowls and good length, and that's just played forward nicely and defended, but a maiden it is for James, so done very well there. 214 for 4 at Hampshire. They've had 71 overs. That's the second maiden for James, just showing on the scoreboards around the ground. They still have a big task ahead of them, but Telak and Brown starting to create a nice little partnership. And I think Patterson White will be in again for your commentary.
Yeah, Patterson White returning at the pavilion end. We have Brown back on strike, who is currently sitting on 24 runs. Again, only 1 slip for this one.
Would you want more?
I'd probably say 2 with White bowling.
Nice.
That's well defended there by Brown.
Should go and tell them. Like, "Telak, what are you doing? Well, you need another slip in place, honestly." No, I think yeah, it's a good shout, really.
White comes in, and he bowls. It's a lovely hit there by Brown. They'll sprint for the single.
Well, that was a bit ferociously thrown in.
Yeah.
Ben Brown was very much safe at that non-striker's end, but who is that? That's I think that's Ben Slater down there, just throwing it with some gusto.
White now comes round to Telak. He bowls. Telak's just left that one.
It kind of popped up in the air a little bit, I think.
He's not going anywhere near that one.
But no, we'll leave that well alone.
Yeah. White comes in, 4th ball of the over. Again, just defended out by Talek, and a bit of football is played.
It is. Hassan was a bit bored. He said, "No, I'm bored with cricket. I'll just go and give it a little kick around." And he did. He kept sort of going with it, didn't he? It wasn't just like, "Oh, I'll stop it." It's like, "Oh, no, I'll give it a little kick." And those kookaburras don't need to be roughed up any more than they already are.
Yeah. Again, Talek blocks it out.
He's clearly just waiting for the right ball.
Yeah.
He's not going to go for anything shorter, but I think
Now
Hampshire fans will be happy with that.
It's another good over by White so far as he comes in for the last ball of the over. There we go. Talek's hit that away. Oh, but he's found the fielder that will just take the single.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Leg side just dragged that out, but yeah, as you say, managed to pick out the one man on there. We are going to have a change of commentary now, so Dave will be the next voice that you hear, and Kevin James as well.
Thank you, Amelia. Farmer moving on to 49 with that single. He's been very watchful since lunch, having just 6 runs in 40 minutes, but still there. He's on strike, the left-hander. Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White bowling a succession of dots at either end at the moment, but Hampshire will be mostly concerned with the fact they haven't lost any more wickets since lunch. Here's Lyndon James bowling this round. The wicket goes through to the keeper. Dominic Sibley, Kev, I understand, the first player in the country to reach 1,000 first-class runs. There used to be a race on to get it before the end of May, didn't there? He's just about got it before August. The first to get there.
Yeah, he's done well. He's got runs against us, I know that. I don't know about you guys, but...
Not this season. We haven't had a chance yet. Notts haven't played Surrey yet. They do go to the Oval penultimate round of matches, but certainly in the past he's hurt them. Certainly in his Warwickshire days, he had a century in each innings, including a double at Nottingham. This one goes through to the keeper, Carl Verena. 2-1-6 for 4 here. Ben Brown, 25, the more proactive of the two since lunch. Tilak Varma is on 49. Played beautifully. His lurch from resolute, stout defence to controlled aggression throughout his innings, and we're in one of those watchful periods at the moment.
Has a very tight defence, doesn't he?
Lyndon James bowling now and wide enough to be left alone. Goes through to tumbling Verena.
Yeah, I mean, this is only the 4th innings we've seen him play in his 3rd game, but that's very much a feature of the way he plays, certainly red ball cricket, is that he will go through periods, just defends, doesn't look to play a shot, and then all of a sudden he'll unleash a few shots and then sort of go back to just defending and defending. But what he hits stays hit when he goes after it.
Looks a good player on this showing. 2-1-6 for 4. James to bowl to him again, nice and full, and there is his half century. Stroked into the offside out to Ben Slater. He'll only get 1 here, but only just amble down to the other end, and will then acknowledge the applause from the crowd. Just raised his bat in the general direction of the pavilion at the far end. I'm sure his teammates are the first ones he would acknowledge. 2-1-7 for 4, but it ominously for Notts, it wasn't an overly long or overly flamboyant celebration. Makes you think he's not content with just knocking up a little 50 here. He wants a big one.
Yeah, 100, 56 and 47 in the 2 innings against Worcestershire here. One of those he was run out, and he does average in his 20 first-class matches before today 52. So he is a player.
Well, I don't think Notts will mind if he plays to his average here. We've already had 2 players dismissed today on 52. And here's 50 not out. Got another hold up in play. It's not exactly flowed smoothly today. Ahmed Abbas has come across, had a word with Lyndon James, and maybe as a result of that little chat, he's decided to bring another fielder from the offside over onto the leg. It's Joe Clark. So 5 on the off, 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, and a wide-ish mid-off. As James bowls now to Ben Brown, he nudges it to Joe Clark, who's moved into a catching mid-wicket position. There's Mo Abbas at mid-on, and Slater and Ahmed 3/4 of the way out. Slater's square of the wicket, and Ahmed down at long leg, where he caught the catch this morning off the bowling of Mohammed Abbas, the bat of Joe Weatherly.
That's a good bit of bowling, wasn't it, from Abbas? Bouncer, which not many players are expecting from him.
There's Lyndon James to conclude this over, and Brown just nudges it up to Abbas. End of the over, 2-1-7 for 4. The women's 50-over competition resumed. Today's 4 matches going on. The matches involving the Blaze and Hampshire. Round about the halfway stage. Hampshire made 278 at Guildford. Surrey 2 for 1 in reply. And the Blaze match, it's I think it's 39 overs aside after a little bit of morning rain delayed the start. The Blaze batting 151 for 3 after 29 there. They're playing against Warwickshire.
2 for 1, Surrey.
We all love a 2 for 1.
Huh. Here's Patterson White to continue from the pavilion end over the wicket with his left arm spinners, and that's just attempted kick away there by Varma. I'm just trying to work out who got that worst wicket. I'm going to have a quick look at that for Hampshire. Top of the table in that competition, which is great.
Davis.
Oh, Freya Davis, yeah. Forward is Varma. Goes out on the offside. So Hampshire behind by 361 here. I think the Blaze, I can't remember where Blaze are in the table. I know Surrey are sort of mid-table. They're third, I think.
Third, yeah.
There'll be a semi-final in that competition and a final. Finals here in September, as that's driven up to mid-on by Varma. 218 for 4. Varma moves on to 51. Terrific record for Hampshire in the innings that he's played so far. Ben Brown needs another captain's knock here, as he did on the last day against Worcestershire here, where he got an unbeaten 100, made the game safe. Might have to do it in both innings here, as it's driven away on the leg side, at least one. Looks like they're going to, I thought they were going to settle for 1. Brown hesitated. Varma's through to the far end where the throw came in.
There was always 2 there, really. I don't necessarily think, even with a little bit of caution there, that there was ever the likelihood they were going to be restricted to 1.
Keeping a half an eye on the clouds away to our right. I don't think there's anything coming, but it's certainly murky. So it's driven out towards extra cover. That's where the clouds come from, sort of over the Shane Warne stand and just to our right.
Cloud cover, second new ball looming.
Oh, Tong. Ooh. Here comes Patterson White, driving his Brown up to mid-off. And that's the end of Patterson White's 21st over. 2-4-62. Picked up the wickets of Gubbins and Prest before lunch. Hampshire 220 for 4.
Josh Tong's been off the field, presumably for a quick comfort break. Calvin Harrison was on for that over, and he's now making his way off again.
Amelia behind us looks like she's sitting in front of a TV edit suite. She's got the test on. She's got the Hampshire women's fixture on. She could have something else on her phone if she really wanted it, but I think she's trying to watch this game as well. So, doing a great effort. Is it my over? I can't remember. It's yours, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it is yours.
Is it mine, is it?
I think. Oh, I can't remember. I'll take it then. Yeah, it is mine. Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking about 3 different games as well after looking at that screen. Those screens. Farmer plays that defensively out on the onside. Lyndon James starting his 7th over here. None for 14.
We said it yesterday, didn't we? Looking at the monitor gives a completely different dynamic to what the pitch looks like, to watching it live, so to speak. It really does look rough, doesn't it, on the monitor? The joys of television production and camera work, but it really in real life doesn't look as bad as it does on the screen.
I think you turn the contrast down, wouldn't you? I think in old money, as that's driven out towards extra cover. In the old days, wouldn't you? You look for the contrast button and just turned it a little bit more right or left, wouldn't you?
On your black and white television.
Yeah, and then put 10p in the meter.
Yeah.
Avoid the valves in the back of the. They always said, didn't they? Don't touch the valves in the back of. No, they weren't the capacitors. That's right, where they store the charges. So I know my physics. Don't touch any of them because they store the charge, and of course they can. Once they let go, they just go woof, let a lot of voltage out. I always told you, if you ever, that's why you never should go in the back of old TVs. That's played defensively by Varma on the outside. Yeah, never open up the back of the TV and prod around because the capacitors are the one that will kill you.
Must have been late 60s, I would say. We got our first colour television set. I can remember it was a Saturday afternoon. We were waiting for the van to come, the bloke from Rediffusion or whoever it would be at the day, or when they come in, and totally transformed everybody's lives.
Oh, he edges that in between first and third slip. I don't think it was in the air long enough, but there is a gap there, and Varma has found it whilst he wasn't trying to look for it. Good delivery from James.
You know, the chap eventually came. It's tea time on a Saturday. What are we applauding? The 50 partnership.
Yeah.
Varma 22, Brown 27. And the very first programme was, I don't know if you remember it, it was Wacko with Jimmy Edwards. It was sort of a comedy half-hour, school-based. He was a school headmaster with a mortarboard on his head and a cane and a "you boy, come here," you know, sort of thing. You remember Professor Jimmy Edwards?
I think I just about do, actually, yeah.
But of course the great joy was Sunday cricket, and of course Pot Black on a Monday night as well. That suddenly changed.
Yeah. Farmer plays that out to mid-wicket. Used to watch a lot of snooker on black and white TV.
Well, there used to be one frame on a Monday night. There was a programme, Pot Black, and obviously it was all filmed on one day or 2 days, but the series lasted for weeks and months. One frame each Monday night.
I remember that.
You know, and it was just different shades of grey, really, and you know, old Whispering Ted Lowe, the commentator, and for those of you watching in black and white, the brown ball is between the green ball and the yellow ball, you know, which didn't help you a deal.
Changing the field, there's going to be an extra man put in behind square on the offside. More of a gully, I think, now. So we've got 2 slips and a gully. Stable door is the phrase that comes to mind, but I don't think it would have carried anyway. His Lyndon James is quite wide of off stump. Varma doesn't play at it, watches it go by. 75 overs have been completed, so we have 5 overs until the second new ball is available. Hampshire 224 for 4, trail by 354.
Of course, cricket was transformed as well. Sunday afternoon cricket, of course. I would have watched the Sunday afternoon BBC Two offerings in 1968 in black and white. The International Cavaliers played a different county every Sunday. That was screened, and then 69 started the John Player League, but I think it was the Players County League in that first season, 1969. And that, it must have been the winter before we got the telly, because I remember watching those matches in colour, the first matches in that competition. Patterson White round the wicket and bowls. This is turned to the leg side. There's no run. Lyndon James doing the fielding whilst we witter away. There's one for you folks, if you can be interested to chip in. What was your first memory of watching a colour television? That'll give your age away, won't it, as this is chopped to backward point and fielded by Slater. 224 for 4.
That's a good question.
Traitors, Dave. First thing I saw were traitors. 224 for 4 round the wicket. This is worked on the leg side. They'll get a single. Often told the story about how I was dragged kicking and screaming to cousin's wedding on the 30th of July 1966, World Cup final day.
Was it?
God, I didn't want to go to that as a young lad. Watched all the games, you know, as you would, again in black and white, and had to go to my cousin's wedding on that Saturday afternoon. But we got to the reception during extra time, and I watched that with my uncles. This was round the wicket, goes through to the keeper. That was in black and white as well.
Yeah.
Back in day.
Did they have a monitor on in the wedding that you could sort of
Not in
sneak
the
off?
no, but at the reception.
Reception,
Generally, what I remember, there was a great deal of ill will towards the happy couple for getting married on the 30th of July 1966. As Farmer goes on the reverse sweep and executes it beautifully and gets it away for 6. He lifted it deliberately up and over Joe Clark, who was round the corner there just for that very shot. But Farmer knew he was there, and he took the aerial route and deposited it over the ropes for 6.
He must be a hockey player as well, because he did this at Essex when he got 100, and both shots, the reverse sweeps, came from nowhere, and they both went out the ground.
I mean, Ben Duckett, he had an early grounding in hockey, didn't he?
Terrific shot. He does play that shot so well and gets into position so quickly.
Patterson White, I don't think he'd be upset about it. Bowles. Farmer just drops the ball down. It stops and is picked up by Varena. End of the over. 2:31 for 4.
Thank you, Dave.
Have I done again?
Yes, you are, mate. Sorry, we're sort of kicking you off early again.
Kicked off. See you later, folks.
Viola Elvey will come in for her second stint. Thanks, Dave.
I bet you don't know who Jimmy Edwards is. Wacko.
I do just. I've seen some pictures of that. A big moustache as well, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Yeah. So Viola Elvey, second of our 4 that are still with us. You all right? All good?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Had a chance to think about your first stint this morning and and where we're going second up. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start. We're going to do commentary each end, right? You can start this end.
Yeah.
I'll do the next end, and then we'll do that for 15 minutes. Okay?
Cool.
Right.
It's got James. Is it James? Yeah, James coming into bowl now. Oh. Pill for LBW, that's given.
Well, doesn't look too happy. Did he get a touch on it?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's my first thoughts. What were yours?
I thought it was direct, like straight on the pad, but we'll see.
Just watching the replay here. Lyndon James bowls, and
I was trying to flick it off the pad there,
he
but
did, didn't he? I'm not sure that tells us whether he got an inside nick on it. But I think Ben Brown, either he's a little disappointed with the shot, or he feels that maybe, I don't know, maybe it wasn't quite as clear cut. But anyway, it's a wicket, and it is Hampshire are 5 down, 2:31 for 5. Well, that's a blow. It looks like it nipped back a fraction as well, didn't it? Yeah, maybe he's just a little disappointed with the way he's played. Let's have a look at it again. Well, he's a long way back in the crease.
yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's only just in front of the stumps.
Yeah, had a bit of a trigger movement and then dropped back and tried to flick it off, but it didn't pay off.
So Lyndon James picks up his first wicket. Ben Brown has gone. And Felix Organ will be the new batter for Hampshire. First wicket down this afternoon, 4 this morning. Felix Organ's having a long chat with Telek Varma there. Looks like a few of the Notts players are having a drink as well.
Yeah.
Taking the option. It's not exactly stifling hot out there. There's no sun burning through the cloud. It's actually full cloud cover, but I suppose it is a little muggy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a little muggy, that's about all.
I thought it might rain, but maybe
well,
not.
it doesn't feel as though it's too far away, but
No.
it usually comes from about 2 o'clock as we look. I mean, there are clouds there, but yeah, it's a difficult one to call, I think. So Felix Organ into the side with Liam Dawson away at the Test match. Averages 22 in first class cricket.
Was Organ just sorting his pad out? James will come down. His second ball's the over. Blocked out there, nice defensive shot.
So Felix Organ is playing his 4th match in this year's competition. He has averaging this season 37, so that's a vast improvement on his career. He's played 52 matches. This is his 53rd first-class match, and his highest score of 70 was made in the first innings here against Durham earlier on this season.
Third ball now. Dot again. Back to mid-on.
It's amazing a wicket, isn't it? It's suddenly got the Nottinghamshire fielders all
Yeah.
excited again, all shouting away, which is fair enough.
It was start off quite quiet this afternoon.
Umpire and Hasipa Mead just having a chat there. Quite close up the two were.
Fourth ball now. Just off to... I can't tell with the field. Having to turn around to face like a batter.
On the leg side,
Like,
mid-wicket. Yeah, when you got the left and right hander,
Yeah.
of course, yeah. All
It's
sorts
throwing me
of
off.
Offside moves to leg side and vice versa, of course, yeah. So we are, in a couple of balls' time, 3 overs away from the second new ball.
Fifth ball just running now. Dot again.
Well, they're in a good position, Nottinghamshire here, aren't they?
Yeah. They're doing well.
I think they would have settled at the start of the day to have Hampshire 5 down at this stage.
Yeah.
We're only 8 wickets fell in the first 2 days. Here we are with a session and probably about a half to go. We've had
5 down.
5, yeah.
Last ball of the over now. Let's have another dot maybe. Oh, bouncer. Had to duck quite down for that.
It's your favourite delivery.
Yeah, my favourite. And that'll be the over.
Wicket maiden as well for
Take that.
Lyndon James. Yeah, definitely. Definitely in this game. A few bowlers have struggled to bowl any sort of maidens in this game. Nottinghamshire always kept the pressure on Hampshire in the field. I think it was about 3 bowlers in the Hampshire side that all bowled either 20 plus overs that didn't bowl a single maiden. Just double check that as I'm talking. Yeah, 20 overs from Fuller, didn't bowl a maiden. 21.3 Sonny Baker didn't have a maiden, and 29 overs Felix Organ didn't have a maiden. Right, next over from Liam Patterson-White. He's bowled a long spell here, either side of lunch. Coming in for his 23rd over the wicket to Varma, who leaves that alone. What are you thinking of Varma? You've been watching him all day.
I love watching him play. It's good because he can just put the ball away well, you know, when needed. But was he on? I can't see. 61 of 109.
Yeah.
Strike rate 56.
So
Not
outside
bad.
your stump, kicked away. Love reverse sweep.
Yeah. Stayed quite low though, the one that he knocked for 6.
Yeah.
You can see it hit the screens.
Flat and hard.
Yeah.
231 for 5 then as Patterson-White's over the wicket again to Varma. Again, he's trying to kick that away. Verena didn't take that one cleanly. Always difficult, of course, with a little bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump. Never quite sure how that's coming through. Patterson-White with 2 for 69. Hampshire behind by 347. Here's Patterson-White again. And bowls. Varma pushes forward. Goes quietly out on the leg side. See 31 for 5. Hampshire 4 wickets this morning, 1 this afternoon. Oh, so Varma's got something in his eye by the looks of it. Don't know if he wears contacts. I don't know if that's an issue. Verena is helping him out in some shape or form.
Oh, umpire's coming to have a look now.
I'm guessing it's contacts. I don't know. I don't wear them. I don't.
No.
I'm not quite sure how that works, but he looks as though he's 1 or 2 little problems there. Fly in the eye. Could be any of those.
Yeah.
But he's getting a little bit more treatment now. I'm just wondering if it's a contact.
I don't know, I'll have a look when I get home. Does he wear contact lenses?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I might ask him at some point. Is he alright? No, he's still couple of the Nottinghamshire players now around him. Of course, I guess once it goes back in, then you've got the problem of eye watering and what have you, so you need a bit more time there. So that's a break in play for a little while. Varma is, he's putting his helmet on now, so he's okay, or will be. Interesting, on the live picture feed, it has injury on there. So I suppose it is of sorts. Of sorts. So Varma's just about getting ready, recomposing himself.
Saw the helmet again.
Yeah.
He's got, is it Shrey or Shrey? Those helmets, I didn't think they normally have like Titanal on the back, but it looks like this one does.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's messed that up.
Well, he's just about ready now. Gloves needed putting on and readjusting, and now he's just recomposing himself, so he's all right. He's ready to go again as Patterson White comes in over the wicket once more and bowls, and he's forward. He's seen that one all right, so that's good news. Remains on 61 from 113 deliveries, and in that 61 he's hit 8 4s and 2 6s, so 44 of that 61 have come in boundaries. Patterson White in again, he's on the back foot there, slightly quicker from Patterson White. It's played back down the pitch, and there is no run. 231 for 5, all yours.
Maiden over.
Yeah. Yes, there's a lot of time left in this game. That Hampshire need to. They've got 15 wickets basically now to play with to save the game. I think Nottinghamshire are going to bat again. I don't think Hampshire are going to get to 429 and make Nottinghamshire bat again. I think it's going to be very much Hampshire having to bat for as long as they can. 2 overs till the second new ball.
James back on the hotel end. It's coming down now. It's a dot ball.
James is into his 9th over. Good figures, 1 for 18. Steady stuff.
Organ's still not off the mark yet. Hopefully this over will see it. Oh, someone's still stretching. Bowling in. It's down to mid-off there. Dot ball again.
That's Mo Abbas doing some stretching at mid-on. So it looks very much as though it's going to be...
Done a lot of bowling today.
Yes, he has.
A lot of bounces.
Yes, he has. Yes, he loves a bouncer now, does Mo. Was a little bit shy of them when he first came here 4 years ago, but started to bowl more. He's bowled 8 overs today, having picked up both openers. 2 for 16.
Dot ball again, 3rd ball of the over. It's lucky it didn't come to mid-on.
2 for 18 actually. Yes, I think Mo was straight down on the floor again.
Yeah.
I would say it's a Mo Abbas, Josh Tong attack in about an over and a half's time. Oh, somebody moving behind James. Oh no, Mo Abbas is still lying down. You're right. And I think that's what Felix Organ saw. He's saying, well, hang on a minute, Mo Abbas is lying on the floor and you're running in.
Let's have the 4th ball of the over bowled then. Slightly short that. Dot ball.
Well, Mo Abbas is on his 2 feet.
He's up.
There might be another stretch or 2 left there. So what have we got? 231 for 5. Hampshire behind by 347. Just to repeat that follow-on target. 429.
Fifth ball now. Straight down. Oh, missed out mid-off. Might just make it to the boundary. Can't quite see. Oh, he's kept it in. It's tight fielding there. Outfield's quite slow today, I thought.
Well, I think the issue that the crowd are shouting about below us is,
Do you reckon he's knocked
was
it
his
over?
body over the line?
Or, I think that's 4.
Yeah, it is. I don't know if the umpires have signalled that. They haven't. They've given 3. No, it's 3 on the board. Well, it's probably not going to affect the game too much.
No.
Yeah, I think on this occasion, and I'm not saying the crowd are never right, but I think they are right there.
Last ball now. Got Tilak on strike. Dot ball. So that's 3 off the over.
Yeah. Oh, listen, at the end of the day, it's Hasid Hamid's call, but I think when you get that close to the rope and
Yeah.
pull it back and you're sliding into the ball,
It's risky.
it's, I mean, it's very difficult to say, do you know what, I haven't gone over the line, but hey, listen, it is what it is. 234 for 5, and 79 overs have been bowled, which means we are 1 over away from when the second new ball is available. And looking at the stretching that Mo Abbas has been doing, I think it's almost a given that they will take that second new ball straight away. Patterson White will bowl what we probably think is his last over for a little while anyway. 23 overs he's bowled, 2 for 69. He's done a really good job on a wicket that hasn't really given him too much. Nick Gummins LBW padding up, not playing a shot. And Tom Prest got underneath a shortish delivery and spooned it, skied it straight to mid-wicket for 5. Those 2 wickets happening within 15 minutes of each other in the last 20 minutes before lunch. Can have a change in the field here as deep square, backward square leg comes up, saving 1. As Patterson White bowls to Organ, turns that away to mid-wicket. It's your over, isn't it? Sorry.
No, I think
Is
it's
it my
your
over?
one.
Oh, it is my one, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, we're off at the end of this over, so I'll let you finish off this over.
Okay. Is this the second ball?
Yep.
Yeah. 2 dots.
Lights are coming on.
Wouldn't say it's that dark.
No.
Not ball there again. Just dribbled back to the bowler. Coming down for the 4th ball. Or just past square there. Was it short? I could never do that. That close with the helmet.
No, it's not your... Well, you're a keeper.
I know, but like, it's different. It's coming straight down at you.
It's not much fun.
No, if you're a batter, you're gonna hit it straight at the face. Dot again. I don't even know what you call that fielding position.
Short leg.
Short leg.
Yeah. Well, it's not one that's in women's cricket, is it?
No.
No, nobody fields there, really. But I'm not seeing that position ever in any women's cricket. So you're forgiven for not knowing that position.
Last ball now. It's just tapped it along to point. And that'll be over.
And it's double change. A quick double change here. All done. All right. That was Viola Elvey. It's going to be Dave Bracegirdle and Amelia Clark just for a quick session, and then we'll be back on with 1 or 2 of the budding commentators.
Fabulous. Yes, Hampshire 234 for 5 here at the Utilita Bowl. The floodlights have just come on, so it looks as though we're behind glass, and the top part of the glass is sort of frosted and sort of darkened a little bit to keep the sun out. But it does also mean that sometimes the clouds look a little bit more threatening, and it looks even darker than maybe it is. But it seems playable still. Maybe some rain threatening around, but hopefully that won't come. What do you think, Dave?
I just wonder if it might be the ideal sort of conditions for Mo Abbas now, because he's going to be back into the attack armed with a second new ball. 80 overs gone in the innings. 234 for 5. He's been patiently waiting since just after midday when he came out of the attack. Mo got the first 2 wickets of the day today, and now armed with that new hard cherry, be eager to try and bore an even bigger hole into the Hampshire middle order. 5 down. Tilak Varma going along very nicely in the 60s. Felix Organ with him, and then James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker left in the shed.
Yeah, the Hampshire women's game currently in Guildford has been postponed due to rain. So we'll see when that's...
They're just off for rain, aren't they? It's not postponed.
Not postponed, sorry, they're just off. As Abbas comes in from the hotel end, and that's blocked forwards. Yeah, sorry, not postponed, it's just... they've just gone off briefly.
I hope that Guildford rain doesn't become Southampton rain or West End rain. Wherever we are. Where are we? West End? Hedge End?
Sort of kind of easterly Southampton way. But yeah, Hedge End mainly, because that's the Hedge End shops there. As yeah, if you look on the weather forecast, it always says you're in Eastleigh, but I think Hedge End is more the one. Abbas once more, second ball of the over, and he comes from the hotel end and bowls, and Tilak very much blocking that forwards. The approach he's decided to take. 61 off 117 for Tilak Varma.
It's interesting. I guess Mo has sort of pulled rank in terms of ends here. Kev would know better than I. Suspect this is his favoured end. I seem to think whenever Notts have been here, Mo has done most of his damage from this end. Although Tong was sharp when he bowled from this end a little earlier, but it looks very much, well, obviously Mo's bowling this end, but it looks like Tom's been shunted back up to the pavilion end. That's his second new ball. He's getting himself ready anyway.
As he comes in, he's gaining that speed and past the umpire, bowls, and Varma drives that nicely, but straight. Oh, that's going to hurt. Mid-on, as he came in to pick it up, he sort of slipped and fell on his bum and then onto his back. That's going to hurt. That's Bruce Cott's kick.
Seba Mead is gone down. That's like the proverbial sack of potatoes. Just maybe an indication there is a little touch of moisture perhaps around. Does do everything at 100 miles an hour though, Mead. He came racing in, which is the right thing to do to prevent the single. His initial movements would have deterred them from going for a sharp single, but his feet went from completely underneath him, and as you say, it was very much a crash landing without the undercarriage down to protect him.
Yes. So Abbas in once more, fourth ball of the over. In, and that's well left by Tilak. Carries through.
He's replacing his divots like a good golfer at the moment.
Yeah. Does feel as if the wind around the ground is just picking up. There's a few trees on either side of the concourse that has just started becoming a little bit more animated. Yeah,
anything to disturb the equilibrium is good for Notts. They last thing would have wanted was sun out, clear blue skies, flat wicket, nothing happening. There's always the possibility, a bit of a breeze, lights on, lights off, clouds on, clouds off.
As in comes Abbas, and again left. Yeah, very much kind of like yesterday really for Hampshire in their bowling attempt. It kind of felt a little bit like that.
Talked about the women's games a few times. They are back on at Guildford, by the way. Sorry, 47 for 1, chasing 279 to beat Hampshire. That's a full 50 over a side game. The match involving the Blaze being played at Lincoln today, the Lindham ground there at the top of the hill. Reduced to 39 overs a side. The Blaze made 218 for 6. And they're playing against Warwickshire.
As in comes Abbas, last ball of the over. Bowls and well struck and defended forwards. So that's the end of the over. Tilak Varma finishes that on 61, and that's another maiden over for Abbas. He's done very well here. So Hampshire are on 234 for 5. They've had 81 overs, and just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over, and we'll see how many we've got left. It looks like 55 left in the day. They're still chasing 344. But they've got to get to 429 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, so we're not in terms of overs at the halfway stage of the day just yet. We've had 49 overs. Is that right? No, we've had 51 overs. No, I was right first time. We've had 49 overs, 55 to go. Make it make sense. Yes, that is. I think that's right. We're just again waiting for short leg to pop the protective gear on, which I said it yesterday. I said it when Hampshire were in the field. I think we should have this done off the field of play, but
I think especially now, yeah, as they're slightly under the over rated. I think it's just popped up on the screen.
They'll soon sort that out with Amid and Patterson White at their disposal. So it is going to be Josh Tong. Going to be bowling initially to Felix Organ, who wears number 3. He's scored 3 runs. Right-hander. Bowled a lot of overs in the Notts innings without a wicket. Taps his bat away and awaits the arrival of the England paceman. First ball is a fullish length and Organ solidly behind it. Just blocks it and it remains 234 for 5. So Hampshire 16 runs away from first batting bonus point. Notts 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. Really would be hoping to get the full haul if they can, just to keep the pressure on Surrey in terms of bonus points. Notts got the full 5 from their batting. Need 4 more wickets in 29 overs. Tong bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Somebody out there thought he heard something and appealed, but those directly involved not interested. Verena and the slips, and bowler Tong didn't go up, but somebody somewhere square of the wicket yelled out a cry as if there had been an edge. Bowling quickly, Josh Tong. You can see why England like him just by watching him send down a couple of overs, because he does everything at full tilt. Got this reputation of blowing the tail away. He's in now, and Felix Organ drops it on the leg side and takes a single. A lot of work to do yet before I think Notts would say they've got the tail in view. Still some very capable players, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott in particular. Eddie Jack's listed as an all-rounder, and Sonny Baker can hold a bat as well, so there'll be plenty of resistance. Nottinghamshire, I think they'd very, very much assess it as a decent day if they could get Hampshire out right at the end of the day. Still in arrears, able to enforce the follow-on and go again tomorrow. Tong in and bowls, and this is turned to leg. And there's no run. Likewise, as long as Tilak Varma stays there, they have every chance of comfortably reaching and passing the follow-on mark. And I think we know what will happen from there on in, should that happen.
Yes, indeed. Still a way to go until that follow-on mark is in sight. And just under 200 needed, with 5 wickets left.
3 slips. Calvin Harrison is the middle of the 3, on as a sub-fielder. This has turned to leg. Can only imagine it might be Ben Slater off the field. Haynes is out there at square leg. He's normally in the catching cordon, but it's Patterson, White, Harrison and McCann. Here comes Varner charging towards Josh Tong. He's got hold of this one, helps it out onto the leg side. Another chase for Asib Hamid. He's already had Hampshire supporters down below us up in arms with one that he stopped very close to the rope, and they come back for 3 here Let's get this right. I can now see Jack Haynes and Ben Slater, so I'm not entirely sure who Calvin Harrison's on the field for. But we will sort it out, I'm sure, in the fullness of time. In fact, there's somebody at the far end waiting to come back on. It's Lyndon James. There we are. 2:38 for 5. Again, that was just out of the blue, wasn't it? Till like Varn, where he had a look, and then came dancing down the track and heaved Josh Tong away onto the leg side.
Indeed, yeah, it's just a shame the boundary was quite so big on that side. The outfield, as you say, maybe just a little bit of moisture. It was just holding the ball up a little bit. Didn't quite run for 4, but it was a good shot nonetheless. 2:38 for 5. Mama Bass is going to come again from the hotel end. They seem to be inspecting the ball, and they've only had it for 2 overs so far, so they won't be getting a new one yet. As it's going to come around the wicket.
There's usually a bit of a chat. It's the 2 bowlers, Tong and Abbas. There's usually a bit of a chat. Which side are you polishing?
As in comes Tilak, and that's well left. Big step forward.
There'll be the manufacturer's lettering on one side of the ball, and you know, are we polishing that side or the other side? It's usually fairly standard stuff, just so everybody's working on the same side. Generally, it's the way to go. You polish one side and leave the other one to get nice and rough, hoping it'll do a little bit in the air.
Varma, top of his Abbas, top of his mark. Tilak on strike. As in he comes, and again front foot very much over the top of it, head over and blocks that back. Abbas looks like he was sort of almost a statue there. He sort of froze midway up the track after his follow through, and a quick chat with his slips. Maybe they thought they saw something, or. But yes, 238 for 5 are Hampshire. They've 82 overs.
Yeah, we're around about halfway through the day. I guess Notts would be very pleased where they are in the day. Got top order out, 5 key wickets.
Abbas in now, and again blocked by Tilak. Not really letting Organ have a look in at the moment. Organ's still on 4, but he has faced 19, so he'll get his time. But Tilak out there on 64, having faced 127 deliveries. So again, he's working at about a 50.4 average. Still trail by 340. Probably the bigger mark for Hampshire fans are 429. That's the number they need to get to before they're all out to avoid the follow-on. Big job still ahead. Well, Abbas is now going to try over the wicket rather than around, and he comes in. Bowls, this is good length. Blocked away by Tilak.
Elsewhere in Division 1 at Hove, Sussex 189 for 2 in their second innings. Still trail Essex by 131 at Edgbaston. Worcestershire second time round 149 for 7. They're having the better of things there against their near neighbours. They lead Warwickshire by 298, and at Scarborough, Burns and Sibley still together 115 without loss. The Surrey openers replying to Yorkshire's 517 for 6 declared. We've got a start of the 4th innings in the match at Derby. Derbyshire 12 without loss, requiring 434 more to defeat Leicestershire. Good luck.
As Abbas comes in, and this is worked nicely away, square the wicket, but it's stopped just on the boundary, and they'll get just the 1 for it. Oh, sorry, 2. They did run back for a second.
Cardiff into the 3rd innings of the match there. Kent 259 for 4, second time round, lead Glamorgan by 87. At Cheltenham, Lancashire 557, and in reply Gloucestershire 350 for 8. Century there for Ben Charlesworth. And they're off for rain at Merchant Taylors. Middlesex 625, Northampton 261 for 8.
Bass around the wicket this time. Oh, and that's edge just past the slips, and that's going to run away for 4 very nicely down to 3rd man. I think Tilak, it caught him just slightly by surprise, that one. I don't think it was totally what he meant to do, but it was a good shot nonetheless. Went past all the slip cordon and just ran away. As Hampshire are on 244 for 5. We can have another commentary change. Kevin James is going to join me, and I'm going to move out as well.
Thank you very much. Cecilia Birdsall's back with us. We're going to do an over each. I'll start off to ease you into it. We're good?
Yeah.
Good. Right, here we go. So it's a 4 o'clock fixed tee again, I guess, as it was yesterday. Dave knows all these things. Yes, it is, yeah. So we have 40 minutes until tea here on day 3. With Hampshire on 244 for 5. They trail by 334 in the game. And Josh Tong will continue from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls to Felix Organ. Bowls Organ just pushes that length ball out behind point. And there is no run. First time seeing Tong bowl? Josh Tong?
In
seen
real
him bowl?
life.
Yeah, in real life. Oh, you've
Yeah.
seen him on the TV, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm honest, I've not ever really seen him bowl. Because I think the opportunities when he's sort of, I think when he was at Worcester and then not, I think he's sort of been injured and not been featured. And I don't watch a lot of Test cricket, I'll be honest with you. So this is probably my first proper look at him. He's yet to get a wicket. He's in his 12th over, comes in again and bowls. That's a good carry, but Organ's leaving that one alone outside off stump. We are into the 4th over with the second new ball here. With Tilak Varma on 70 not out. Just that one wicket this afternoon. Ben Brown, LBW to Lyndon James for 28. That was 231 for 5. Just 13 runs ago. There's... Oh, they're going to push somebody out deep. Deep square leg. They must be thinking he's going to bowl a bounce and a hook. There might be a hook coming. So deep backward square leg there. It's a length ball. Felix Organ is forward. Goes out to backward a point. That bouncer might be coming because there's 3 more balls left of this over. There's a lot of work to do here for Hampshire.
Yep. Not going to be an easy.
It's certainly not. It was never easy at the start of the play, but with those 5 wickets that have fallen, it's got a whole lot worse. Well, they've now brought the deep backward square leg up to square leg. So that ball was probably just a double bluff. And Nottinghamshire decided that he's probably better employed that square leg as Tong's in, bowls to Organ. Organ edges just short of 3rd slip. Just short of Freddie McCann. Played it quite soft hands, I think, don't he?
Yeah.
Sort of softish hands, which allowed the ball to bounce in front of McCann. Just the 3 slips, no gully, backward a point, and Hamid is at wide mid-off. There's Tongs in again from the pavilion end and bowls. Organ drives, it goes out to backward a point, fielded by Jack Haynes. Bit of a push drive that one from Organ on the front foot. .244 for 5. Surrey had lost another wicket, by the way, while I was off commentary. I know they're 2 wickets down. Briley Smith had gone at Guildford. Keeping an eye on both those games, both the Blaze and Hampshire women. Both looking to make at the very least the semi-finals. The final here. As in comes Tong again and bowls. Short leg is in there. Organ drives, found the gap through point. That should go all the way. Crowd applauding that one, and quite rightly so. Got a good stride in there, Felix Organ, to the tall fast bowler. And Organ moves on to 8, 248 for 5, and Cecilia will take up commentary for this next over.
Yep. The clouds come in after lunch. Certainly brighter in the morning.
I tell you what, we might miss it, but I think there might be some rain somewhere.
I'm
Maybe
sure
over the
there'll be
solar.
rain a few miles away.
Yeah, I think we might be on the right side of it, just. It's a little menacing, isn't it?
Yeah. Abbas coming back to bowl. We'll be bowling his 19th over. currently 18 overs, 39 for 2, 8 maidens. So, not going badly. It's coming into bowl. Past the umpire. Puts a good ball. It's just blocked into the offside.
Yeah, Tilak Varma facing. The rock solid Tilak Varma.
Yeah. 70 runs off 130. So, looking set.
He's got a bit more to do yet, though, hasn't he? He's got a lot of batting to do.
Yeah. I was running into bowl. Fuller ball. Defended back to mid-off.
I'm just looking away to our right. That's where the clouds come from. I mean, you can see the New Forest in the distance there.
Yeah.
And that usually, if you can see that, the tree line right at the back, you're okay. The clouds look a little darker, a bit further away over the Shane Warne stand, but I think they're missing us.
I think so.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I think we might be all right.
Abbas coming back into ball for his third ball. Defended again to mid-on.
Just a little bit of shape on that one coming into the left-hander.
Yep.
Even Abbas can't find too much out of this ball, which is unusual for him. Always can find something, but these Kookaburra balls, hard work for the bowlers.
Yeah.
Even for Abbas, who's very clever with sort of shaping the ball in and away. There's not too much there for him.
No. Back into bowl. It's hit him in the pad. A shout, but I think it's too high.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, just on the, you can see there where he's just holding his
just
above the pad almost.
Just above the knee.
Yeah, good delivery. That on that angle as well.
Yeah, he's coming around to the left-hander.
We've had a couple of LBWs today. Nick Gubbins not playing a shot to Liam Patterson-White. Just LBW before lunch, and Ben Brown LBW to Lyndon James after lunch.
Abbas. Going past the umpire. Defended this one. So, possibly another maiden for Abbas.
Just having a look. Hampshire have scored since lunch 64 runs. 64 for the loss of Ben Brown. And we've had 20 overs. A bit more than that, actually. 28 overs.
It's a fuller ball, and Tilak defends it once again. So it's another maiden for Abbas.
19 overs, 9 maidens.
Decent stats.
Yes, yeah, he's always been accurate. I mean, that's his forte. 248 for 5 then, are Hampshire. 85 overs have been bowled, 5 with the second new ball. Hampshire trailing by 330. Tea once more is fixed at 4 o'clock. So we have half an hour until the break. And Josh Tong is going to continue from the pavilion end. And he's got 3 slips. He's also got a leg slip in now.
They've moved, I think, square leg.
Yes, they have, yes. He was deep square leg, he was square leg, and now he's leg slip, and that's a bouncer from Tong, high over the head of Organ.
And they just have a deep, fine leg.
Yep.
Leg slip and a mid-on the leg side.
That's all there is in the short leg, who's 2 pitches away from Felix Organ. Obviously there for the fend off.
Yeah.
There hasn't really been any. Tonga's tried to test 1 or 2 of the batters today. Hasn't really got one to fend off. There's a lovely drive on the up there from Felix Organ. It's gone through the covers. And that will go away for 4, yeah. It's a good shot as well. He's got well forward to Tong as Organ. And he's reaped the reward there. Just watching that again. It's a little wide from Tong, but it's well played by.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? In good position, isn't he? Shows how to get out to a widest ball. 250 up for Hampshire. And that is a bonus point. Yay! Few and far between for Hampshire in this game. That's their 3rd. Nottinghamshire already have 6. They only picked up 1 bonus point in the last game here against Worcestershire, where they were in an equally poor position. Here comes Tong again then, and bowls. Organ lets that one go. Comes back a fraction, but I think it's a good leave. Organ is at 12 from 28. Plane at the distance away to our right there. Is that a plane or is that a helicopter? It might be a helicopter.
I think it's a helicopter.
There was one earlier that went right above us, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was very loud. Extremely loud. That was a time to get a nick. Lots of I used to play on lots of cricket grounds out sort of London near Heathrow, and they were very low. Some of them, some of the grounds, Richmond in particular. There's the fend off, but actually Organ's managed to keep it down on the leg side. And they always said that if ever you were going to nick behind, make sure it is when there's a plane directly overhead and nobody can hear it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's a little bit too far in the distance, that one. .252 for 5. Sounds like it's coming back. Somewhere, maybe behind us as Tong is in. And bowls. Organ again, he's well forward. Played nicely, out to backward a point. Let's keep an eye on those women's games, because very important for both Hampshire and the Blaze. Surrey 78 for 2 in the 13th. Need another 201 to beat Hampshire from just under 37 overs. Alice Davidson Richards and Alice Capsey are batting there. Capsey's 42 not out. Perry picked up Bryony Smith. That was the 2nd wicket to fall. Released Perry. Length ball, which Organ is in nicely behind. And the Blaze have made 218 for 6 off their 39 overs. That match has been reduced in Lincoln. And Warwickshire are just about to get their innings underway. You're over.
Yeah. Will be Abbas again from the hotel end.
Let's have a quick look at the test match as well while we're here. England 66 without loss. Replying to India's 358 all out. Oh, there's a review coming. Oh, they lost to review India. LBW. All right. So they're down to however many reviews. 1 now. 2 more.
Okay.
Good start from England.
Yeah. It looks like Alice is going to have 2 slips and a gully. And they have got a backward, deep square leg. It's coming into bowl. Good ball. They'll get 1, and it's just chipped into the leg side.
And the score is?
So it's 253 for 5. With Organ on strike. He's currently on 12 from 31. The umpire's just walking back.
Just tinkering with the fielder, Bass.
Yeah. Slightly moving.
Slater, yeah, a bit square on the leg side.
Yeah. Just spreading out the slips. It's coming into bowl again. Good ball. Just put into the offside. No run. So still 253 for 5.
And we are coming up to, or just under 25 minutes before the tea break. Here on day 3.
Yep.
I'm just still 325 runs behind on the first innings. Whew. Long haul.
Abbas coming back into bowl, past the umpire. It's a good length ball. Just Organ just leaves it and goes to the keeper. Possibly a little bit of movement, but not a lot with the ball.
No, not even a lot for Abbas here. But he'll while away. He'll just plug away, plug away, plug away. That's what he does.
Mm.
He won't get phased. He might drop the odd bouncer. We haven't seen a bouncer from Mo Abbas with his second new ball yet.
Coming into bowl. Slightly leg side delivery, and they just flick it out. Pass backwards square leg for 1. So Tillich's back on the strike now. 71 off 137. So
What have you made of Tilak?
he's a good batter, yeah. He's definitely aggressive when he needs to be, and very patient when he doesn't.
It's kind of one thing or the other, isn't it?
Yeah. So Abbas is still going round to the lefty. Straight ball leaves on the offside. Yeah, he's going over the wicket to Tilak. So he's not going round. And so Hampshire is still 254 for 5 after nearly 87 overs. And last ball of the over, Abbas is coming in and Tillich defends it for no run.
All right, well done.
Yeah.
That's your stint.
Lovely.
Well done, Cecilia. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, that's and our last bowling commentator in before tea is going to be Lottie Blackwell. Who's watched all of her comrades do 2 stints, and you're the final one.
Yep.
How does that feel? It's been a long
Good
wait,
to
isn't it?
send it off. Yeah, it has been.
Right, I'll do the first over. You can do the second one. 87 overs gone. 254 for 5 are Nottinghamshire. And Josh Tong. I have to say, I'm enjoying watching Josh Tong bowl.
Yeah, he's looking good.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit
He
different.
is having a very heavy field behind the batter as well.
He is, isn't
Yeah.
he? A heavy field, yes, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that phrase. Yes, 3 slips and that leg gully is still there, and short leg literally on square. As Tong is in and bowls. Morgan's in behind that one. Tong tries to. That's the second bit of football we've seen him try to do, and it's not quite worked out actually. It sort of bounces away off his foot. Certainly not a Premier League control off his foot, that one.
No.
More local Sunday league.
Yeah. It does pay out if you do it right though. So
It does, yeah. It
it's
saves you
always
bending down, doesn't it?
yeah, worth a try.
Yeah. Is that what you do when you bowl?
No.
You don't? Do you always
No.
bend down and pick the ball up?
Yeah.
You've got to find that trick. There's a trick where you sort of show the outside of your foot to the
Yeah,
ball as it's
like
rolling back
flick
to
it
you.
up.
Yeah. Well, you don't even have to do that really. As a bouncer, Morgan ducks underneath that one. But you just literally stick your foot there, leave it, let the
Yeah.
ball.
And it just pops into your hands.
Perfect. That's the easy one, isn't it? Helps the back.
Could be quite useful.
Do you do any other tricks with the foot then when you bowl?
No, I
No.
do not use my feet.
You don't use
with
your feet at all?
They don't touch the ball.
Right. Can help sometimes.
Yeah, well, we don't really get taught that type of stuff, so
No, that's true. No, well, believe me, I never got told that.
no.
No coach would ever teach you that, of course.
No.
Well, there's a bit of sunshine.
Yeah, popping
Where's
out
that?
the clouds.
Yeah, where's that come from? Haven't had too much today.
No.
Tom is going to go round the wicket here, so the field is changing. There is a square leg, and second slip has moved more to a gully area. So just a one slip, gully, leg slip. For Tom, short, that's kept low. My word, Felix Organ had to get low on that one.
Yeah. Don't think it got quite the height that Tongue was hoping for.
They're the worst ones to duck as well, because as you duck and you see the ball and you think, oh, hang on a minute, I've got to go a bit low.
Yeah. You've also then got to be careful where your bat is in that position, because you don't want to leave it in the wrong place and end up hitting the ball on accident.
As Freddie McCann found out in the first innings here, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
the
done
bat
that before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to get the bat. It was another short delivery. Morgan ducks up. So you've done that where you've left the bat up?
Yeah. It was only a net, but learned my lesson.
Yeah, it's easy to do when you sort of worry about your body, get that down, and then you
Yeah.
forget about the bat in your hand.
Yeah.
But as I say, Freddie McCann got in a bit of a mix-up in the first innings and was out like that. Tom gets the ball in his hand eventually at the top of his mark. 254 for 5 is the total. Round the wicket, that's turned away, or it's well fielded at short leg. That's very, very good reactions from Ben Slater. Gets a little hand touch from Jack Haynes at square leg. Maiden over so far here for Tom. Looks like he will be if he gets another dot ball in here, but he's still wicketless after coming down from Old Trafford, starting the game today. None for 43. As that's turned away into the gap on the leg side, down to fine leg. Fielded by Abbas, and Organ will keep the strike. 255 for 5. Lottie's going to take up the commentary.
Yeah. There was just the one off the last over, so it was tight by knots. And they are bringing Abbas back on the bowl from the hotel end.
Still no breakthrough with this second new ball, which is 8
No.
overs old.
Probably they haven't kept up their wicket taking here, Nottinghamshire. After the 4 in the morning session, they have only taken 1 this afternoon. Though Hampshire still trail by 323. And it's a very interesting field, as there's a dead ball from Abbas there, just testing his run up by the looks of things.
Yeah, Organ just pulled away.
Yeah, didn't look too sure about that one. So he goes again in his run up. See if he makes it this time. And the ball is gently guided down to the boundary by third man, where they were past the slips.
That's a good shot, Felix Organ.
Picked the gap nicely there
Did, yeah.
between backwards point and the last slip.
Organ moves on to 18 from 41 deliveries. What's the last time there was a wicket? 10 to 3. We are nearly 10 to 4, so not far off an hour. since Ben Brown departed.
Yeah. Good partnership going here. As a Bass attacks the wicket and hit through the covers for another 4. 2 fours to start the over. It's a good start for this over from here, Hampshire.
Well, the feature of Felix Organ's in so far is that he's got on the front foot really nicely. He's got a good stride in, and that was a beautiful shot. Got well forward there, and again was in a perfect shape just to push that out into the covers, and the timing, perfect.
And Bass is ready to get going again. As he runs in with Organ on strike still. And that was nicely kept out by Organ there. Hit straight to mid-wicket.
Well, here's me mentioning the clouds overhead, or they're more sort of over the far side, over the pavilion, but no ground staff are by the hover cover, so they clearly don't feel there's anything to worry about.
Yeah, no rain on the way then.
No, we'll be alright for now.
Yeah, be able to get the session done hopefully.
Yeah.
There's only, what, 15 minutes left, so Bass runs in again. Oh, and ducked by Organ for the short ball straight to the keeper.
Yeah, it had to come at some point from Mo.
Yeah.
Cut the boundaries in this over.
Put the pressure back on.
Yeah.
He's got the pull shot covered for that ball as well, with a deep square leg, so should be pretty safe bowling it at the moment. He runs in again, 5th ball. And another short ball, and I think that was guided to the boundary past the keeper. Did he get a touch on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 runs.
Yeah.
So let's watch this again on the replay. Oh gosh, Mo's running in really fast on that replay.
Yeah.
Just bounced a bit.
Yeah.
Mo looked like he was bowling about 150 miles an hour in that replay. Here we are. He's still bowling.
Yeah. Well, nearly got it. I think the cameras were a bit glitchy there.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, and the Bass runs in. And another short ball that's gone straight through to the keeper with a duck from Organ. And that concludes the over. Hampshire are currently on 267 for 5.
And in the game at Guildford, Surrey have lost another wicket there. Surrey women, Alice Capsey, yeah, 47.
That's a good one to get out.
Oh, was that right? Now, Amelia was watching the game. Where was Boucher fielding? Mid-wicket, and apparently hit hard at her. Oh, right, she called it on the 2nd attempt. So that's good. Capsey's gone for 47. Alice Davison-Richards is still out there on 20. Paige Schofield has joined her. So Surrey are 100 for 3 in the 18th. And with Hampshire having been bowled out right on the stroke of 50 overs for 278, Surrey need 179 from just under 33 overs. Do you want to do this over as well?
Sure.
Lottie, and then I'll bring Amelia in just for the final few minutes before.
So we've got tongue on at the pavilion end. Just adjusting the field. A few more out on the boundary now. It's just waiting for someone to do something. Don't know who though. Oh, for the batter. That would make sense. Running in, and oh, that's been edged away for 4. Down to 3rd man.
Good shot, Tilak Varma. He's on to 75. Now the Blaze have made a good start against Warwickshire with the ball, The Blaze were 218 for 6 after 39 overs. That's a 39 overs a side game up in Lincoln. Warwickshire are 13 for 3, with Catherine Bryce picking up 2 wickets, Bethan Ellis and Suran Kumar, and Grace Ballinger has picked up Davina Perrin.
Wow.
So that's a good start for the Blaze.
Yeah. Warwickshire probably need to pick it up a bit there if they want to do well. Left hand is still on strike as Tongue runs in. And a nice full ball hit straight down the ground. It's not going to go though. It's nicely fielded. Back in for the 2.
That's a hurry there.
Yeah.
At the far end, did Felix Organ?
Yeah. Tilak Verma now on 77 off 141. Making his way along slowly.
Changing the field. Oh no, I thought first slip was running into a run-saving position, but he was running to get the helmet. That was Liam Patterson-White.
Field is definitely more spread out and pressure is being released. And that's another quick ball kept out by Verma.
Looks like Mal, the physio, the Hampshire physio, and Graham Welsh, the bowling coach, are doing another lap around the ground.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Lucky. Lucky the physio hasn't had to do too much today.
No.
It's never a good sign when they come out. And Tongue bowled another bouncer, ducked by Varma. That went straight through to the keeper.
It's another good innings from Tilak Varma here.
Yeah.
It's so valuable for Hampshire in the short space of time he's been here.
Yeah.
3rd score of 50 plus in 4 innings.
Wow. Keeping his wicket nicely as well. And attacking when suitable. So that's what you like to see from a test match. And Tongue runs in again. And appeal for LBW, but not given.
Sorry, we've lost another wicket.
Oh.
Paige Schofield, bowled by Ava Lee, the off spinner.
Oh.
Turned.
I went to
According to
school
Lee.
with her brother.
Did you?
Yeah, he was in my year. He was in my old school.
Did he play a bit of cricket as well?
Yeah, he was pretty good. He was also a spinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
102 for 4 Surrey in the 19th over. Bit of turn at Guildford then.
Yeah. Running in again. And another short ball by Tongue there to conclude the over. He is 0 for 50 and has bowled 15 overs.
Lottie, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right, hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was very good, thank you.
There we go. That's our set completed. As we head towards tea, 7 minutes till tea. Amelia Clark will join me going up to the break. Welcome back. Sorry to drag you away from all those screens.
It was all getting very good. I mean, it was tea at the test, so I only had the women's to watch, but yeah, it was getting very good. Very good indeed. A couple of wickets falling. Maya Boucher, still one of the best fielders out there, I say. Yeah, brilliant catch she took at mid-wicket. Absolutely brilliant. Sort of defend, and you could see as she caught it, she sort of bent double as if to go, my God, did I really catch that? 'Cause it came at her like a rocket. But yeah, absolutely amazing. And Ava Lee, yeah, getting a little bit of turn up at Guildford. So.
Yeah, Freya Davis picking up captaincy, so she has 2 wickets, 5 overs, 2 for 36. Wicket for Elise Perry and a wicket for Ava Lee as well. So yeah, we're keeping an eye on both those games, as they are attached to both these clubs playing out here at the Utilita Bowl.
Indeed it is, yeah. Hampshire are 273 for 5, had 90 overs. Says we've still got 46 left in the day.
It's going to be another long one.
Yep. As long as the weather holds, yes it will.
It will, yeah.
We've got Ahmed coming in from the hotel end here. Just sort of shakes his legs out just to make sure he's ready. Does his trademark grounding of himself, sort of stabilise himself in the ground before he starts. He's got to slip in place and begins his gallop in. And that's just turned away, but stopped at City midpoint.
It's almost like he's testing, making sure that the ground below him is firm enough to start his run up.
It is,
isn't it? Is that right, left, right?
Yeah. As in he comes, he doesn't waste any time at all. This is again nicely blocked by Organ. He moves on to 26. He's moving along at a nice clip. He's faced 47 balls. Tilak Varma, 77 off 145. He's being very watchful in his approach, but Hampshire fans, I think, will be quite happy with that. As in comes Ahmed again. Ball good length this time, and front foot defensive there from Organ. Lays it back.
Yeah, Hampshire just needs somebody, don't they, to stick around. I know it's easy to say, but he always seems to be the man that looks the most likely to do that.
Absolutely.
I say always, only in the last 3 games.
That's Ahmed in again. Slightly flighted a little bit more, but again defended by El Organ. Slightly out into the offside. 4 dots so far for Ahmed, so we'll be happy with this. He's none for 36. He's into his 10th over. 273 for 5 for Hampshire. As he comes in again. Still around the wicket. Bowls and slightly shorter this time. Work leg side and square the wicket, but no run.
We're going to squeeze another over in here, aren't we?
Oh yes.
Oh, it's going to be another Tong over.
Oh yes.
Mixture of bouncers and what have you. Yeah,
rockets.
There are, yeah. I am enjoying watching him bowl.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's a very good bowler. Yeah, so that you see why England like him. Last ball of the over. Can Hampshire do anything with this one? No, still just the defensive shot from Organ, but he's still there, and that's what matters. And that's the end of the over. 273 for 5. 91 overs had. Still trail by 305.
Yikes.
It was a maiden from Ahmed. Yes, I think yikes is very much the word for it, Kevin James. Yikes indeed.
Yeah. Well, it was certainly yikes at the end of the morning session. Hampshire lost 4, but so far they've only lost the 1 this afternoon, and that's a little bit better from the home side. Yeah, just to repeat a T. Did you say it was T in the test?
I did say it was T in the test.
England 77 without loss.
It is
Reply
indeed.
to India's 358, where Zach Crawley's 33 not out and Ben Duckett 43 not out. And this will be the last over before tea. And Liam Patterson-White, we won't get any more Tong. He's going to have a little break.
Well, I did think they were cutting it a bit fine with Tong, but
Well, it would just been extended.
yeah.
It's gone way over 4 o'clock. It might still do, but Patterson-White is on to start his 25th over. Forward is Varma. It's gone out on the offside. Into the 92nd over here.
The 12th with the new ball.
Yeah. Patterson-White in. Varma's on the back foot. Very quickly in those other Division 1 scores as we head towards the break here. Sussex 202 for 3 in their second innings against Essex. They trail by 98 with James Cole's 74 not out there. Tom Alsop made 72, has played out on the onside, former Hampshire player. Worcestershire are 189 for 8 in their second innings. They lead Warwickshire by 338 after Warwickshire were bowled out for just 184. Ethan Brooks is 42 not out. That's played quietly back down the pitch by Von. And Surrey are 159 for 2 against Yorkshire, trail by 358. Where Burns went for 78, Sibley for 52. Farmer works it away on the onside, up to the man in the deep at the top end of the ground, and that is 274 for 5 with 1 ball until the break. Those are the Division 1 scores up to date. Yeah, we're going to have, what, 44 overs to do in the final session.
Yes.
Which will start at 4:20. Quite right, Amelia. So her eyes went all big on that and thinking, gosh, what term are we going to finish? I can't even begin to work that out.
No.
We might have a quick workout in the break. But it'll be late. I think, what time did we finish yesterday? Close to 7?
Yeah, it was. It was just before 7.
Quarter to 7 first day. Organ plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg, and that should be tee.
It is.
Yep, the Briars are starting to make their way up to the far end of the ground. So 274 for 5 are Hampshire, with Varma on 78 not out, Felix Organ on 26 not out. They still trail by 304, but better news for Hampshire. That one wicket, Ben Brown, LBW to Lyndon James for 28. Shall we take a quick break? Let's do it, and we'll be back in just under 20 minutes' time.
Hampshire were 184 for 4. 4 wickets going down in the morning session, 2 for Mo Abbas, 2 for Liam Patterson-White, but in that afternoon session, just the 1 wicket, and it was clear that the Hampshire skipper Ben Brown, he might have had a differing view to the umpire on that one. He was given out LBW to Lyndon James for 28. So 274 for 5. It means that Hampshire are still 304 behind in the game, 155 away from saving the follow-on, and they've got 44 overs left in the session to see it through. So we should be on our way towards who knows, somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock maybe, as we have been for each of the last 2 days. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin James will be here in the fullness of time to get us going, keeping a beady eye on everything cricket-wise this afternoon. Amelia Clark, hello.
Hello. Yeah, we've just got a few emails coming in at hampshirecricket.co at bbc.co.uk. It says, hi team, well done for giving the young ladies some time on air. They're definitely sounding a lot more confident in their second stint. And a question for you, Dave. What is your take on Nottinghamshire only playing Surrey once this season? Thank you, Michael, for that question.
Let's get that big wooden spoon and give it a bit of a stir. Let's get Bracegirdle agitated. I do think it's wrong. I think we should have a top division. In fact, we should have all divisions where everybody plays each other the same number of times. I also don't think there's any need for the Kookaburra ball either. Let's just play with the Duke's ball, keep the integrity of the competition alive. But that's my thoughts. Yep.
Got that's a good one there. Got Lyndon James coming in now, and that's well left. Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. To be fair, I think if you've got a division, everyone should play everyone. It's the only way to be fair. But yeah, thank you for your question there, Michael. We've got a few more. I'll try and get through in the preceding balls. As yes, let me have a little look. Lyndon James still taking a very long walk to the top of his mark. As turn and faces, and we've got Tilak on strike. Over the wicket comes James, and that's left alone again. So he says, we've got Stephen Clark's emailed in at hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, hi Kev and team, please forgive us, but the opinion of the Shane Warne Wrinklies, which is the guys who sit right at the top of the Shane Warne stand, is that the playing and coaching staff only do a half lap around the boundary. We're paying fans for a full lap around the ground. That's fair enough, Steve. If they can do it, they need to do it all the way. Get those steps in. As James comes in, the orange soles of his shoe is flashing as he runs away, and that's well blocked by Tilak. Got one from Ken Bryan, who says during the lunch break he watched a few replays of the Nick Gubbins dismissal, and he still can't believe it was given out. The fellow umpire, although not the same league, he umpires for Dorchester and previously in Sparshot. I wonder whether you might consider allowing me to commentate from the umpire's view. Well, you know, Ken, that really isn't my decision, but ask Kev next time. I'll leave it for him to see, and I'm sure he can give you an opinion on that. As James comes in again, and that's left by Tilak. Yeah, Stephen Clark also previously just congratulating the youngsters who gave it a go this morning. It does take a lot of pluck to give this a go and coming quite fresh, and yeah, I think I agree with you, Steve. There's one or two very bright futures there. He's also written a poem about the Kevin James efforts.
We like poems. We like poems.
We do like a poem. I'll make sure Kev is listening when we read that one out. As James is in, and this is defended nicely into the offside by Tilak. I'll make sure he hears that. So I'll
give it one ball left in the over. Give it a go. Give it a go.
I'll give it a go after this one. I think I just need to check it, as it's you know, before I read it out.
Yeah, see if it's BBC proof.
Exactly. I believed Steve wouldn't send me anything that wasn't, but you never know. So I'll have a quick read of that, and then make sure Kev's listening. James in once more. Oh, this is swept nicely through the leg side, and that's gone for 4. Very nice. Nice indeed. Shorter boundary that side. Tilak making good use of it.
Yeah, pull away through mid-wicket for 4. Short of a length, and first runs after tee, 278 for 5. Can't have some facial expressions going on here. It's not great radio, Amelia.
I'm sorry, I was...
While you're lip-syncing a poem.
Reading, yes. I can't read and talk. My brain
You can't read and talk?
No, can't read and talk, sorry. So, at the end of the over, 278 for 5. It's
going to be Liam Patterson-White to bowl the first over after tee from the Bransgrove Pavilion end. Bowling to the right-handed Felix Organ, came in at number 7, played nicely for his 26, faced 53 deliveries so far, 5 of which is put away to the ropes. This partnership began at the fall of Ben Brown's wicket to 31 for 5, so they've added 47. Here's Patterson-White, who got 2 wickets this morning. First ball is just nurdled back to him by Felix Organ. Second wicket this morning for LPW was the 200th of his career in 3 formats. Giving this lots of flight, and Organ not tempted, just nudges it back to him. Both openers out for 52, Weatherly and Middleton this morning, as Organ pushes this back to the bowler. Farmer was obviously keen not to follow them, but his half century and has stuck around. Real dogged effort from him. He's on 82. This one's turned to leg. There's again no run. Jack Haynes doing the fielding. 278 for 5, Hampshire. We're in the 94th over, so about 16 overs left, as this is again turned to short leg, no run. For the sides to add to whatever bonus points they've got in the match so far. Notts will need 1 more wicket to get a second bowling point. Might from here on in be a little tough to get 4 wickets in 16 overs. Patterson-White bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler for Hampshire. They're 22 runs away from reaching 300. And again, it might be a little tricky to see if they can get 72 runs in 16 overs, but we'll see how they go. 278 for 5 at the end of Patterson-White's first over after tea, a maiden. He has figures of 26 overs, 6 maidens now, 2 for 70.
God, there's some Mahad Abbas is doing some very in-depth stretching out in front of us. That's quite impressive how flexible he is. Do you want to hear the poem now? I've checked it.
If it's BBC proof, I'd love to hear.
Proof. This is from Stephen Clark, about Kevin James' effort to learn and to understand AI. From cricket's pitch to Silicon's core, Kevin seeks AI and wants to learn more. No dusty stats, but algorithms bright. He dives in deep with all his might, and you're going to have to wait for the rest of it. Lyndon James comes in, and that's knocked very nicely down to the offside. And a roving fielder's going to have to come and grab that, and they'll get 2 for it. He dives in deep with all his might, from neural nets to codes unseen. A commentator's quest, sharp and keen, demystifying logic bit by bit. To grasp the future, he'll never quit. Aren't our listeners good? That was quite the poem there, Steve. Thank you.
It's fairly deep, isn't it?
Isn't it?
My word.
That was a nice shot there from Tilak, who managed to get back for 2. Lyndon James coming in again from the hotel end. Tilak still on strike, waits for him. Balls, good length and well blocked front foot. Just into the offside in front of him. Got 2 slips in place for Tilak on Lyndon James. As he trudges back to the top of his mark. Nottinghamshire have slipped to 2 below the required over rate, but I'm sure they'll bring some spinners on in a moment, and that will be up to par, I'm sure. Hampshire still trail by 298 as James comes in again. In and bowls, and slightly wider delivery, maybe trying to tempt Tilak, but he's not tempted. As he wanders off to the left as we look at it, his right. Maybe just to compose himself for a minute. Felix Organ just doing a few sort of practice shots at the non-striker's end.
What
have you spotted?
Well, it's what I haven't spotted, I suppose, which equates to the same thing. I haven't spotted, or I have spotted the fact that Stephen Mead's not on the field and not skipper.
As James comes in this time around the wicket.
So I'd imagine Joe Clark is looking after things. He's at mid-on in the floppy sun hat. Calvin Harrison's on as a sub-fielder at second slip. And just wonder if maybe just feeling painful bruising. He really did go down
hard
on his. I mean, it's the politest way of saying it. On his bottom, he slipped over again, rushing in as is his wont to try and prevent a single, and whoosh, his legs came up to.
And that's just left alone by Tillack.
His legs came up and down he went, sort of flat on his back, hitting the ground hard with his coccyx, and it was down for a wee while, clearly in some distress, but that was around about the middle of the afternoon, wasn't it?
Yes.
Obviously no way of knowing if that is it, but Mead's not on the field at the moment, so we'll keep half an eye out. It's raining again at Guildford in the match between Surrey women and Hampshire women. Surrey 151 for 5 there, chasing 279.
In comes Jane again round the wicket, and this is left alone by Tillack. He's continuing his watchfulness. We do have a little email from Alan Groves. He says, "Hi Kevin team, you probably hear my screams of frustration all the way from central London. The way some of our batters are giving away their wickets. Look at the teams below us, all amassing runs and points. It's imperative that we dig in the next 5 sessions and sell their wickets dearly. Interesting listening to some of those aspiring young cricketers you brought along for the interviews. Onwards and upwards to the teams as always." Thank you, Alan. Well, if there's one man that's going to move this team and the score ahead, it will be Tillack Varma and Felix Organ out there with him.
Patterson White bowled to Organ, left arm spinner fires one in. Organ just dabs it down on the leg side, and there's no addition to the total. Lyndon James doing the fielding, got the only wicket to fall during the afternoon session. Patterson White again, past umpire Milnes. Again it's tossed up and Organ nudges it back to the bowler. Very still day, although the Hampshire flag just rippling gently at the far end of the ground. Got cloud cover again, floodlights aren't on. It's not that gloomy just yet, as Organ again with a defensive block pushes it back to the bowler. Not the biggest of crowds, but those that are here engrossed in the play. Let's go in search of a wicket that would just sort of open up the lower order. Another block there from Organ. Doesn't matter the surface, doesn't matter how old the ball. It's always a case of establishing yourself when you're fresh at the wicket. Another one dropped on the leg side, no run. Not sort of hoping that maybe for the first time in the day they're able to repeat that old adage: one wicket brings 2. So they can get Hampshire on the brink of being bowled out by stumps today. I think they'll feel it's been a satisfactory day as Patterson White again zips through another maiden. 280 for 5, 27 over 7 maidens, 2 for 70 for the spinner. Nothing yet in the wickets column for either Josh Tong or Farhan Ahmed.
Got another email from Michael, and he said, "Hi all, this could be a big game in the Championship. Looking at the matches in the Yorkshire match, Nottinghamshire could be back at the top of the table if they win here, which makes the match against Surrey a huge match. But again, sad that they will only play each other once, so another one just feeling the interest of the ECB as James comes in from the hotel end, and that's blocked nicely, leg side. Thank you, Michael, for that, and that's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Please do send us your thoughts and feelings and anything you've seen on the match. And we haven't got any quiz questions for you at the moment, but I'm sure maybe later or tomorrow we'll have some more for you. Dave's been an oracle of the knowledge so far, the quiz master. James just retrieving the ball and coming in again from the hotel end. Tilak waits on strike, 84. And that's popped up in the air and in front of him. And from our angle, that almost looks as if it was heading towards the slips, but it wasn't. It was coming out in front of Tilak. So it lands safely and no run scored there. 280 for 5, 96 overs had. Then another 39 to go in the day, up as 4. We've got a few more to do because on the first day we had about 3 hours of lost play. So we've got some overs to catch up on as James comes in again round the wicket. And that's well left by Tilak, and a few nice shouts from the slip corners and bowler just to maybe try and get in Tilak's head again.
Yeah, I wasn't too far away from the off stump. It's the turn of the Nottinghamshire coaching staff to have a patrol around the boundary edge.
Let's see if they do the full lap.
Kevin Shine and Paul Franks leading the way, and Phil Tranter and Peter Moores behind. Tranter the physio.
And in comes James, and that's left alone and carries through. 4 dots so far in this over.
There's one Division 1 game finished yesterday. Might hear a little bit more about that in the fullness of time. Somerset beating Durham in 5 sessions. The other 3 matches today, the batting side, Sussex in the second innings, 213 for 4 at home to Essex, trailing by 87. Worcestershire 210 for 8 in their second innings at Edgbaston, leading Warwickshire by 359. And Surrey 167 for 2 at Scarborough. Yorkshire made 517.
James in once more. And again left alone by Tilak. He is in no hurry whatsoever. 84 off 167. Organ at the other end, 26 off 65. A similar over, if not a little bit lower.
Division 2, Derbyshire 52 for 3 in their second innings. They require 394 more to win, but I guess more likely from this stage. Leicestershire 7 wickets away from strengthening their position at the top of the table.
James starts his run up again. And then bowls. And this is left alone by Tilak. I've just had a quick look on the England-India test. England are in their first innings and they are 111 for no loss. So Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett doing well out as their openers. In the women's Hampshire game, they have been taken off for rain again, so hopefully that will pass and they can get out and continue. They had the huge partnership of Danny White-Hodge and Davison Richards out in the middle after losing 5 wickets. Danny White-Hodge coming in a little lower, maybe to try and give her a bit of a rest before she was needed due to her England work she's been doing.
We've had 6 runs in 5 overs since tea. Liam Patterson-White has bowled back-to-back maidens. Going to bowl now to Felix Organ, who's on 26 and goes to cut this away. Fielded by Ben Slater, 1 foot on the matting wicket, about 9 or 10 strips away from the one we're playing on, the other foot on the grass. As he fielded that no run. Nice economical approach from Patterson-White. Bowls again and popped to mid-wicket safely along the ground by Felix Organ. There's a little bit of animation out there, some oohs and ahs, but just really just to try and keep everybody in good spirits, try and generate a feeling out there that they might be able to get a breakthrough. Organ pushes this back to the bowler. Still no Hamid, the not skipper, off the field at the moment.
A slightly worrying sign is that 4 of the ground staff have appeared by the hover cover.
No, they're the Notts coaching staff.
Oh, sorry, they look like...
Next ball is pushed back to the bowler.
Well, that is good then. Good. They're in the same colour as the ground staff, that's why I was confused. But yes,
Well,
they're slightly greenish hue now, I can see.
The Notts physio stroke medic, Phil Tranter, is amongst them. This is dropped on the leg side. I thought if there was some sort of medical issue with Asib Hamid, he'd be there attending to it.
Yes.
Here comes Patterson-White. In again, still yet to concede a run since tea. Cuts this to backward point, fielded by Mo Abbas. And That's 3 maidens in a row from that end from Patterson White. Just turning the screw a little bit. Don't think the pitch has been all that responsive. Not getting a huge amount of turn, but it's dropped onto a nice line and length here since the interval, and he's certainly keeping Felix Organ nice and quiet down that end. Organ on 26, Tilak Varma on 84.
It does feel like it's just a little bit darker at the moment here, and although the ground staff haven't appeared, it feels like it could rain, but hopefully it won't, as James comes in again from the hotel around the wicket and left by Tilak. Still on 84. I think he's been on 84 for a considerable amount of time now. Just 169 deliveries. He'll walk back to the top of his mark.
Notts will just take things as they find them. All about patience, maintain your disciplines, bowl good line and length. They can afford to make the odd error here and there. Hampshire can't.
And that's well left alone by Tilak.
Don't extend Notts being able to make the odd error here and there to drop catches. I don't think I don't think that would go down too well. The floodlights are coming on. Amelia's absolutely right. It is just getting a little gloomy overhead, but we have seen this over the course of the match. The light switcher on has been very proactive at the merest sign of a dark cloud. On will come the floodies, just giving us a bit of extra light.
James once more around the wicket. Oh, and Tilak uses his feet and goes all the way down the pitch, and that's been driven very nicely. I think that was 6. I didn't see it bounce.
No,
Did it? Just 4. I
The umpire
lost it.
signal 4.
4. I lost it just as just below us. There's a screen, and I couldn't see through it. That does bring up the 50 partnership for Tilak and Organ. They've done it in 134 balls in 92 minutes. Not bad at all. Just watching that replay, it was a great shot. Yeah, he saw it coming and just waited for it and worked down the track and used his feet. Very nice there. And that moves Tilak's score on to 88. James wastes no time and is in straight away, and this is left alone by Tilak. And he says, I'm not going to do that twice, don't you worry. Still 37 overs in the day if the weather plays ball. Hampshire trailing by 294. They need 429 to avoid the follow-on. This partnership doing very well out in the middle. If it can continue and build, have quite a game on our hands. As James comes in again. Bowls and defended on the front foot by Tilak. Just the 1 ball left of the over, and then I think we'll be having a commentary change.
Yeah, it's batted beautifully. Tilak is he's gone in fits and starts. There were occasions, certainly early on, where he was very much looking to keep the board moving and apply the pressure to the Notts bowlers, but he's also been eager to soak up a lot of deliveries. Don't recall him giving a semblance of a chance. Very solid performance here.
James, last ball of the over, in and left by Tilak. That's 88 and the end of the over, so it's 284 for 5, and we have a commentary change to... Oh, we're going to have one more. Sorry, Dave. I apologise. I was eager. I don't know why. I'm enjoying this. Too early, so you're over.
Yeah, it was interesting that one player out on the field who can't bowl there for Notts, Calvin Harrison, just bowling a few practice deliveries, taking the opportunity just to turn his arm over. Did play a couple of T20 games for Hampshire in 2020, Calvin Harrison. Of course, he took a catch earlier on today. Tom Prest miscued one, trying to get hold of Liam Patterson White, pulled it high into the sky, and it came down into the hands of Calvin Harrison. Is it mid-on then? Is it mid-off now as Felix Organ pushes us out onto the leg side? That's 19 consecutive dots since tea from Liam Patterson White. Hampshire 284 for 5. This is the 100th over now. Patterson White in again, and Felix Organ just drops it again out to Lyndon James on the leg side. There's a slip, there's a short leg. On the offside, there's a backward point, square point, an extra cover. As Joe Clark is a lot closer than the other fielders in the ring. This is just dabbed behind square. Mo Abbas's there. There's a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and Josh Tong, almost Billy No Mates, is out on the deep square deep square leg fence. We'll get the words out eventually. Round the wicket comes Patterson White. Organ must be just getting a little bit tetchy, and he'll be well aware he hasn't scored a run off Patterson White since tea. Been bogged down at this end. Pushes it to Farhan Ahmed at mid-on, and there's no run. Couple of balls left in the over. Balls now, and Organ again just happy to drop it up to Farhan Ahmed at mid-on. And there's no run. 5 wickets taken today for Notts, 2 by Mo Abbas, 1 for Lyndon James, and 2 by Patterson White, who bowls now, and Organ pushes it back to him. And yet another maiden for Liam Patterson White, who's bowled 4 consecutive maidens since tea. Hampshire 284 for 5.
I'm going to make way for Kevin James.
Thank you, guys. There's another first here. Not for me. This is my umpteenth time. But for the first time, Hampshire's content and media assistant, Tom Wilkinson, is here. How are you, Tom?
I'm good, thank you, Kev. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we can still classify it as afternoon. Quarter to 5.
At what point is it evening?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. I think when you get up towards 6.
Right, okay, we'll go with that. Here's Lyndon James, and we'll certainly be out here at 6. We'll be here gone 7, as that's played out on the onside by Varma. This partnership, another useful partnership involving Tilak Varma. This is worth 53 so far between the left-hander and Felix Organ. I know you've done your sporting commentaries have mainly been, what was it you were telling me? Esports.
Yes, motorsport-related esports. Yeah. That's my passion, really, as I've grown up through the years. But cricket's always been a big part of my life. Okay,
here's Lyndon James, runs away from us and bowls to Varma, who's forward. He's playing a missing. You don't often see that. In fact, I hesitate to say that's the first time that Varma's played a miss, but it might very well be with the 176th ball that he's just faced. So esports, that's some. Obviously, there's a big market for that for commentary, isn't there?
100%, yeah. One of the fastest growing industries, I think, is the best way to put it, and they're looking for so many opportunities to bring youngsters and blood them through as well, which is, the category that I feel like I fall into as somebody that's in their early 20s.
Okay. Not sure how much esports there is around the site here at the Utilita Bowl, but it's very much cricket we're focusing on, as that's pushed up to Mills mid-on, and I know you love your sport and you want to get involved a little bit more, so here he is. Tom's with me for the next 25 minutes or so, and he'll be doing commentary on the next game, next over, even. So yeah, looking forward to this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Lyndon James into his 14th over here, 1 for 31. Hampshire losing 4 wickets this morning was a bit of a blow. It was a good session for Nottinghamshire, but finding wickets a little harder to come by now after only picking up 1 this afternoon. We're into the evening session as Varma is on the back foot, and it's a no ball. Lyndon James just overstepping a fraction on that one. Hampshire move on to 286 for 5. And you've been working in your current role at Hampshire now for a little while?
Yeah, 6 months or so.
6
been
months,
around and about the place, working with the men's team and the women's team from a content perspective, trying to make some really nice, fun, engaging social media content, trying to sell the game to potentially a different audience.
Okay. He was working on the women's game at Guildford, but it's okay he's here because it's raining there, so he ain't got too much to do. Oh, it's bounced in front of Arena and flicks up to first slip, so chance of a bye gone there, with Arena just getting some sort of hand on that one. Yeah, I'm just looking across where Amelia's watching, and there's very much rain at Guildford. The only thing we need to work out is whether the Surrey were ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis. They weren't, so Hampshire looked like is that game called off yet? Not yet. So Hampshire are ahead. And with Surrey, they'll be desperate to get back out there. But I'm looking at the camera. That doesn't look great, actually. I've seen that in Guildford. That's good news, isn't it? Beat Surrey twice, if that's the case. They beat them here earlier on in the season in the 50-over competition. It's played out square on the leg side by Varma. And he moves on to 89. And Hampshire on to 287 for 5. So when you finish this stint, have you got to race back and keep an eye on Guildford?
That would be the plan, yeah. However, looking at what we've just seen, those covers look like they're going to be on for quite some time. That doesn't look like the best playing conditions for a game of cricket, but if you are a Hampshire fan, that is excellent news to
it certainly is.
get the double over Surrey.
That certainly is, yeah, top of the league at the moment. The Blaze are also playing, of course. We've been keeping an eye on them. They're taking on Warwickshire. And the latest we have there, as Lyndon James comes in, that's left alone outside the off stump by Felix Organ. Warwickshire are 86 for 5 after 20 overs. It's a 39 overs a side game, so they've got 19 overs in which to score another 133 with just 5 wickets remaining. I'd say the Blaze would be happy with that, wouldn't they?
I think they'll be pretty happy with the position they're in there.
Certainly. That's being played in Lincoln. So it's not raining in Lincoln, but it's raining in Guildford. There we go. 289 for 5. 1 ball left of over number 101, James Bowles, and forward is Organ. That goes up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Mo Abbas. End of the over. Tilak Varma has 89 and Organ has 26.
Incredibly watchful, both of them. I think Felix Organ, you look at the position that he's in this game, there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders with Liam Dawson heading over to Old Trafford, returning to England for the first time since 2017, performing very well, bowling in that first innings as well.
Hasn't got on today, has he?
No, he didn't.
Well, we didn't get on today, actually, because of course England are batting. Yeah.
Great story, though.
Yeah, it is. And there was quite a lot written about him, wasn't there, overnight, which was quite nice to see. And he obviously gave an interview as well after the game. I caught a little bit of that. I don't know how much you saw of that. Thought the chance had passed him by to play Test cricket again.
Great advertisement for county cricket as well, putting the work in. It will be Patterson White to continue from the pavilion end. Tilak Varma, who's made quite the impression since arriving at the Utilita Bowl. 89, made that 100 on debut, then got out straight afterwards. He'll be looking to hang around for a bit longer, pushing forward, just working this towards mid-on, who is actually back. So he'll just run out towards long on. That'll be an easy single to bring Felix Organ back up to the other end. Like I said, he's been very watchful. He's been quite obdurate since they've come out after tea. Not looked to score too heavily, looked to hang around, because I think he realises the situation that Hampshire find themselves in. They're exactly now halfway to Nottinghamshire's score.
You're right, yes. Just tick those runs off. Long way to the follow-on still, though. 429.
This will be Patterson White into Organ. This is just watchfully pushed back to the bowler, and he will take no interest in a single there.
So Hampshire scored 16 in 9 overs since tea.
Talk about Baz balling, and that's going on at the moment. Patterson White in again. This is worked into the offside, not timed brilliantly. He'll just find the man running in off the practice pitches at backward point. There will again be no run for Felix Organ. That run rate has sort of hovered around this 2.8, 2.9, been under 3 and over, which is usually the mark that you would expect to see in first class cricket in 2025. Patterson White will come in again as he continues to rattle through his overs. This is back for length, and again slightly miscued as Organ looks to work that into the offside again. Can't quite pierce the gap in the field between the man that's at a shortish cover. He's quite far in, then you've got the man at point. 2 to go in the over, 1 from it. Back again, going to play off the back foot this time. Punched straight to the man. He'll grasp that to his chest and quickly deliver it back, and you can understand why they're perhaps keen to get a bit of a lick on, because the over 8, not too good, don't want to get deducted too many points. Final one of this over from Patterson White. We're going to look to see this one out and just drops it below his feet into the offside. And there will be no run. 1 from that over, 290 for 5. 102nd of this Hampshire innings completed.
And 34 overs left in the day as we tick up to 5 to 5 here at the Utilita Bowl with the lights on. The ground staff are well away from the covers, so that's no problem there, even though there's some cloud overhead, as there has been for most of the day. And this partnership now worth 59. And yeah, you're talking about run rate there. Of course, the bonus point situation has only got a few more overs to last. 8 overs. You would think Hampshire will get over the 300 mark, but I'm not sure they're even thinking about 350 here. It's about the overall game situation.
Absolutely. Batting points, though, are quite important, considering they haven't had too many so far this season.
Hampshire and batting bonus points haven't exactly been partners this year, have they? They haven't been a marriage made in heaven.
No.
It's been hard work. But nobody's working harder out there than Tilak Varma, that's for sure. 181 balls for his 90. And 10 runs away from his second 100 in 4 innings for Hampshire. Where would Hampshire be without his efforts since the Duke's Ball started?
You dread to think, don't you? Because Ben Brown was doing quite a lot of heavy lifting in those early games in particular.
He was. Now, Hasib Hamid is directing some fielders around at mid-off as Mo Abbas is getting ready to come back into the attack. 21 overs, 2 for 53, picked up those 2 wickets early this morning. Joe Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton, they came inside the first 50 minutes. He's been wicketless since then. Looking for his 3rd of the innings, and in the process of those 2 wickets, picked up 100 wickets on this ground outside the off stump. But Dave Bracegirdle came out with a lovely question this morning. What was his first wicket on this ground? And we're all thinking, oh, it's got to be the first game that he played for Hampshire. And it wasn't. It was just before that, playing for Pakistan.
Yes.
In COVID year.
He did.
Yeah, so that was a great question. 290 for 5. Now, I thought that was the ground staff at the tunnel, but it's actually the coaching staff of Nottinghamshire who are hovering around the tunnel. I can see Peter Moores, the head coach. I can see Kevin Shine, formerly of Hampshire, the bowling coach. There's Paul Franks there as well. And I'm not sure who the other member is. Dave Bracegirdle will know. Physio. He's the Fizz. The Fizz. 290 for 5. Here comes Abbas again, a little wide. Left alone by Varma. It seems to be a physio thing these days, because Mal, the Hampshire physio, does lots of laps, doesn't he? Clearly the Nottinghamshire one likes to do the same. That's obviously something you do when you're a physio. Just go on walkabouts.
Maybe it's a comfort thing.
Well, it could be. Just get out of the physio's room, really. I suppose in the end you get fed up of looking at a couch with players lying flat out on it. And you say, look, I need to get some air.
They like to deliver a lot of messages to players on the outfield, also on the boundary edge.
That's true. Yeah. Because you don't expect physios to send on messages, so they say, go on, just sneak on that message. Bass bowls and length ball, and again Varma is in behind that one. As tight a technique as there is. This is an email coming from Michael, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It says, do we know what the members at Hampshire and Nottinghamshire want regarding the first-class fixtures? Well, I have a feeling with Nottinghamshire that the members at Nottinghamshire want 14. I think I'm fairly safe in saying that one, because when I was sort of hanging around Beefies last night, I think that subject came up. Here's Abbas, left alone by Varma outside the off stump. And I don't know what the feeling is of the Hampshire membership.
I think there's not been too much. It's interesting, the debate, isn't it? Because you've seen a lot of counties with differing opinions. I saw fairly recently there was the Yorkshire one where they asked about what the members were thinking about the blast and the reduction in blast games or the reduction in county championship games, and they were, the members, heavily in favour of keeping the county championship as the priority for county cricket.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I think a few of the memberships around the country are thinking as well. I mean, let's be honest, if you pay your membership and you get 14 games, 7 home games, I think the fear is, as Abbas runs away from us around the wicket, down comes the wicket, comes Varma, smacks that over his head. He hasn't quite got hold of it. Or has he? Has it gone for 6? I still get the feeling, even if it has, he hadn't quite got hold of it. Now it's gone for 4. It's bounced just inside the rope. Well, he did that to Lyndon James a few overs ago, and he's done it to Abbas here. Just every now and then, he just decides. It's like some mist comes over him in a way, isn't it? Block, 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 and then he decides to absolutely give the kitchen sink to a delivery.
The flick of a switch. And he got absolutely nowhere near that either. That was right at the bottom of the bat.
Exactly right. But with mid on and mid off up, I suppose he felt that was safe, even if it didn't come at the bit of the bat, which it didn't. 294 for 5. Yeah, I would say, and if I was a member, I would think to myself, well, do I want 7 home games or do I want 6 in the championship? That's pushed up to mid off, and there's no run. And to be honest, you can't blame members for saying no. I'd want 7.
It's the historical side of it, and it's what the game's been built off for so many years. So I think, from the outside perspective, you can understand why people are feel like it's so important to protect county cricket and red ball cricket.
Yeah, but of course from the players' point of view and from the Professional Cricketers Association point of view, have let their feelings be known that they want a reduction in some shape or form. But when it goes to, this is the thing as well, isn't it? I mean, if you've got a county led by its members, you might be saying initially, yes, you know, we want to look after our players. But if your members are saying something else, what do you do then when you go to the vote?
It's so difficult, isn't it? Patterson White will come in as we interrupt that discussion. Bowls, and Organ just works this way onto the leg side, past the outstretched hand of the man at short leg, and will take a single, bring Tilak Varma back onto strike, 6 short of that second Hampshire 100. But yeah, you feel from a player perspective there definitely needs to be a duty of care, because it's a lot of cricket that they've got to play.
Yeah, especially if you're playing all formats. Some of the players are, of course, and especially the counties with smaller staffs.
Patterson White again. He's put in quite the shift today, as that is played off the back foot by Tilak Varma into the offside. Once again, no interest in taking the single. With him sat on 94, from what we've seen, especially in the last couple of overs, you wouldn't put it past him to maybe run down the wicket and deposit it into the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion to take him to that second 100, and of course tie his highest score for Hampshire, which is exactly 100. Not interested in that one outside the off stump, shoulders, arms. Lets that fly through to Carl Verena.
13 fours and 2 sixes in that 94.
187 balls. Just shows the importance of time at the crease. Getting batting as that is dropped almost directly underneath his feet there from Tilak Varma.
You kind of get the IPL Varma from time to time in these championship matches, from what I've seen over the last 3 ones, and then you get the 4-day Varma. There's not a lot in between.
Not at all. So there's a little bit of it, a bit of flair on the off drive, but picked up nicely by Lyndon James, who dives to his right hand side at cover. It's the flick of a switch, like you said. You can just turn from being very controlled, in complete control of the innings, and then we see the reverse sweeps, the slot sweeps, the scoops, flicking it around the corners. It's brilliant to see, and it adds just that different level of dynamism to things that is sometimes lacking. This is just pushed into the offside once again by Tilak Varma, reverting to that more defensive style of play. 104 gone, 295 for 5. This partnership's 64 now, 169 balls, nearly 2 hours since they last lost a wicket, Hampshire.
I wonder what a 50-over Varma looks like, where he's kind of in between.
You almost feel like he might play that anchor role. You've got the ability to smack it out of the ground whenever needs must, but can just be in complete control.
Yeah, I suppose it's just a concertinaed version, isn't it, really? But he can certainly play 4-day cricket, and he can certainly play T20 cricket, as his record proves. And as we've seen out there, reverse sweep was amazing earlier. I saw that up at Essex. Gosh, he does play that so well. And then his run down the wicket, just from seemingly nowhere. Just amazing. And then in between that, he's defending for what seems like his life.
Technically very adept. He looks like a very, very organised cricketer.
Certainly is. Just his 21st first-class match, he averages over 50, which has been improved slightly since his time at Hampshire. So 295 for 5 then, and Hampshire are behind by 283. Here's Mo Abbas bowling to Felix Organ, who's forward, and that goes up towards mid-on. And we mustn't underestimate Felix Organ's what's the word? Contribution, that's the word. Thank you very much, Tom. Contribution. All eyes are on Varma, but Felix Organ is giving him some good support here and just settling a few nerves in the Hampshire camp, because when Ben Brown fell at just around 10 to 3 this afternoon, LBW to Lyndon James, 231 for 5. Things weren't looking too good. Certainly not after those 4 wickets this morning, as Abbas is in. A length ball to Organ, who plays that out square on the offside. But Nottinghamshire have certainly bowled well. I think they obviously bowled a lot tighter than Hampshire have. I think that goes without saying. And even they are now starting to find things a little tough.
You have to praise the discipline, though, from Felix Organ, because I think he's 5 off his last 45 balls. So he's worked very, very hard, because he understands the situation of the game. He understands the position Hampshire are in. If you can just get through this period, Mo Abbas in particular, who Hampshire know all about, can set themselves up for the final day.
He's got 3 slips as a bat as he comes in again, and Organ is forward. So it goes out towards extra cover. Abbas is working hard here to find anything. A little nugget, a little morsel, a little crumb from this wicket. Just something. And usually if he can't find anything, there's usually not much there. Only sometimes just subtle movements, but he will find it. Mainly because of the great wrist positions that he gets into with the ball when he releases it. Come down one side and then the other. In again, bowls, and that's turned away towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Yes, time and time again. On the flattish wickets, you would see Mo just produce the ball that nobody else can produce. But even he's starting to find it hard work now.
Even the star quality can't always shine through when you're in a situation like this.
Exactly right. Yeah, I had a very brief chat with him in the hotel on the end of the first day, as he's staying here, obviously as the rest of the Nottinghamshire team are, and I have to say he looks fit. He does look very fit. And he's running in again. And bowls, and Organ just tucks that away behind square on the offside. Just a modicum of width there outside off stump. Organ just turning that away into the gap. He moves on to 31. Hampshire move on to 299 for 5 on the verge of a batting bonus point. Just seeing the replay there as well. Yeah, Organ in a great position there and just neatly pushed that away.
Great hands. Open that face, working it. And that's when you can tell, I think, that somebody's confident and happy with their own game. But you can manipulate the field like that.
And trust the bounce of the ball. Don't you trust that the ball's not doing too much and you can set yourself and play lovely shots like that. So we are into the 105th over. So Hampshire should get that one run for a bonus point. Short. And Organ ducks underneath. End of the over. Abbas has completed 23 overs. As miserly as ever. 2 for 61, which on this pitch and going anything under 3 and over is a good effort for the seam bowlers. And Hampshire 299 for 5 with 31 overs left in the day, and we're nearly 10 past 5. Are you ready for some overtime?
I find it unlikely that we might get through all of those, especially with the lights already on. Obviously on the first day we went off slightly early after the light reading that was taken. I think 6 or 7 overs to spare. And if it continues to get dark, just over the scoreboard on the far side of the ground, there's some slightly angrier clouds potentially. I almost feel like where we are in sort of the Hedge End, West End combination, I feel like we're in a bit of a microclimate.
Yeah.
We never, always on the forecast, we had it yesterday, thunderstorms. Thunderstorms, they're going to be coming. And then we maybe had a smattering of rain in the mid-afternoon, around about 2 o'clock. Didn't affect anything too much. Obviously we were off for quite a while on day 1, 3-hour delay. And that's why we're in this position. Hampshire looking for the draw, losing a lot of time in the game. But the work that Patterson White has put in, he's bowled a lot today, long spells. He's going to be replaced by Josh Tongue. 15 overs, none for 50 the speedster as he comes in, it's down the leg side, straight away. Just needs to find that radar. As he returns for a second spell in this session.
You're right about the microclimate, because I live, if there's no traffic, I probably don't even live 15 minutes away to our right, going towards sort of the forest way. And quite often, if it's rained here, it hasn't rained at home, and vice versa. And it's uncanny how many times that happens. So it is, yeah, it's, maybe it's, well, sometimes it's a ground that attracts the weather when nowhere else does, but it works the other way around as well.
Tamil continues to charge into Tilak Varma. Clips this into the leg side and will just amble through for a very easy single, and that brings up Hampshire 300. 105.2 overs it's taken. That run rate just below 3 and over. Takes Varma now 5 short of that second 100. Counting them down. He's timed that nicely. Easy as you like with that single.
Yeah, it's terrific stuff. So just under 5 overs available for more bonus points. I would hope that Hampshire aren't going to suddenly go out there and try and blaze 50, but still a chance for Nottinghamshire to pick up another bonus point if they can.
The follow-on's going to have to be the thing that's at the forefront, though, of the mind of these two batsmen and the batsmen that are still waiting to come in. Trailing by 278. Need another 129 to make sure They don't get forced to bat again. Tongue in once more. Good length, and this is blocked straight back to him by Felix Organ, who continues to be very controlled, very solid, and very dependable in his defensive shape-up.
We're off at the end of the over, by the way, but I just want to mention this, and I nearly missed this email from Peter Breingen. I hope I've got that right. It says, many thanks for the neutral commentary. That's nice. Thank you very much. Question is about Mohammed Abbas.
His tongue will come in. We'll return to Mohammed Abbas shortly, as this is wide outside the off stump, and Felix Organ has no interest in that delivery.
Peter says, my question is about Mohammed Abbas. I always thought he was Hampshire's most dangerous bowler and was surprised that he left the county this season. Watching him today, I was surprised how many overs he bowled. Question is he fitter now? Which does raise the question, why was he not training deep enough with Hampshire? Well, that's a bit. To me, he is like Derek Shackleton, who was a hero of mine as a school child. He probably is a bit like a Derek Shackleton. Tom's far too young to remember him. Even I'm too young to remember him.
Tongue charges in again, back of the length, and this is just knocked into the leg side. Picked up by the man at mid-wicket. Felix Organ once again turning down the run. One to come in Tongue's 16th over, still 300 for 5.
I think, to be fair, I think off the top of my head, Mo did bowl his fair share of overs. And we've also got to remember he's only doing a short stint at Nottinghamshire as well. His first game for Nottinghamshire was Hampshire's game up at Trent Bridge earlier this season.
He may be reminded a few of the Hampshire batters why they perhaps didn't like facing him in the nets. Final ball of the over from Tongue. There's a good length on the stumps and just pushed back to Tongue, who tries to pick it up with his right hand, just deflects it ever so slightly, and that will run down to the man at mid-on who will pick it up.
Tom, thank you very much. It's going to be a double change here. Hope you enjoyed that. Well done.
That was very fun. Thank you very much for having me. Hopefully
the first time of a few, if Hampshire will release you.
Fingers crossed.
Tom Wilkinson there, and I'm going to hand over to Amelia Clark and Dave Bracegirdle to pick up commentary.
Indeed, thank you, Kev. Yeah, he was great. You would never know that was his first stint at commentary. So Hampshire 300 for 5, 106 overs gone. We've got Tilak on 95 and Organ on 31. Looks as though we're going to have Mohammed Abbas come back in to bowl. Dave is here. Hello, Dave.
Hello, hello, hello. Knox need a wicket in the next 4 overs to get that precious second bowling point. Tilak needs 5 runs.
As Abbas comes in now, and that's blocked nicely. Back to Abbas. Do his own fielding. Walk back to the top of his mark. Yes, indeed. They don't have much time left to do it in.
Previous commentary pairing were a little worried about the weather. I think it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's lighter than we think it is. Yeah, I think it should be okay. It's better than the Hampshire women have at Guildford, I can tell you that. But as Abbas comes in, he's going to come over the wicket, and that's all very nicely worked round the corner down to third man, and they'll get 1 for that. Yeah, the Hampshire women are they're currently off for rain, and Surrey were 150 for 5, but they Hampshire were ahead on the DLS by I think 17 rounded abouts. I think the DLS score was needed to be 179. So currently, if there's no more play, Hampshire will be successful with a win on that, but it's yet to be seen. There's still time in the day. Surrey playing very well with Danny White-Hodge and Davison Richards in at the crease as Abbas comes in again, not Abbas, and that's driven down nicely to mid-off. 301 for 5. Organ's on 31. Tilak still on 96 off 196 deliveries.
Yeah, when we were last on comms, Asiba Mead was off the field. He didn't stay off for too long. The not skipper back out there, very much charge of events on the field. It's switched his bowlers around. They will be well aware, and indeed the entire team, just sense of got the nod that we desperately need a wicket somehow.
Abbas in once more. Shorter delivery, and there's a half shout for LBW, and there doesn't look to be any movement from the umpire, but there was a lot of shout there from the slip cordon, which are very spaced out. But we'll have a look on the replay, see what that looks like.
Yeah, it was Mo was the most animated, so it's a ball 9 inches outside the off stump that comes back, and well, there's got to be
Just going down leg.
well a fair element of doubt that would have been going over the top as well, but I think it hit him outside the line. Didn't have an awful lot going for it in truth, and Mo will stomp back frustrated. Yeah, a bit of a gap there between Verena at first and Liam Patterson with the keeper, and Patterson wide at first.
And that's just played nicely on the front foot by Organ, just defended to the offside.
They're just going with a gut feel at the moment. I fancy the three-pronged slip cordon of Liam Patterson White, Calvin Harrison and Freddie McCann. Just a little wider than they normally are. It's quite a staggered slip formation.
And they're at quite an angle as well.
Yeah, start of the innings and yesterday.
It's almost as if first slip it disappeared. He's the invisible man. There's such a gap. Abbas still over the wicket to Organ and in. And this time played leg side, but no run. And that brings back the end of the over. There's 301 for 5, 107 gone. We've still got at least, I think, 29 overs in the day. Hampshire still chase 277, but need another 128 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, Varma have another opportunity here to go through to his second century for Hampshire. I'll let you call it, Amelia, once the over gets a little closer. He was on 43 not out at lunch. Got there quite quickly this morning, but during the afternoon he only added another 35 in a 2-hour 10-minute session. He was 78 not out at tea. Now he's added another 18. He's on 96, chance of 100 here.
No, go on, you go.
301 for 5. Okay, the left-hander facing Josh Tong. Round the wicket he bowls, and the number 72 pushes it out to Nottinghamshire's number 33, Joe Clark, still wearing the floppy sun hat.
Yeah, that does feel slightly unneeded out there at the moment. I suppose it's force of habit. Probably forgets he's even got it on.
It's Patterson White at first slip, Calvin Harrison is the other slip alongside him for Josh Tong. There's no protection down at third, but Mo Abbas is at long leg if anything's tickled down that side. It's a bouncer from the England paceman Josh Tong, which Varma ducks underneath, and it goes through to Verena.
Yeah, it was a good bouncer. I've been really impressed by Tong today. He's been yeah, really on the money.
Yes.
Not been able to find a wicket, but impressive still.
He's been right on it, and he's managed to get that extra little bit of pace and bounce out of the surface. Looked a little rusty, understandably, at the start of the season. Missed the whole of last year, but done well in his matches for Notts. Farmer pushes this back to him. He's unable to pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, a bit of movement in the field. A few conversations going. Both batsmen not met in the middle actually on this time. Both actually just wandered out to our right as we look at it, just having a moment to themselves.
Surrey 207 for 3 at Scarborough. We're in the 57th over there, and Yorkshire made 517. There's Tong in again, and Varma a little push and run up to a mid-on. He played it with soft hands, didn't push it particularly hard, so I knew he could scamper a single. So Varma moves to 97, brings Felix Organ back on strike on 31. At Hove, Sussex 245 for 7 in their second innings, trailing Essex by 55. So the away team there very much on top, as they are at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire are 226 for 8 second time around, leading the Bears by 375. Ethan Brooks has had a good game, 140 in the first innings, 73 not out in the second. His player has certainly taken his game up a notch or two this season. Outstanding young talent during his Warwickshire days, and now he's gone back there to inflict a little bit of damage on the Bears. We're sliding down the table all the time. 302 for 5, Tong bowls, and Felix Organ on this placid wicket just holds the bat out and runs the ball into the gully area where Freddie McCann does the fielding.
I do love that game, the Bears and the Pears. It evokes quite the image, doesn't it?
It's all about getting this bonus point for Notts up to the end of the 110th over. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if Freddie McCann after then doesn't maybe get an over or two this evening. Wouldn't be at all surprised in that. Is Tong in again, bowls. Organ will drive this square of the wicket on the offside for Han Ahmed's after it. Sliding stop from the 17-year-old keeps them to 1, and it's also the end of the over, so it keeps Tilak Varma away from his century for a little bit longer. It'll be Felix Organ keeping the strike. He's on 32, and it's 303 for 5. 2 overs left for Notts to get this second bowling bonus point.
Yes, and in terms of bonus points, Nottinghamshire are on 6 in total. They got 4 for batting and 2 for bowling, and Hampshire are on 4. I think they got the 1 for bowling, but maybe 2, and they've got another 2 subsequently, and they're on 4 bonus points. They still trail a deficit of 275. We've got Felix Organ and Tilak Varma in the middle there. The Organ on 32 off 101 deliveries, and Tilak Varma's on 97 off 200 deliveries. So both have taken their time, but pushing the Hampshire score ahead. The man that stands in the way is Mohammed Abbas, obviously former Hampshire player, been mentioned a few times. He's coming from the hotel end here, and he's going to come over the wicket to Organ. And this is defended nicely, just back down the track by Organ. He's in no rush whatsoever. Just happy to defend again.
Clouds are just parting again, aren't they? It's
breaking up a little.
Not bright, hot sunshine, but a little bit of watery sunshine, and every promise that we can get right the way through. We had a full day yesterday. We lost 3 hours or so on the first day, either side of lunch, and then ended three and a bit overs early due to bad light. Full day yesterday, full day so far today.
As in comes Varma again. Bowls, and it's a good length, well defended on the front foot by Organ. There's 3 slips, just a little bit closer to the wicketkeeper today on this one. It's over. There's a bit more of a gap on the last. They're still very spread out to each other, but I feel like they've crept in a little bit closer maybe, just in case that ball doesn't carry quite as far. So Abbas is ready for his 3rd ball of the over. He's taken 2 for 62 in 24 overs. This is it. In he comes again. Organ waits on strike. Field very much creeps with him, and that's a bouncer, but Organ's got ahead of that and been able to deflect it. It's landed safely, and they've gone for 1. That was a good shot by Organ, but I think it was a little bit of talent and a little bit of luck on that one, more defensive rather than anything. Just getting himself out of the way of fire, but a good short ball from Abbas there. Nice to see him trying something a bit different as well.
Things have gone very much the Blazers' way at Lincoln, but Warwickshire coming back. A century partnership now for the 6th wicket between Abby Freeborn. In fact, looking at the card there to read it out, and Freeborn has just gone LBW to Georgia Elwis, and that means Warwickshire now 4 wickets left, need 80 from 10 overs, but they just put 100 on. Abby Freeborn out for 56, Nat Wraith there on 55, not out.
Well, yeah, and Abbas comes in again. This is a longer length delivery, and it's up in the air, and it has still up, and there's a chance of a catch, but it's landed safely. Oh, Nottinghamshire will be irritated by that one, because Hamid was sort of running underneath, and you thought he might get under it. It was up in the air for quite some time, but it did just, I think he might have just lost it in the clouds, because it landed just in front of him.
No, he couldn't do any more to get there, Asib Hamid, and you look at the Notts side, we're a long way away from the players high up in the gods here on top of the hotel, and you just sense from the body language they feel that was so close. He's barely put a foot wrong, Tilak Varma, but that one just went straight up in the air, just always swirling away from Hamid, who at full tilt couldn't get there, caught it on the bounce, and just been a little bit closer to him, he'd have got it. First real false shot from Tilak, and he's got two, and it's taken him from 97 to 99.
It has
Big
indeed.
moment.
Can he get himself over the line on this ball? The Bass comes in, and it's blocked nicely back to him, and he took a few steps down the track, but he's in no rush, like the rest of this inning so far for him.
Oh, it's a different,
different energy.
Different feel, 99 not out.
Someone said to me the other day, no one remembers when you get 99, they only remember 100.
Yeah, there's no column in your career statistics saying
one below.
How many 99s you got?
Oh, slow clap is attempting to be started around the ground, but I don't think there's quite enough people invested to get that going, and it has died away. So Bass comes in again. This is defended, and they're going to run for one, and the big cheer around the ground as Tilak does get his 100 and takes his helmet off and raises his bat in appreciation for the applause, and a few of the other Nottinghamshire players have given him a little clap and gives a big hug in the middle to Felix Organ. He's done well. There is Tilak Varma.
Marathon effort from Tilak Varma. 203 balls. He's faced 13 fours and 2 sixes. It's been a mixture of stowed, resolute defiance and controlled aggression, and been at the crease for 272 minutes. It's that 4.5 hours or thereabouts. Terrific powers of concentration, and they only waned in that over, really, because that was a really loose shot at Mohammed Abbas, and it swirled up out of the outside portion of the bat, and Nasib Hamid at mid-off had to run 25-30 yards to his right and almost got there. The ball just bounced, and he caught it on the bounce off the ground. Not quite get in there, and they got back for 2, and from then on, you know the rest. He's on strike, 100 not out, 307 for 5, and this will be the 110th over. In some sort of fantasy world, Nottinghamshire would have struck up a deal with Tilak Varma. You can have the 100 if we can have the bonus point the next over. Sure, that didn't happen for real. But Josh Tong nonetheless will be sending down 6 rockets here. The last chance for Notts to get a second bowling point. Comes in round the wicket, and Varma gets solidly behind this one. So 307 for 5. No point mentioning batting points, because impossible for Hampshire to get 43 runs in this over. But Notts 1 wicket away from really crucial points. It could be. They went into this game 1 point behind Surrey, so every single one they can gather is a little bit of a bonus. Really, really important here is Tong. Round the wicket, past umpire Milnes, and with an open face, it's guided by Varma down towards third. It looks to me like Dylan Pennington's on the field doing the chasing. Couple of runs taken. Varma up to 102, 309 for 5. First time in the match I think we've seen Pennington out there as a subfielder.
I mean, someone's off, but who is it? That's the question.
We're midway through the session, so there'll be a number of comfort breaks taken. Calvin Harrison's out there as well, so they've got 2 subs on at the moment. 4 balls left in this over. Josh Tong not bowling till he's satisfied he's got the right field. Pennington came up to backward point, and now he's sent him back out onto the point boundary. 2 slips, only close to the wicket catchers. Here's Tong into Varma, turns this one to mid wicket, and there's no run. Freddie McCann, released from slip duty for at least a while, does the fielding.
Big plume of dust there as Josh Tong came through the crease.
If you're just joining us, the Hampshire openers this morning were parted on 94. Joe Weatherly out for 52, and Fletcher Middleton followed shortly afterwards to the same bowler, Mohammed Abbas, also for 52. That was 111 for 2, 153 for 3. Nick Gubbins given out, not playing a shot, LBW to Liam Patterson-White. And the fourth wicket of the morning session was Tom Prest trying to pull a short ball from the spinner and straight up the chimney, and was caught by the subfielder Calvin Harrison as the next ball's pushed to mid-off, and there's no run. Gubbins out for 23, Prest out for 5. That was 173 for 4, 184 for 4 at lunch, 274 for 5 at tea. The only wicket in the afternoon, that of Ben Brown, the Hampshire skipper. LBW to Lyndon James for 28. That was when the score was 231. The 78 have been added since then between Organ and Tilak Varma, who's on strike now, and lets this delivery from Tong go through to Verena. Notts have got one delivery left in the 110th over. Ground now is bathed in sunshine. The floodlights are on, but this is natural rather than artificial illumination. Tong from the pavilion end comes in now, bowls, and Farmer pushes it into the offside, fielded by Clark, but that's that with regards to bonus points for this game. Hampshire will take 4, Nottinghamshire will take 6. Right now it'll be, I guess, strong odds that each side will have an extra 8 points to add to that for the draw, but Nottinghamshire will still hope that they can get enough wickets this evening to encourage them for tomorrow, and a big push then might still be able to do something.
Well, I'm going to make way for Kevin James to come on some commentary.
Thank you, Amelia. Sure what's going on in the middle, whether it's a proper approved, umpires approved drinks break. It may well be. There seems to be sort of down tools. Looks like everybody's gone on strike once they have a drink. The umpires are there chatting. They're not skipper Asiba Mead. Carl Verena's very involved in getting some sort of point across to the two umpires. Don't know what that's about. If you're having a drinks break, I think the first thing you do is let the 12 men know, Kev, and make sure that the drinks are brought on at the end of the over, so you're not wasting even more time. That's
right. Everybody needs to be in the know. Because I'm just looking at the over rate as well. I think I'm right in saying Nottinghamshire are a couple behind, which of course won't be taken into account until the end of the game. No. So there's plenty of time left. But yeah, just thought I'd throw that in there. Yeah, they've had Tong and Abbas bowling in this session, but once you get Farhan Ahmed on alongside Patterson-White, they can whiz through overs in a matter of a few seconds. Did say 10 minutes or so ago, wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if Freddie McCann had a bowl. There's, I'm going to say, no real sign that he is going to have a bowl. He's having he's trying to get his drinks bottle out of the milk float there, and he's still got his cap on. But I did notice at the end of the over again, he just turned his arm over a little bit off spinner. He's just forging a bit of a reputation. One of those players who will come on when you desperately need a wicket and break a partnership. He's done that a handful of times this season. It might be an option now. I know Notts will be desperately keen for the principal bowlers to do the bulk of the work, but sometimes needs must, and maybe just a gut feel, just a lucky bowler as much as anything. If you can't be good, be lucky. Anybody to get a wicket. Yeah, just the one wicket since just before lunch, actually. So it's been a little while. There's some good fight being shown by Hampshire, but you're right. Maybe it is worth a couple of overs. Won't do any harm, will it? Hampshire still way behind. Zach Crawley is out in the test. Caught Rahul bar Jadeja for 84. And England 166 for 1. Thank you, Amelia. She's watching the test closely, and we're also watching the situation at Guildford. I'm not sure if they've called that off yet. Whilst we're waiting for play to restart, it'd be nice if they do, because I think Hampshire are in front, so that's good news. Peter Blake Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, as a life member, I think we should have 14 games per season, as we're being overrun with 2020 and 100, which I enjoy, he says. The other point is the ball. Why do we use the other ball? They tried it last year, boring this year. Is there no difference to last year? The Dukes has always been the best for us and should stay for all the games. Have you any knowledge of what the other countries, like the West Indies, who still use the Dukes ball, and what are they thinking? I must admit, I don't know that, but I know where my vote goes, Dave. Get rid of the kookaburra.
Come back to that in a second, Kev. Just looking at the live stream, and there's a little caption on saying, an injury break there or whatever, and I thought, well, who can be injured? And Tilak Varma was getting a little bit of treatment on his back from the Hampshire physio, not quite Shubman Gill like. And again, you see in the background there, Freddie McCann just whirling his arms over. He is stood alongside the wicket keeper, so he's not going to bowl yet, but I think at least, as Kev said, it wouldn't hurt to give him a couple of overs. But yeah, we're waiting for Varma. He had the need of an optician a little earlier, and there was clearly some eye issue that may or may not have been contact lenses, and now it seemed like he got a bit of a problem with his back, but he can bask in the fact that he's 100 not out.
That's for sure. Stephen Clark's emailed. He clearly wants something to happen. With us probably more than anything, I don't know. He set this quiz question, I think I know this. Who was the youngest player to score a century playing cricket for Hampshire? I think I know that one. I think it's relevant. There's a clue. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
17-year-old Farhan Ahmed is going to have a bowl. I can tell you he's the youngest player to take a hat-trick in the T20 Blast, if that's any good.
Oh, go on.
Yeah. Well, that's him. He got one on Friday. And
oh, he is. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's relevant. Yeah, because he's here.
Yeah. Which end are we doing?
You can do this one.
Okie dokie. Felix Organ thumping a low full toss to mid-off. Farmer's stretching and bending and raised his bat up to the gods then. As Organ continues to defy knots with a forward defensive lunge. Made 33 from 106 deliveries faced, Felix Organ, but he's been the perfect partner for Varma, and again he's happy to block this on the leg side. Me doing the fielding. He may or may not have a sore spot at the base of his spine after a really heavy bump a little earlier on when his feet gave away from underneath him. Short, pulled away by Organ, and it's gone for 4. Ben Slater's galloping after it, but the ball wins the race to the ropes, and 4 runs. Just dropped a little short there from Farhan, but if anything, Notts might think, well, at least that's brought Felix Organ out of his blocking mode. He's not gone on the offensive too many times, but his eyes lit up there. He sensed that was a scoring opportunity and put it away well.
82 they put on now for the 6th wicket.
313 for 5. Hampshire still trail by 265. Won't want to wobble. This is nudged on the leg side. Hamid, the Notts captain, doing the fielding. Notts getting off to the perfect start to day 3 with 4 wickets in the morning session, but only 1 in the afternoon. Just turned things round a little bit, and they've yet to break through in this session as Felix Organ almost traps the ball between his pads, and then Verena comes and tries to kick it onto the stumps, and a little bit of fun there they were having. 313 for 5 at the end of the over. To you, to me, kicking the ball about. Those of you watching the live stream, or if you weren't watching the live stream, the ball sort of rolled in the crease area, and Felix Organ had a go at kicking it, and so did Verena. Nothing much came of it in the end. So if Notts are behind on the over 8, they're looking to do something about it. Ahmed's just had that over, and it's going to be Liam Patterson-White back in from this end, or the far end.
So where are we? 20 to 6, 25 overs left in the day. That's got to be hour and 3/4, hour and a half. Here's Patterson White, bowls. That's turned away on the leg side by Varma. Runs the first one quickly. Just take one as running back there is Farhan Ahmed.
If it's Patterson White and Ahmed bowling these 25 overs, it'll be 25 minutes.
Good.
Not quite as quickly as that, but they don't waste too long.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Dave, all it'll do is it'll just halve Dave's time in beefies tonight if it goes on a long time again. That's quite good. I had a drink there last night, Dave, and quite enjoyed that. It was a quick one, but we enjoyed it.
It's important to rehydrate after sport.
Of course. Yes, that's Patterson White round the wicket. Tucks that away towards mid wicket quietly, and there is no run.
We've not been on the mic together too many times today. This morning I popped that little teaser about Mo and his first wicket on this ground, because today he picked up his 100th wicket.
Very good question as well, that was, Dave, actually. Just comes back in at Organ, plays that defensively.
And there were a number of incorrect answers, but I didn't know anything about this, and you clearly would. A number of people, obviously Hampshire connection, getting in touch with me, saying it was Max Holden on his debut here, the first wicket of his hat-trick.
Right, well, I didn't know that, as that's pushed to a mid-wicket.
And I looked, his Hampshire home debut was against Middlesex, and he started off with a hat-trick in 2021.
Max Holden?
Of Middlesex, yeah, he got it. It was Mo Abbas's first wicket.
Oh, sorry,
in his hat-trick.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, he got 6 for her. There's a big shout for an LBW decision against Organ, not out, says the umpire. Yeah, he got 6 for her, I think, in the first innings, if I remember rightly, off the top of my head. Oh, right.
But it's not a bad way to start for your new count, is it? With a hat-trick and a 6-foot.
It certainly isn't. Just watching that again, it does look as though it's going down. It hasn't turned, it hasn't held its line or anything, really. It was 6 for not very many as well, if I remember off the top of my head. That's played quietly on the onside. I'll look it up actually at the end of this over. 314 for 5, it is the end of the over. Hampshire trail by 264.
Seems as if the Blaze are going to, well, all right. We'll give you the score first in the women's game. Warwickshire 167 for 8. It's a 39 over a side match. Blaze made 218 for 6. So Warwickshire need 52. They've only got 6 overs left. But Nat Raid's there on 74. So only got 2 wickets in hand. So that is still up for grabs, I guess. It's Farhan Ahmed, brother of Rian. What a match he's had, Rian, in that East Midlands derby against Derbyshire. Century and a 6-foot. The 20-year-old Rian is his younger brother bowling to Varma. Turns this to leg. And me doing the fielding. Seems like it's been a fairly pedestrian session so far, this since tea. And have a look. 40 runs have been added since 20 past 4. So that's an hour and 25 minutes nearly for those 40 runs, but important runs from Varma and Organ. Varma blocks this one. What have you found?
His figures in the Middlesex first innings, outrageous. I didn't realise they were that good. Middlesex are all at 79. Abbas 11 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 11.
Including the hat-trick.
Yeah.
Thanks to everybody that alerted me to that this morning. It's Ahmed bowls, and just for a second there was a moment where I thought it was through the defences of Varma. He went very deep into his crease, and there was a little bit of turn there from the off spinner, but Varma adjusted nicely, kept it out. Just one slip. That's Lyndon James. Rian Ahmed, beg your pardon, Farhan Ahmed falls, and this is cut away by Varma for his 104th run. 315 for 5. So youngest Hampshire centurion, I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, I think I know it. It was I think it was something like 14 years ago.
315 for 5. Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Organ at the end of this over. Driven nicely up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. 315 for 5. The Blaze have taken another wicket, so Warwickshire 168 for 9 there, chasing 219.
Might even been 16 years ago, if I'm thinking along the right lines.
In fact, there's one ball left in the over. Gone early on that, so 16 years ago is 2009-ish. Next ball is defended. Out onto the offside, no run. Mason Crane, did he?
Mason Crane 100, no.
Well, I know he was a young star. We were talking about Brad Taylor earlier. I don't know if you heard me on about that. Was it a teddy bear he was charged with looking after on tour in the Caribbean, and it was no names, no pack drill. I think it may well have been somebody from the Nottinghamshire dressing room, again, no names, who pinched it when he went for a comfort break, and then a ransom appeared. You can have your teddy bear back for 4 crates of beer or whatever it was.
That was quite funny, wasn't it?
You remember that?
I do now. Now you mention it, I do. Yeah.
It was a giant teddy bear. I mean, I'm sure Hampshire will have had to have paid excess baggage if they'd taken it on the flight with them, or just shoved it in a kit bag. I'm not sure which.
Patterson White to start his 33rd over. Over the wicket to Varma, who's once more getting a big stride into that one. Yes, Brad Taylor is now part of the coaching staff here. I think he's one of the younger sides, I think, or the academy. I think that's where he's involved. Apologies if I got that slightly wrong. Varma drives up to deepish mid-off and moves on to 105. 316 for 5 on Hampshire. But he's certainly around, yeah, see him from time to time. Organ to face, 37 not out, he is. Patterson White around the wicket, Organ on the back foot. Can't quite find the angle as it goes out to extra cover. So it looks like it's going to be a good day, certainly for the Blaze. I think hopefully for Hampshire. I'm just going to double check to see when that score comes out officially. As that's played back to the bowler. Oh, they're going back on. All right, so they're going to carry on that game. Well, that's bad news. Surrey 151 for 5 in the 27th. I presume now there's going to be a revised target, because they did need 128 from 23 there. As that's hammered away. It has found the gap this time. Through extra cover. A little squarer, just a little, and that was enough. And he moves on to 41.
Yeah, that was a rare bad ball from Liam Patterson White. It was a delivery from somebody who's in his 33rd over. He's not gone for many since tea. He's only gone for 78 in those 33 overs in all, but he was 2 for 70 at tea. Bowled 6 overs for just 1 run in that first spell, and drops this one short.
That's not bad, is it? So in again, Morgan pushes forward. Nice bit of fielding off his boot there from Patterson White. So Hampshire are 320 for 5. They trail in the game by 258, closing in on that follow-on target of 429. They won't get that tonight if they've still got wickets in hand, because there are 22 overs left in the day's play.
Farhan to continue. Absolutely no reason at all why he shouldn't. Did drop a nod to the fact I would have given, I think, Freddie McCann a couple of overs just after the 110th over, just to see. But here is Farhan Ahmed with that very familiar now set-up. Comes in and bowls to the left-handed Varma, who again is very watchful, pushing it out into the offside. There's no run. So this is his 3rd match of 4, Kev, and he's got 200s already.
I know, and a half century. I know. I think his lowest is 40. It's not a bad effort.
Well, looks a very good player, and he's making the most of a benign surface. He's again defended. Verreynne is, well, absolutely aghast that he's not bowled him there. He walked away with his gloved hands on top of his helmet, but from this distance it looked as if the left-hander had made a good clean contact with the middle of his bat. A lot of psychology goes on out there, a lot of kidology as well. Just trying to make everybody believe that the ball's turning square, and he nearly got him that time. Come on, you'll get him this time. Here is Ahmed again, and punch down the ground. Josh Tongue had been left out deep, so they take an easy single. The Blaze have defeated Warwickshire by 47 runs, so there's only one game left outstanding in the 4 today in the women's competition. Durham defeated Lancashire. No result between Essex and Somerset reign there, and the Blaze have now defeated Warwickshire, so Surrey and Hampshire. That one result to come in. Farhan round the wicket, Felix Organ just happy to bide his time and wait for another poor delivery. Pushes it back to the bowler.
Emily Windsor got 55 for Durham today. That's good news for the former Viper.
321 for 5. Farhan bowls, and again it's nudged back to the bowler. What time of day are we? 10 to 6. 21 overs to go, so even with the 2 spinners on, we're staring at 7 o'clock here, I think. 96 overs tomorrow, or it will be a scheduled day of 96 overs. Whether we're forced to sit it out beyond 10 to 5 remains to be seen, as this is dropped on the leg side and there's no run. No wickets for Nott since mid-afternoon, and they would dearly have hoped to have at least wiped away probably 8 or 9 Hampshire wickets by the close tonight, and been on the brink of being able to enforce the follow-on should the match have taken that sort of turn for them.
Well, there hasn't been a lot to get excited about,
No.
really. I can think of Varma playing and missing once. Might be a slight exaggeration, but I can only think of one.
It was a clear false shot on 97. The ball just looped up and just dropped out of the reach of Hamid. It on another day that goes for you as a fielding side, but Varma got away with it. Deserved a bit of luck. He's played beautifully, but that was a false shot certainly.
But we're really struggling to think of real chances, aren't we, really? That's the way things have got with this Kookaburra and this surface. As Patterson White comes in over the wicket, Varma pushes forward. And he is 106 not out, his high score for Hampshire. Averages well over 50 in first class cricket now. He averaged 50 when he came in. A quicker ball, Varma's in behind it. Just sort of turns away, doesn't he, and looks down at the ground, Varma, every time. Then looks at his bat, readdresses, and is ready again as Patterson White bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off for a single. Moves on to 107, Hampshire on to 322 for 5.
Worcestershire love their rivalry with Warwickshire, and they really love to get one over them. A couple of players having outstanding games. Ethan Brooks, 140 in the first innings, out for 87 in the second. As Patterson White bowls, this is pushed into the offside. Bears all out for 2-4-3, and then Khurram Shahzad, the Pakistan bowler, who got 6 wickets in the first innings, he's already knocked over Rob Yates at the start of the Warwickshire run chase.
Sounds a good bowler. Is it me? I can't remember. That's played off the back foot out into the covers. Score remains on 322 for 5. And he's in again. Got a leg slip and a slip. Sweep. Oh, it's come off the pad. Just ricocheted out on the offside. Not sure there was any bat in it. End of the over. And the end for now for Dave Bracegirdle.
322 for 5, yeah.
Thank you very much. Amelia Clark is back in. 91 runs now, this partnership unbroken for the 6th wicket between Organ and Tilak Varma.
I'm causing chaos.
Was it you?
Yeah, I was knocking chairs over and stuff, sorry.
It's all right. We're a bit worried about that game recommencing, aren't we, at
yeah,
Guildford?
Just a little bit. From a Hampshire point of view, they could have really done with it. Continue raining, but imagine the girls want to get out there and play. But what's odd is that the Surrey groundsmen aren't rushing to get the covers off. They took a considerable amount of time, but I think there was quite a bit of water on on the floor, so it takes still some time.
Here's Farhan Ahmed then, rocking from side to side as he does at the start of his run-up. Down the wicket. Varma comes down the wicket. He looked like he was going to smack it over the top, and in the end he readjusted and just played it out on the offside. Wasn't quite to the pitch of it when he came down the wicket.
No.
Good readjustment.
Yeah, I think Ahmed sort of followed him a little bit there and saw him coming. Both did well. Yeah,
mid-off and mid-on are a little deeper for the Farmer. They're probably 2/3 of the way back, maybe even 3/4. Ahmed's in again and bowls. And Farmer reverts back to type with a big forward defensive.
There's a lot of seagulls just gathered over the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. Maybe there's...
There is, isn't there?
There's either flying ants or chips.
I think I know which one it is.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know which one it is. Yeah, there's a few, isn't there?
There's a big swarm of them.
There's Ahmed again. Farmer on the back foot. Steers that to mid-wicket. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier in the season, there was a real sort of infestation, if that's probably not what you call loads of gulls, but and they congregated down this end, and sort of later on in the day they used to make an amazing noise.
Wow.
It was, yeah, and it got a bit annoying actually.
I can imagine.
But fortunately it was towards the end of the season, so before it got ridiculous, we sort of finished the season and that was it, and then they seem to have gone. That played out on the onside, but slowly but surely they started to arrive back. It's probably this time of year, probably July, August, September, when they sort of love being around here.
Yeah.
Obviously not an early season thing. It's the second half of the season thing.
Yeah, but they're definitely moving in sort of a real swarming way.
Menacing.
Yes.
Ahmed bowls again. Ahmed drives back to the bowler. Yeah, they're not making too much of a racket because they're far enough away at the moment. But my worry is over the next sort of few weeks they'll start to slowly come towards the hotel. And then it's an absolute racket.
Be even worse if you are sleeping in your hotel room.
Well, yeah, there's that as well. Yeah, at least we're not paying to be here. Ahmed's bowling. Ahmed's on the back foot, finds the gap between bowler and mid-wicket. He moves on to 108. You kind of, I mean, Felix all good as well. Let's not take anything away from Felix, but you kind of feel that when Varma's out there batting, everything's okay. It doesn't matter what the situation. And Hampshire are still, you know, in a very, very difficult situation, but you feel that as long as Varma's out there, it'll just be all right.
Sort of playing off of that feeling of like, well, because he's here, I'm good, you know, I'm okay, so I can play my game because he's playing his game and we can work together. So maybe that's kind of coming into it, whereas maybe if Organ was out there with, you know, a batter lower down the order, he suddenly feels a responsibility, so it changes his game slightly. And I think there's just been another wicket in the India test as Patterson White comes in, and this is worked away onto the leg side, just for the one though. Yes, all the India players, there has been a wicket, and it looks as if it was caught behind, but it doesn't look as if there was a lot of bat involved in that.
Duck it.
Possibly, yes. Patterson White coming around the wicket now.
Caught sub for 94.
Oh, that is annoying. He'll be frustrated with that. I mean, seeing the replay, it didn't really look, there was obviously bat involved, but must have been. Once again, around the wicket comes Patterson White, and Organ taking a very Telak approach to this and defending. Oh, and right on cue, the gulls are
they are
bleating.
Yeah.
What do they know? What kind of noise is that?
I don't know what the official noise is. Yeah, that sounds more like it, doesn't it?
Bleating sheep, isn't it? This is again worked into the offside and stopped rather dramatically by the captain, as per his previous stops. You can't say anything about him. He gives his 110% to everything, and I have to respect that. Patterson White in again, and this is just turned over onto the leg side by Organ. As he stands, just sort of gazing at Patterson White. Seems to be changing sides again. He looks just deciding which one he was going to come around really there. I think think he's going to remain around the wicket. And this is driven back to him, and he's managed to do a stop. He doesn't get a clean stop on it. Oh, and he sort of pushed it out to the covers. There was the captain of Nottinghamshire was there. He put in a very quick, ferocious throw, but it did miss the stumps just as Organ was coming to it. But Organ was managed to get in clear. So that brings out the end of the over, and that's 325 for 5. Felix Organ on 42 of 132 deliveries, and Tilak Varma on 109 of 229 deliveries. The partnership currently worth of 94 of 253 deliveries.
Yeah, good partnership, much needed from a Hampshire point of view after suffering those 4 wickets this morning. The answer of Stephen Clark has supplied, actually, to the youngest Hampshire centurion, and it was who I thought. And it was at Trent Bridge, Liam Dawson. I don't know if Dave was there,
Oh, wow.
but I was there because I saw it. That's why I sort of thought, oh, hang on a minute, I
Yeah.
think I know this. Yeah. So he was. Here's Farhan Ahmed then round the wicket to Organ, who drives powerfully through mid-off, doesn't bother running. Moves on to 46. And Hampshire on to 329 for 5.
I think Nottingham were clever to start implementing the spinners, because they are still 2 overs under the required rate. So says the scoreboard at the moment. So hopefully those spinners will get them back up to par.
Yeah, it won't take long, I don't think, with these two operating. Organ pushes forward. 329 for 5. Ben Brown's wicket at 10 to 3 this afternoon looks a distant memory with these two batting. Still much work to do though, 249 runs behind. Don't forget we've still got, well, just under 18 overs left in the day's play, and then we've got, of course, we've got a full day tomorrow, so Hampshire not quite out of the woods. So it's pushed quietly on the onside by Felix Organ. He's played his part in this partnership, that's for sure.
Well, for whatever was beckoning the gulls, they have now gone, mostly, or a swarm of them has.
Good.
Email in, what is a group of seagulls called? Because it's not a swarm.
No.
And
Have a look.
it's not a flock, is it? Because that's boring.
Are they seagulls or gulls, or I
Yeah.
don't know, because there are. I think there's a distinction between the two. Organ drives. Ahmed can't quite pick that up in his left hand.
Oh, where?
What's happened there?
Well, he sort of, I can't quite see who it is. Let me just check. Well, one of the Nottingham fielders, he sort of ran. He managed to stop it, but he took quite a tumble just as he managed to get a hand to it, and he's now limping away. I think it's the left knee that he sort of went into the ground with.
Oh.
We'll see. Once he turns around, and I can see his number, I can see who it is. I can't quite tell from here. 31. I think that might be a
Subfielder. It might be Harrison, I think.
Yeah.
Who's on as a field, subfielder.
Yeah.
It's a colony, flock, or squabble of gulls.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
I think a squabble's a good one.
yeah. Farmer plays Ahmed out to mid wicket. So they're back on at Guildford. We'll keep you up to date with that one, because it would be nice if Hampshire can come through that one.
Indeed.
161 for 5 now, so we need 53. Oh, hello, for 53 from 4.2 overs with 5 wickets remaining. What a game that is going to be. Obviously, overs reduced because the players were off for a while. As that's quietly played by Varma to finish off that over. Alice Davidson-Richards is 39 not out, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge is 27 not out. We did say that that is a bit of a worrying
That is
partnership from Hampshire.
Mega partnership.
So, yeah.
I mean, that's a big run score needed, but if you were Surrey, if you think, well, any 2 people, you'd put those 2 in, wouldn't you?
So effectively 10 and a bit and over, just over 10 and over for those last 4 overs. Wow, what a game.
Well, here, Hampshire are 330 for 5. Looks as though Patterson White's going to come in again from the pavilion end. Felix Organ waiting on strike. He's just 3 away from his 50. Can he get there? Slip either side of the keeper in place, and he just turns that around onto the leg side, and now go through for 1 and move him slightly closer, but it does bring up the 100 for the partnership of Tillack and Organ, and there'll be a big round of applause go through. They've done it in 260 balls and 175 minutes. It's been a huge partnership that Hampshire fans and Hampshire will be very proud of and pleased with. Actually moves Organ on to 49. I think their scoreboard was slightly behind. As Patterson White comes in again, Tillack on strike, and he just works that leg side. There's no rush at all. That was Organ, apologies, and that does move him on to his 50. He's done it very nicely. 9 fours, no sixes. And very understated reaction there from Organ. He knows the job is by far not over yet, as they still chase by 245, but always a big positive, and 2 goals have a fight in front of us.
Yeah, 138 balls. It's the 9th time he's passed the 50 mark, and his 53rd first-class match.
So Tillack on strike now, so Patterson White's going to come over the wicket, and this has just worked his leg side. No run though.
Yeah, not a regular in the side, because obviously Liam Dawson plays as the main spinner. You don't always play 2 spinners. It's only his 3rd championship game this season.
Once again comes Organ, and Tillack Varma thought about running as he just worked that onto his leg side, square of the wicket, but Felix Organ was very much not running at all, and I don't think he even considered there was a run there.
No, don't get run out now.
Exactly, that's the thought, isn't it?
Not now.
No. Too much hard work to be done. As in comes Patterson White, and this is blocked back nicely by Tillack. Just the 1 ball left of the over. Patterson White's had a good innings, 2 for 84 off 35.5. This is his 36th over, so ever very efficient. It's Patterson White. Don't forget, Hampshire need to get to 429 to avoid the follow-on. But the 2 men out in the middle at the moment, getting them ever closer as Patterson White comes in, and this is edged past slip. Oh, that was close. As they don't run, but that does bring up the end of the over. Managed to just knock it past. 333 for 5, Hampshire.
Huge dive from Freddie McCann to his left. So at Guildford, Surrey need 44 from 21 balls with 5 wickets remaining. 4 wickets remaining. Oh, does that mean there's a wicket?
That must.
Oh.
Danny White-Hodge gone.
Oh, White-Hodge has gone, yes.
Oh.
Daisy Gibb.
Yes, Daisy Gibb, well done.
Caught the captain for 32 off 19 deliveries. That is a big wicket.
Danny White-Hodge the captain?
No, I meant Captain Georgia Adams.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
I was very confused then for a minute.
Wow. Right, so Farhan Ahmed's going to continue. 16 overs left in the day. Yeah, we are going past, even with the 2 spinners, I think we're going past 7 o'clock. We'll have to wait and see. That's assuming they bowl the whole time, of course. That's a drive by Organ back to Ahmed. And there's no run. So 3-3-3 for 5 are Hampshire. Those 4 wickets this morning, putting everybody on edge here. But just the 1 this afternoon, and so far, touch wood, from a Hampshire point of view, no wickets in the evening session. Ahmed flights one up and driven and up towards mid-off, and there is no run. I feel like I'm looking at every ball going on at Guildford. Sorry, needing 42 from 19 deliveries, 6 down. Hampshire, remember, top of the table. Blaze have already beaten Warwickshire. The top 3 sides qualify. There's a semi-final in that and a final in that 50-over competition, which will be the 3rd week of September. Amelia's got the game up on the computer now. So it's turned away quietly on the onside by Felix Organ. Is there another wicket there?
Just trying to find the wickets. I've just gone back slightly. The Daisy Gibb wicket. Keep an eye out. Oh yeah, that was nicely worked.
Of course, smashed it to extra cover. Good catch. Ahmed again, he's got the man on the drive fairly straight. Organ drive, slightly upper sleeve, one bounce up to mid-off.
Well, they have just got a 4 though. Of Surrey, 180 for 6.
The dangerous one, Alice Davidson-Richards is out there.
Yeah.
3-3-3 for 5 here. Ahmed again. Bowls, Organ just quietly pushing that back to the bowler, not tempted into doing anything silly, hasn't done throughout his innings. 143 balls for that 50, second 50 of the season. Let's go with his innings of 70 here in Hampshire's only innings against Durham. 245 they trail here, Hampshire. Ahmed's in again, bowls. Morgan just tucks it away square on the leg side. There's not going to be a single. Ahmed completes 16 overs and none for 48.
In the Hampshire match, there was a brilliant stop down at the boundary, down at long on by Elise Perry. It looked like it was bouncing away for 4, and she just came out of nowhere and stopped it. Credit to Davidson-Richards though. I mean, she's 4 of her 50 of 53 balls, and yeah, she's definitely leading the charge out there. But Surrey need 32 to win. They've got 15 balls left and 4 wickets remaining. But Georgia Adams is bowling at the moment. Just another one from that we'll take. So Patterson White, again, he's put in a big shift this afternoon from the pavilion end, and it looked like Tilak Varma was trying to reverse sweep, and it didn't carry through to the slips, but quite unlike him actually. It was, you know, it was a bit more energy.
Normally
there.
gets those, doesn't he, really? Just noticed Alison Monaghan is in with Davidson-Richards at Guildford, former Viper, and she does give it away.
Patterson White comes in, and it's time Tilak Varma just plays it leg side. Thought I could hear rain then, but I think it's someone below. Oh, that was, I think, hit very big 6 for Monaghan in the Surrey game, and Patterson White, that's very nice from Tilak, just front foot defensive.
Yeah, low full toss from Adams. They're not very big boundary square at Guildford, but Monaghan wouldn't have had to hit that too hard to get it over the rope, which he did.
Patterson White in once more, and Tilak Varma just plays it all the way back to him, as if, no, you can have that. So Surrey need 25 with 12 balls left.
Oh dear.
It's tense times in Guildford. But here at the Utilita Bowl, we've got 2 balls left of the Patterson White over, 333 for 5, our Hampshire. We've still got 14 overs left in the day. And Tilak Varma just lets that go, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Will it be signalled as leg buys?
Buys.
Yep, 4 buys. I'll very much take that.
That's bounced out of the rough, that one. Just watching the replay on the picture feed. And I was just surprised Moreno there a little bit. Maybe didn't quite bounce as he thought.
Patterson White once more. In he comes. And this is defended by Tilak. He's decided to play that one safer. A much needed dot ball for Daisy Gibb in the Surrey game. 21 off 10 balls. You've come for the men's Hampshire, but actually you're getting both Hampshire matches now. We are going to have a change in the commentary. We're going to have Dave is going to come back to join me here. As we've still got quite a few overs left in the day's play. Hey Dave, how are we?
Hey ho, 14 to go.
Indeed.
Notts desperate to make this breakthrough now, which is absorbed into 3 figures. Terrific stuff from the dogged pairing of Felix Organ and Tilak Varma.
Indeed.
Organ on strike. Here's Farhan Ahmed round the wicket. Bowls, and the ball is nudged to Joe Clark, who's in a Close in position on the leg side. A silly mid on, if you like. Beg your pardon, it's Jack Haynes in there. Joe Clark behind him at a wideish mid on. Seba Mead also on the leg side, saving one. This is pushed back to the bowler. 337 for 5. Hampshire 241 behind. Notts making 578 for 8 before declaring their highest score of the season. Getting maximum batting points. Ahmed once more bowls, looking for his first wicket of the day, but Organ nudges it up to Josh Tong. No run there. Tong wicketless today. Is running with purpose, with energy, bowled with good pace. Used the bouncer to good effect. Farhan Ahmed in again. This one just drifted down the leg side, turned away by Organ, and there's no run. Hampshire, I'm sure, just eager to get through to the close now and start again in the morning if they can. 5 down. I'm sure they'll feel that the 8 points for the draw are very much within grasp. Unlikely they'll lose 15 wickets in a day on this surface. Farhan again, past umpire Debenham, floats it up there, and Morgan's not done an awful lot wrong, and he doesn't here, just pushing it back to the bowler. About to face his 150th delivery. Felix Organ. Spare a thought for James Fuller, who'll have had his pads on since, well, who knows when. It's about 2:30 probably. Next ball is just getting a little bit of turn and pushed gently into the offside, and there's no run. Maiden for Farhan, 337 for 5. He's now through 17 overs, his third maiden, none for 48.
Well, in the women's match, it's all come down to the final over, depending on who's going to be playing that. Wow, Hampshire, they've got 6 balls to stop Surrey, but Surrey only need 9. What I have noticed is Georgia Adams is wearing Charlie Knott's jersey, which I'm all a bit confused about. That's why I'm just pointing that out to Kev. But she's going to bowl the final over. But here, it's Patterson White. He's going to come in again from the pavilion end. Tilak Varma is on strike. He's just wandered away for now, just maybe collect himself for a moment. Kevin, that's very nicely just played down leg side. They'll just go for the 1. They're in no rush. Kevin James behind me just watching as Georgia Adams has just bowled a wide. Not great. And that's... it's going to come, I think, down to the final ball in the women's game. Surrey needs 7 off of 4. But they've got some very big hitters out there, so it's really not over until it's over, and that's played really nicely down into leg side of Felix Organ. No run. Patterson White coming around the wicket. And that's just again worked away. Massive 6 has just been hit in the women's game, so they need 1 off of 3. It's very much just shifted into the Surrey camp now. That win with Davis and Richards on strike on 68, and that's worked again nicely down by Felix Organ. No run scored. That's Patterson White once more in again. And this is worked away onto the leg side, but no run down to cover. And in the women's game, that is all over. Big 4 that's just been hit to seal the Surrey win after a big rain delay. So Hampshire have unfortunately just lost that. And this is played again forwards by Felix Organ, who's sat quite happily, it seems, on his 50 for 155. It's the end of the over. There was only 1 off of that. 338 for 5. The partnership now worth 107.
Tees with us at Brace Cricket. Good evening, Dave, and your plethora of co-commentators. I've had a busy day, but I've had you in my ears for most of it. Notts need some wickets this evening. They do indeed, T. They've only got 12 overs left in which to do it. Seba Mead has rotated the strike liberally throughout the day, but been unable since about 10 to 3 when Lyndon James removed Ben Brown with an LBW, which it appeared the Hampshire skipper didn't necessarily agree with, but had to go. But since then, Organ and Varmer have played beautifully. Will be Farhan to continue. He's into his 18th over now. That's got long on and long off out, just in case Varmer comes a dancing. Some movement behind the arm forces the left-handed Indian to back away. That's got Josh Tong out at long on, Joe Clark at long off. Farmer's not interested, just reaches forward and guides the ball into the offside. Patterson White looked a little stiff, but who can blame him? Bowled 38 overs today. Bent down and did the fielding. He's in close on the offside. His fellow spinner bowls, and a little bit of bounce there outside the off stump. Nicely taken by Verena. And there's no run. I think a decent proportion of the crowd here today have now headed off for their evening plans. It's the diehards left, and those, of course, who were here for the duration, staying in the hotel. They'll stay till the end. Quicker ball, flatter ball from Farhan Ahmed, and guided away square of the wicket on the offside. And another run for Tilak Varma. Moves to Nelson. Not sure if that's a superstition in India or not. Not sure if it's a superstition in Southampton or not. 339 for 5.
We have had an email from Christopher saying, evening both. Fantastic stuff from Tilak. I hope the rest of the batsmen are watching. Where would we be if we didn't have him all season? Results are going against us. Essex, Worcestershire and even Yorkshire. We're currently looking down the table rather than up.
339 for 5. Next ball is blocked by Felix Organ. It's the 5th ball of the over, just a single from it so far. And there'll be 11 overs to go after this one. Floodlights are on, but the natural light at the moment looks as if it's going to enable us to get all the overs in. Ahmed to complete the over, and it duly arrives with an Organ block. In fact, there's one ball left. Spinner winkle his way through the defences of Felix Organ, who just turns this one down the leg side. Abbas is after it. It might just run away for 4. It has. Nicely played by Felix Organ. He moves on to 54. Hampshire 343 for 5. Closing in on that 350, but sadly they're out of overs in terms of a batting point, but they are closing in on Notts. They're 235 behind with 5 wickets left.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see who. It looks as though we can have Patterson White come in at the pavilion end again. Yeah, as you say, I think all hope of the extra bonus point was lost quite early on, but focus now just on avoiding that follow-on, really, which these two are doing a fantastic job of. As Patterson White comes in over the wicket. And this is defended nicely by Tilak. Current partnership of 112 runs. Both put in quite the effort to get them to this position. As Patterson White wastes no time in again. And this is kicked away in rather dramatic fashion by Tilak. This is the ploy that's been enacted, it seems. 343 for 5. Tilak Varma on 111. That's hits and in again. And that's just worked all the way back down to him by Tilak. Still looks very sunny and nice at the test. As Patterson White comes in, Tilak was trying to reverse sweep that and he misjudged it again. He tried one earlier, but big shout for LBW, but umpire not interested at all. We'll just have a quick look at that replay, but do you think it was outside the line? Look. Yeah, I think it was outside off stump. Tilak Varma with a second attempt at that reverse sweep, and it's not quite worked for him. Patterson White in once more, and this is defended again by Tilak. Decided to go back to his usuals. 250 balls he's faced. Most definitely earned his tea tonight, or his dinner, we should say. We've had tea. As that one comes in and is just batted away. End of the over comes up. Another maiden there for Patterson White. He's had 11 maidens this innings. Quite the feat, as Hampshire go to 343 for 5.
Test match nearing its close on the second day at Old Trafford. England 216 for 2. Zach Crawley made 84. Ben Duckett made 94. Pope and Root trying to see it through until the end up in Manchester. Finish for the day at Hove, where Sussex 245 for 7 in their second innings, still trailing Essex by 55. Still playing at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, and at Scarborough between Yorkshire and Surrey. Surrey 303 for 3, Dan Lawrence going well there. Says they're still off for bad light at Derby, where Derbyshire 98 for 4 in their second innings against Leicestershire, who seem the more likely to win that, needing 6 wickets tomorrow. Is Farhan Ahmed round the wicket to Felix Organ, plays it one-handed away square of the wicket for no run. Still playing late in the day at Cardiff. Glamorgan 17 for 1, require 172 more to beat Kent. Finish for the day at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire 98 without loss in their second innings, trailing Lancashire by 78, having been made to follow on. And it says they're still off for bad light at Merchant Taylors between Middlesex and Northants. Farhan Ahmed bowls to Felix Organ. This is helped back to the bowler, and there's no run. Last wicket to go down was Ben Brown. That was in the 77th over. The score 231 for 5. So this pair have added 112. Something like 32 overs at the crease. Here's Ahmed, passed on by Debenham. Bowls again. Organ whips it onto the leg side. Not skipper Hamid is there. Had a quiet time of things with the bat. Made just 2 on the first morning. Ben Slater, his fellow opener, made 7. They were hot on the heels of Dominic Sibley in the race to reach 1,000, but Sibley getting there earlier. The Surrey opener. Ahmed round the wicket to Organ, and he's just content just to block and block and block away. Not sure how much either of these would have seen of Freddie McCann bowling, so I would have liked to have seen him a little earlier, given just 2 or 3 overs, nothing that wouldn't have harmed anything at all really, just to see if he could have winkled out one of them, or maybe even a little bit of Josh Tong right now, late in the day, if the umpires will let the quicks bowl. This next one's again turned to Hamid. It remains 343 for 5. Always tricky, isn't it, with your pace bowlers with the floodlights on?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what took the test off yesterday. Ben Stokes threatened to put the seamers on. They went off.
So this is the final ball of this over. There'll be 9 to go after this one, and Felix Organ content to give Farhan Ahmed his 4th maiden. None for 53, his figures from 19 overs.
Yeah, it's been impressive by Ahmed today. He's bowled really well. As you say, that grounding before his run-up, obviously working a treat for him. Got 9 overs left in the day. 343 for 5, 127 overs gone. As Tilak Varma's on 111. Looks like Patterson White is going to continue. Both those spinners have been able to get Nottinghamshire back up to their par level of run rate, over rate needed, and Patterson White started that and bailed out. I think Tilak Varma wasn't quite ready, and there was a bit of movement behind the stumps. So he starts again over the wicket, and this is driven right back to him in no time at all by Tilak Varma.
Just a 53-year-old's been in touch at Brace Cricket. Surrey hurtling towards full batting bonus points, so these lost bonus points for Notts may come back to hurt them.
Again, just defended back.
Don't think you can level any blame against them here today. They've done well to get 5 wickets in 110 overs and rattled up full batting points this week.
Once again, this time Tilak Varma just lets that go through. Bats it away. 6:30 here. We've got 127 overs gone, 8 left after this. Tilak Varma is 254 balls. He's on 111 as Patterson White comes in, and this is swept nicely. Bit of a pull shot there. They'll go for just the one. And that moves him on to 112. 344 in total. Got a few balls left of this over. Maybe slight fielding change. Slip either side has been brought in. As Patterson White comes in, and this is driven all the way back.
That's 200 minutes exactly reached by Felix Organ at the crease. So what's that? 3 hours 20 minutes. Dogged defiance, played really nicely.
And this one cut away nicely through the offside. Again, just the one they'll get, but still happy to move things along.
You played much cricket, Amelia?
Yes, I have. But we'll have to talk about that later now, because I'm going to have a change in commentary. But I'll leave you in the capable hands of Dave and Kev.
Thank you very much. We're into the home straight now, 8 overs to go. In theory, that should take half an hour. If it's the 2 spinners, it might be a little less than that. Just wondering, I mentioned a moment or two ago, whether the umpires might just intervene if they tried to introduce Josh Tong to bowl a few rockets. There is a little bit of sunshine trying to force its way through, but just as soon as it appears, there's likely to be a dark cloud just goes in front of it. Spin to the end, Kev, do you reckon?
I hope so. I hope so, very much so. As in comes Ahmed over the wicket, and Felix Organ with a dead bat once more.
You hope so because you're enjoying the spin, or you hope so to...
If I'm honest, I just want to get off a bit earlier. Let's be honest. I noticed a few in the crowd have been making their way slowly but surely to the West Gate. It's been a good fight back by Hampshire, because they really were struggling a bit at lunchtime, losing those 4 early wickets, but that's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. But there is little life in this pitch, isn't there? Little life in the ball. And as a batter, as long as you play straight, don't try and do anything silly. You feel it's going to take an amazing delivery or a mistake to pick up the next wicket. These 2 have played superbly well, not taking anything away from them. As Ahmed comes in and bowls, and it's a dead straight bat. Yeah, it's not pretty to watch, of course it isn't, but needs must. And Hampshire's need is to make sure that they have as many wickets intact as possible tomorrow, and then as many wickets intact as possible on lunchtime, and then at tea time. It's a simple equation, but yeah, it's hard. It's hard to even get the ball past the bat at the moment.
Yeah, well, by lunch the follow-on will have been saved, and I think we can shake hands then.
Well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? That's driven 2 extra cover. Sure, we've all got things to do. I know many people have messaged us, and it won't be just us, it'll be up and down the country, saying that, you know, what is the point of the Kookaburra balls? And it is hard, there's no doubt about it.
Right to your MP.
Well, yeah. Rob Key, probably the man, really, isn't he? It's driven by Organ. He's found the gap through extra cover. Well, he's given that a little bit of tap, even though the ball just about makes it over the rope, but he did give it a good biff. And Morgan moves on to 55.
Yeah, he'll be keen to come back tomorrow, won't he?
Oh yeah, 59. I tell you.
Yeah.
3:49 for 5. Hampshire trail by 2:29 now.
He'll be having designs on a big one.
Yeah, and that's basically, you know, for the batters, I suppose you have to look at these 4 rounds of games and say, these are my best chances of scoring runs. That's turned away on the leg side. Unfortunately for Hampshire, the big runs have come from the opposition here, with 3 double centuries against them in 2 games here. End of the over, 3:49 for 5.
Felix Organ, though, can look at the Nottinghamshire card. Number 7, Lyndon James, 203. I'm in at number 7 here. I'll have a bit of that. Might take him a while, but
yeah, he'll have to go some, wouldn't he?
He's 60 not out. We've got 7 overs left. Bowling change. If anyone can, Freddie McCann. How long ago was it? I was banging the Freddie McCann drum. Well, it was the 100 after the 110th over. That's when it was. That's 19 overs ago. That's when I'd have. Right, let's just have a little try now. We can't get that bonus point. What's that on the pitch? Is that? Oh, it's a seagull. I thought it was a goose for a while. big white feathery thing. Although, as I'm often told, Dave, there's no such thing as a seagull. But there was one on the outfield there that was chased away. Wanted to get a good close-up of Freddie McCann's bowling.
Has he got a hidden camera on board?
Goal cam. So it's McCann, right arm off spinner, comes in off 2 or 3 paces. First ball is pulled away by Organ into the leg side. Could so easily have dropped down the throat of Lyndon James, but didn't. It disappeared into the stand and has gone for 6. Get him off, Skip. I wouldn't have put him on. just a little loose from Freddie McCann. Well, now we've got a lost ball. There's Lyndon James, who's scrambled over the advertising audience. There's a gentleman who doesn't look overly keen to rush about to help him, but Lyndon's found it in about the 2nd or 3rd row of empty seats. Pitch it up, Fred. Could so easily have picked out Lyndon James. Had him on at the wrong end. He's in again and bowls, and Organ drops this on the leg side. Tell you what, Felix Organ's gone in 2 blows, or 3 blows there. He went 4-1 at the end of the last over, and now a 6. And he's suddenly gone from 55 to 66. He's defended on the leg side. It's playing like Zach Crawley.
He's got 6 first-class wickets, hasn't he, Freddie McCann?
Yeah. So he's the man for a crisis. He comes in again, 20 years of age, bowls, and just dabbed away by Felix Organ, who wanted a run, and it's a good job he was sent back by Tilak Varma, because Farhan Ahmed was on the prowl at either short third or backward point. Take your pick, that sort of position. Freddie's in again, and Organ, well, he's tapping it to all parts now. Just runs this away towards the square leg umpire for a single to move to 67. 3-5-7 for 5. The deficit is 2-2-1.
Yeah, we might quickly overlook that Freddie McCann's 6 wickets will come at 51 apiece.
Yeah, we'll overlook that. Last ball of the over. Oh, now then, he's got him.
Oh.
Now, was that tickle down the leg side into the gloves of Verena? I think it was, because they're congratulating the wicketkeeper. I just wondered if it clipped a bail off. And here is Freddie McCann starting the over with a long up, which went for 6. And yeah, it's just turned down the leg side, and Freddie's got another one. What was that bowling average you were talking about, Mr. James? There's my man, Freddie McCann. Said get him on, didn't I?
Well,
110th over, get Freddie on. Tilak out for 112. Never mind my nonsense. Let's applaud a wonderful innings. Out for 112, caught by Verena. Just going to give you his figures, but they've just disappeared off the screen. 13 fours, 2 sixes, 256 balls. And just, says he coughing, and just 5 minutes shy of 15 minutes shy of 6 hours.
Well, all right there, Dave. Don't worry, I'll keep it going.
Oh dear. Have you got a fisherman's friend?
Somewhere, lying around somewhere.
3:57 for 6.
Well,
extraordinary though, isn't it? Extraordinary that he's faced the pace and the spin from the frontline bowlers since arriving in the middle. Tilak Varma, and then gets one from Freddie McCann. Blame Felix Organ, I do. He shouldn't have taken the single. Oh, thank you. Amelia has genuine concerns for me seeing out this session alive because she's just brought me a drink. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. A little bit of a cough. All the excitement. Eddie Jack. Now, is this a normal number 8 position for Eddie Jack, or has Eddie Jack been elevated up the order?
Well, I think he's been elevated up the order. He hasn't played too much first-class cricket for Hampshire. I seem to remember, actually, because he's only played one other championship game for Hampshire. No, in fact, my thoughts are misguided. He did bat number 11. And he's won another game against Essex. So, I mean, he's come in basically to help protect James Fuller. That's about all, I guess. 6 down.
Get another one. Yeah. Get another one tonight.
But you're right. My first thought was, poor Josh Tong.
Poor Farhan Ahmed. Yeah. How many overs he bowled?
The ball in, and then all you needed to do was just put one down the leg side. That's all you needed to do.
Get Freddie McCann on. Man for a crisis. What are you going to do at that end, Coach James? Are you going to give him another over, or are you going to get Tong on and hope the light holds?
Well, you have to, don't you? You have to put Tong on there with Eddie Jack, especially if he's facing them start of the next over. So there are 6 overs left, as Ahmed in today's play, not the game, of course, as Organ drives up to mid-off. So, yeah, that was a 126-run partnership with Felix Organ broken.
As your old mate Andy Pitt would say, they can only afford 14 mistakes from here on in. 14 mistakes and they've gone.
3-5-7 for 6, Ahmed round the wicket, and Organ is forward once more. Well, I'm just wondering if that might make him defend even more now between the end here and the end after losing that wicket.
Will he try? It's always a tricky one with the night watchman because he should face as many deliveries as possible, but will Felix Organ take it upon himself to try and scramble a single off ball 5 or 6? We might have this little bit of nonsense. We're not so prepared to give a single away, but we're only into the 3rd ball of the over and already field changes being implemented.
Ahmed again to Organ, turns it away to mid-wicket, fielded by Hamid.
So are you telling the Nottinghamshire listeners that Eddie Jack's a number 11 then, really?
Well, to be fair to him, he's a little bit better than that. Hasn't done a lot of batting, to be fair. Hasn't played a lot of cricket, so has played out on the onside. Certainly not a lot of championship cricket. It's only his 4th match, and 2 of those were for the England Lions against India earlier on, about a month and a half ago or so.
James Fuller clearly didn't fancy it.
Interesting hearing Michael Carberry talking yesterday, wasn't he? He said never had a night one, didn't ever want one. It is an individual thing as Ahmed comes in again. Flighted, Organ drives, and he'll take the single. Looks like he's taking the strike, Felix Organ. With 1 ball left, Organ's at the non-striker's end, 358 for 6.
Come on, Ass, get him in there. Get him in. Left-hander.
Protecting Eddie Jack now. So there is a slip, there is a gully, and there is a short leg, and Hamid is plonking himself on the drive on the offside.
Last number 11 he bowled out was Mitch Stanley of Lancashire, who came charging towards him and was stumped by 4 yards.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. That would be a bit weird. Jack's forward. Nice forward defensive to win the over. And we have 5 left. 358 for 6. Hampshire trail by 220.
That was his hat-trick on Friday evening in the blast. It was the last. He ended up bowling the last over, the 20th over, and got wickets with the 4th and 5th ball, and that brought number 11 Mitch Stanley out, and he came a-charging last ball of the innings. Lancashire needed runs. There were
winding up again. So don't panic too much. There it is. There's back. That's pushed out on the offside. They could take a single, and they do take a single, because that's very near the end of the over, and Eddie Jack should be facing the majority of the bowling, which he does.
I think for the last time today I've been substituted. It'll be Kevin Amelia to see if they can get Hampshire through to the close. There's 3 overs left, 361 for 6.
Thank you, David. See you tomorrow. He'll be here bright and early, as he always is. It's usually a race between me and Dave, whether we're Trent Bridge or here as to who gets it first in the morning.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It's sort of on his evening. I've beaten him here, but he usually beats me to it at Trent Bridge, although I've been getting earlier and earlier this year, so I don't know why.
That's quite impressive, seeing as he's staying here.
Well, I know. That's very true. And he's still claiming mileage to and from accommodation. As Liam Patterson-White comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and it's kicked away. It's turned, I think. Maybe it's not touched anything of Eddie Jack, and it's gone through both the batter and the keeper, and this is byes. It's 4 byes. So that has clearly pitched and bounced out of the rough and completely foxed Verena behind the stumps. Here we go. Oh no, oh no. That's the
dismissal.
Just replaying the dismissal of Armour. So clearly the live picture feed hasn't quite warmed up yet. Very random, some of these replays, haven't they, over the last couple of days? But we are told that it overheats, don't we? We were told that.
It did, absolutely.
Patterson-White bowls, Jack's forward. Big stride from him as well.
It was, yeah.
Big burly fast bowler with a big stride with the bat.
Well, for the first time in a long time, I think there's actually more people in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand than there are in the Shane Warne stand. Just
True. Mind you, the wicket is sort of cut that way.
yes,
Isn't it?
it makes some sense.
It's played into the ground. Fielded at short leg. Quickly threw the ball back to the stumps. Missed. Score ends on 365 for 6, and we have 15 balls left on day 3. Patterson White in again over the wicket. Forward is Eddie Jack. Clearly trying to find just the last ball that might turn a bit, although one did turn, of course, earlier in this over, which went for 4 byes. You can just see the little patches
Yes,
just
you
outside
can.
the off stump from the
Those
bowler's
foot
footmarks
marks,
forming.
yeah.
Doesn't always do anything, but every now and then.
Something to aim for.
Yeah, well, he's got to. Left-handed's ideal. That's played back to the bowler. 1 ball to negotiate for this over.
And then 2 overs left.
Yes.
Matter of 12 balls after that.
Patterson White in again. But it's very wide of the crease. Jack pushes that out on the offside. Yeah, go for a single. Jack's supposed to be facing. That's good. The whole idea is to protect Felix Organ out there. Looked like slight hesitance. It was only a little slight bit of hesitation. But 366 for 6. And Jack is 2 not out. He's faced 14 balls as the night watches. 70 to Organ.
He has indeed, yeah. Well, we'll see if these two can close it out this evening. Matter of 12 balls to negotiate. We've had 134 overs, 54 of which have been with the new ball in play, and I don't feel like Nottinghamshire are actually able to strike so much with that new ball as much, but they have found a breakthrough late in the day, with Tilak Varma being the last to be dismissed, bowled by McCann on 357 for 6, and he left on 112. But Ahmed is going to come in again from the hotel end. Jack is on strike. Sets himself, does Ahmed, and begins his run in. And this is blocked. Big lunge forward. Block that. Do exactly what he's meant to be doing there. The gulls are back. Swooping around as Eddie Jack's just not quite happy with something, and well, they're bringing a very silly point now. 2 slips in place. As Ahmed comes in. Big block again from Jack. He knows his job here.
Just looking, it's about 15 minutes, 17 minutes since Varma's dismissal. Hampshire have added 9.
Indeed. So Ahmed looks to come in again. 212 still at the chasing target, and that's blocked. A little bit bigger this time. Still block forward. Does feel like everyone on the field right now is just sort of waiting for those balls to tick by. Still a little bit of voice coming from the slip cordons, just in case something can get going. Ahmed, the man in charge of doing that for this over, and has blocked, and there was an almost catch behind there, but I don't actually think it touched Eddie Jack. I think it just sort of nipped up and into the keeper. 2 balls left of the over. A matter of 8 balls left in the day. We will be able to close out all the overs needed for today. As Ahmed comes in once more. And this is a big block, and there was a side edge, and there's a massive shout for LBW. But no interest there from the umpire. We'll just look at the replay there, Kevin James.
Did that bite in the wicket a little bit? Did it just straighten a fraction? Here we go. Right done. Might have just strained a bit. It's worth a shout.
Yeah.
But he's forward.
Last ball left of the Ahmed over. Not quite happy with something. Going to move his fielders a little bit further out for them. Just adjusting for adjusting's sake. Feels like at this point in the day. Here we go. Last ball of the over. in and well defended by Jack, and his job is theoretically done. There's a maiden, big maiden for Ahmed. 366 for 6 at Hampshire. They've faced 135 deliveries.
Overs,
sorry. Even my brain's gone. It's been a long day.
It has been.
Yeah, 135 deliveries isn't that many.
Yes, we're about an hour over the scheduled close, although of course we did play extra few overs because of the shortened first day, but even so, it's been a long one. It hasn't, let's be honest, it's not been particularly entertaining, but Hampshire didn't really want that. They wanted it to be dull, dull, dull. And they didn't quite make it dull this morning, which is why it's put them under more pressure as the day has gone on. So 366 for 6. Here's the final over of day 3 being bowled by Liam Patterson-White, who's around the wicket to Felix Organ. Pushes that back to the bowler. Field is a mixture of, well, in fact most of them are scattered, hoping that Organ will take a single and get Jack on strike. First ball didn't work that way. There's the second. Organ will take the second ball as a single. 367 for 6, and that now is Felix Organ's top score of the season.
He's doing well at that. He's very much wanting to walk in this evening. Come again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Keep pushing this score forwards. Hampshire still chase 211. It's a big score to chase.
Stephen Clark's trying to make it a battle between the Colin Ingleby and Mackenzie stand and the
I knew he'd like that one.
Obviously said we're fewer in numbers, but we make up for more in quality. Here's Patterson-White bowls, and Jack is well forward again.
There's so few people actually, I can see them really clearly. I can see Steve Clark. Steve, yeah, there we go, he's giving us a wave. Hello.
Yeah. We can count the crowd, I think, in this over that are still here. 367 for 6, Patterson-White again and again. Eddie Jack has got a big stride in there. So into the final couple of balls. Felix Organ done a great job today. Shouldn't be facing any more. And Eddie Jack makes sure that's not the case as he pushes forward. So Felix Organ came in at the fall of the 5th wicket. That was Ben Brown at 10 to 3 this afternoon. And Jack is forward. That's gone out harmlessly on the offside. And that is the end of day 3 with Hampshire on 367 for 6. Felix Organ 71 not out off 189, and Hampshire still behind though, Amelia, by 211.
They are indeed, yeah. Done a lot of work. I mean, Tilak Varma, you've got to say congratulations to him. He's pulled Hampshire along quite a lot, but Felix Organ backed him up well, 71. Big score from him. Moved along the partnership that the Hampshire needed.
Yeah, 126 he put on for the 6th wicket with Felix Organ. So Hampshire, after losing those 4 wickets this morning, only lost 1 in the afternoon session and 1 in the evening session. That's pretty much what they really want, to make sure that they are safe in the game. But still plenty of cricket left here, and still plenty of time for Nottinghamshire to get amongst the wickets. They might even have third new ball sometime tomorrow, because 56 overs have been bowled with a second new ball, which means the third new ball is 24 overs away. So thank you guys, it's been a long day. Thank you Dave Bracegirdle, thank you Amelia, thank you to our other young commentators that took up a large part of our commentary for the first couple of sessions. They are learning, so just bear with us. We're trying to find out a new generation of commentators. I think there's 1 or 2 joining us tomorrow, but not so many. And we'll be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow.